There we go. Both the teams are being brought into the field by the Hindu College Colombo band. Can we have the Jaffna Hindu College team to stand on to my left side, please? Jaffna Hindu College, on to my left. That's the Hindu College Colombo team on the 75th anniversary of the school. That's Jaffna Hindu College walking in. They won 3 consecutive games. They've won 3 consecutive series right here in 2023, 24 in Jaffna Hindu College, and again 25 also in Jaffna Hindu College as well. Now I would like to request the Mr. Ratnam Sendilmaran to hoist the Jaffna Hindu College flag, followed by the Jaffna Hindu College anthem. Sorry, my apologies for that. First, I would like to invite our chief guest, Mr. S. Achudan, to hoist the Sri Lanka national flag, followed by the national anthem. Now I would kindly request or invite Mr. Ratnam Sendilmaran sir to hoist the Jaffna Hindu College flag, followed by the Hindu College school anthem.
வாழிய யாழ்நகர் இந்து கல்லூரி வையகம் புகழ்ந்திட எங்கும் இலங்கை மணி திரு நாட்டினிலெங்கும் இந்து மதத்தவர் உள்ளம் இலங்கிடும் ஒரு பெரும் கலையகம் இதுவே இளைஞர்கள் உளமகிழ்ந்தெங்கும் கலை பயில் கழகமும் இதுவே பல கலைமலி கழகமும் தமிழர் கலை நிமிர் கழகமும் இதுவே கலை நிமிர் கழகமும் இதுவே எவ்விடம் ஏகினும் எத்துயர் நேரினும் எம் மண்ணை மின்னலம் மறவோம் என்றுமே என்றுமே என்றும் இன்புற வாழிய நன்றே இறைவனதருள் கொடு நன்றே இறைவனதருள் கொடு நன்றே ஆங்கிலம் அருந்தமிழ் ஆரியம் சிங்களம் அவை பயில் கழகமும் இதுவே ஓங்கு நல்லறிஞர்கள் உவப்பொடு காத்திடும் ஒரு பெரும் கழகமும் இதுவே ஒளிர்மிகு கழகமும் இதுவே உயர்வுறு கழகமும் இதுவே உயிரன கழகமும் இதுவே உயிரன கழகமும் இதுவே தமிழரம் வாழ்வின் தாயென மிளிரும் தனி பெரும் கலையகம் வாழ்க 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 கன்னிகர் இன்றிய நீடு தரணியில் வாழிய நீடு.
Thank you. Next, I would like to welcome and invite the principal of Hindu College Colombo, Mr. Ilayathambi Langeswaran, to hoist the Hindu College Colombo flag, followed by the Hindu College Colombo school anthem.
வானலாவும்
Thank you. The whole event, the game, matches and all are played for camaraderie, friendship and livelihood as well, and also to create memories. So as part of this memory creation for the teams and the coaches and the dignitaries, first we would like to take a team photo of Jaffna Hindu College. Team photo, we'd like to invite the team as well as the coach, master in charge, prefect of games, Mr. Jude Shanmugam, the chief financial officer of Janashakti, guest of honor and chief guest. We also would like to invite the chief guest. We would like to invite the guest of honors. Yeah. First of all, we'd like to invite the chief guest, the guest of honors, and the two principals for a team introduction. We'll start with from Jaffna Hindu. That's skipper Sudarshan Subarnan and of course the rest of the Jaffna Hindu team. We'd like to see those lovely kids standing in front of the senior teammates, mostly aspiring to be in that position in time to come. That lovely Marriott Bonvoy jersey and the Hindu College, Jaffna Hindu College flag. Pretty good signs indeed. College team to be ready for the team's photo. You guys can be seated there. The chief guest, the guest of honors to be seated and possibly enjoy a cup of tea whilst we have the team photos, and then we would like to have a group photo with you guys as well. Thank you. The Jaffna Hindu boys, first if you guys can move in, along with the coaches and the prefect of games. photograph, and then we'll have a combined. Then we'll have the Hindu College Colombo photograph, and then of course we'll have the combined photograph, and we'll also get the for those photographs we'll also get the request the dignitaries to come in. But right now, yeah, would like you guys to enjoy a good cup of tea and some snacks. Then we'll come back. The national teams as well.
At Avenia Pharma Private Limited, we believe that quality healthcare begins with trust. Established in 2007, Avenia Pharma has grown into one of Sri Lanka's most reliable names in pharmaceutical and surgical product distribution. Guided by the visionary leadership of our Managing Director, Mr. C. Sadananthan, the company began with a mission to raise the standards of medical supply across the nation. Over the years, that mission has shaped who we are. Avenia Pharma delivers a strong and diverse portfolio of high-quality pharmaceutical products, surgical implants, and medical devices, trusted by healthcare professionals across the country. Our continued commitment to quality, safety, and innovation has enabled us to build a solid reputation within the healthcare industry. Our team works tirelessly to ensure that every product meets global standards and contributes to better patient outcomes. For nearly 2 decades, our growth has been steady, consistent, and purpose-driven, backed by integrity, expertise, and a deep dedication to serving the medical community. Avenia Pharma, delivering excellence, elevating healthcare.
Introduces Filla Bites, available in blueberry, strawberry, chocolate, vanilla, and cheese from RG Brothers.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise for...
Hi, this is Landscapes. How can I help you? Hi, I'm planning to visit Sri Lanka soon and wanted to know what kind of packages you offer.
That's great to hear. We have several travel packages available. Let me tell you about a few of our most popular options. So, we have family escapes, friends escapes, couples escapes, and an adventure escapes, along with a few more options as well.
Okay, that sounds great. I think the Friends package would be...
So just a little bit about Landscape.
Landscape. Landscape.
Landscapes with Landscape.
I've been to Sri Lanka maybe 4 or 5 times, but this trip has probably been the best
100%.
of all of those trips I've...
In the 1980s, while the first world countries were enjoying new, fanciful devices like the Walkman and the VCR, the locals in Sri Lanka were still thrilled by the simple taking off and soaring of airplanes by their villages. On March 12, 1987, a popular and charismatic man named Vigneswaran established VMS Travel and Tours, soon to be one of the pioneers of the travel and tourism industry in Sri Lanka. VMS quickly began coming to the aid and service of anyone and everyone that needed travel arrangements, whether for business, for migration, or leisure. VMS Travel and Tours proudly continues its legacy with its new overseas location in Toronto, Canada, always adapting.
first over, which is going on right now. Jaffna Hindu won the toss and elected to bat first. With Tavakumar Santosh taking up the new ball from the far end. Jaffna Hindu 2 without loss. A very good delivery at the fourth stump line, trying to move it away a little bit, pulling at some decent clip. So a good start for Santosh so far. And Jaffna Hindu just very watchful indeed. Good leave outside the off stump. No runs scored. As Aravinda De Silva said, this looks a good pitch. This looks a pretty good pitch indeed. A lot of grass covering though, but he also mentioned that there is not much of moisture. So possibly there could be a little bit of assistance at the start of the innings for the fast bowlers, and then it'll possibly settle down in for a good batting track. So Colombo, Hindu College Colombo would be really looking forward to getting a few breakthroughs within the first 6-7 overs. That's again a good delivery right at the stumps. Santosh getting his head out right, bowling fairly well, and of course the batters. J. Bhavanan yet to open his account. And just give us a few minutes to get the names right. You could just see as JB and BA. It's Bala Muralitharan Anish. B. Anish, a very young lad. I saw him first in 2023 as a 13 to 14-year-old. Now he's come off. Nice to see him grow up and open the batting for his school. And of course, Jagadishan Bhavanan, a senior player. He did play last year as well, last couple of years as well. So good, solid opening pair. I've seen Anish batting. He's a very, very good, capable batter. And of course, Bhavanan is an experienced campaigner. Again, a good delivery right to the stumps. Not much of pace from Santosh, but he's been there and thereabouts, just getting the batters to play. A good first over, good set first over, 2 runs without loss.
முதலாவது ஓவர் முடிவில் இப்பொழுது 2 ஓட்டங்கள். சந்தோஷின் ஓவர் மிகச்சிறப்பான ஓவராக நிறைவு பெற்றிருக்கிறது. பவனன் மற்றும் அனிஷ் ஆகியோர் தங்களுடைய ஆரம்ப துடுப்பாட்டத்தை ஆரம்பித்திருக்கிறார்கள். நாணய சுழற்சிகள் என்று வென்றது யாழ்ப்பாணம் இந்து கல்லூரி. அவர்கள் முதலில் துடுப்படுத்தாட விருப்பம் தெரிவித்திருந்தார்கள். இந்த போட்டியை இப்போதிருந்து பார்ப்பவராக நீங்கள் இருந்தால் கொழும்பு பி சரவணமுத்து மைதானத்தில் 15வது தடவையாக இடம்பெறுகின்ற இந்துக்களின் பெருச்சமர் போட்டி இந்த நாணய சுழற்சியில் யாழ்ப்பாணம் இந்து கல்லூரி வெற்றி பெற்று முதலில் துடுப்படுத்தாட விரும்பியிருந்தது. வழமையாக நாங்கள் ஆடுகளத்தின் தன்மையை தீர்மானிப்பது, ஆடுகளத்தின் பீச் ரிப்போர்ட் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய ஆடுகளத்தை பற்றிய தகவல்களை சொல்வது உள்ளூர் வீரர்களாக இருக்கலாம், இல்லாவிட்டால் முன்னாள் வீரர்களாக இருக்கலாம், இல்லாவிட்டால் கிரிக்கெட்டை பற்றி ஏதோ கொஞ்சம் அறிந்தவர்களாக இருக்கலாம். ஆனால் இன்று கிரிக்கெட்டை பற்றி இவர் அறியாத விடயமே கிடையாது என்னும் அளவுக்கு ஒருவர் வந்து இன்று ஆடுகளத்தை பற்றி பார்த்து இந்த ஆடுகளத்தின் தன்மைகளை பற்றி விரிவாக சொல்லிவிட்டு போனார். அவர் வேறு யாருமல்ல, இலங்கையின் மிகச்சிறந்த துடுப்பாட வீரர்களில் ஒருவராக கருதப்படுகின்ற அரவிந்த டி சில்வா. அவர் இந்த ஆடுகளம் துடுப்படுத்தாடுவதற்கு மிகச்சிறந்தது. 2 அணிகளுக்கும் பல சாதக தன்மைகள் இருக்கின்றன என்று குறிப்பிட்டிருந்தார். 2 நாட்களும் மிகச் சிறப்பான முறையில் நின்று பிடிக்கக்கூடிய ஆடுகளம் என்று குறிப்பிட்டிருந்தார். முதலாவது ஓவரை சந்தோஷ் வீசிய பிறகு இப்பொழுது 2வது ஓவரை யாதவ் சுழல் பந்து வீச்சாளர் பந்து வீச வந்திருக்கிறார். இடதுகை துடுப்பாடு வீரர் அனிஷுக்கு அவர் பந்து வீச போகிறார்.
Just to read the team cards for the day, this is Jaffna Hindu. Okay, I'll do it after the first over, after the first delivery. It's a good delivery, right arm off spin, starting Jaffna Hindu College Colombo starting with off spin right at the start. Not sure whether this is the right way because there could be some early moisture, early support from the fast bowlers which should have been exploited. But anyway, that's the strategy which they have followed up. Yadav is a very, very good off spin, a very crafty player indeed, and he's operating to Anish. Anish is a rookie, young man, playing his first big match. A good delivery, ball coming in and that's out. That's it. That's a big result indeed. Anish not very happy at all. He was playing for the turn, but it just came on with the arm and that's gone. Wicket number 1, first blood for Hindu College Colombo.
அனீஷ் பால முரளிதரன் அனீஷ் ஆட்டம் இழந்திருக்கின்றார். யாதவின் பந்து வீச்சு, யாதவ் வீசிய இரண்டாவது பந்து மிகச் சிறப்பான முறையில் அவர் எதிர்பார்த்த வேகத்தை விட வேகமாக பந்து உள்ளே திரும்பி இருந்தது. அவரது கால் காப்பிலே முன் கால் காப்பிலே பட்டிருந்தது. நிச்சயமாக மிடில் ஸ்டம்பை தகர்த்திருக்கக்கூடியது என்று குறிப்பிடக்கூடிய விடயம். துடுப்பிலே பட்டது என்று துடுப்பாடு வீரர் சமீட்சை காட்டியிருந்தார் நடுவருக்கான நடுவரின் தீர்ப்பை இங்கே இறுதியானது. இங்கே டிஆர்எஸ் கிடையாது. கள நடுவர்களின் முடிவை ஆமோதிக்க வேண்டும், ஏற்றுக்கொள்ள வேண்டும். எனவே இந்த பிக் மேட்சுக்கு புதியவரான அனீஷ் ஆட்டம் இழந்திருக்கின்றார். இப்போது முதலாவது விக்கெட் இழக்கப்படுகிறது. யாதவ் என்று சுழல் பந்து வீச்சாளரோடு இரண்டாவது ஓவர். எதற்கு நாங்கள் உண்மையில் ஆச்சரியப்பட்டிருந்தோம். ஆனால் திவாகரன் யாதவ் இந்த முதலாவது விக்கெட்டை தன்னுடைய இரண்டாவது பந்திலேயே வீழ்த்தி என்ன காரணத்துக்காக தான் தலைவரால் அழைக்கப்பட்டேன் என்பதை காண்பித்திருக்கின்றனர். எனவே 2 ஓட்டங்களுக்கு முதலாவது விக்கெட்டை இழந்திருக்கிறது யாழ்ப்பாணம். இது கருத்து.
That was a very, very good delivery indeed. He was playing for the turn, but it just came on with the arm. Probably, not very sure, because the batsman is very happy, not very happy at all. He just immediately signaled to the umpire that it's off the bat. But it's not to be. The umpire made the decision and that's out. Wicket number 1 for Hindu College Colombo. Jaffna Hindu in a spot of bother. 2 for the loss of 1 wicket. To read out the team card again, we have Jaffna Hindu, Bala Muralidharan, Anish, Jagadish and Bhavanan, who's opening the batting. Ravindran Adityan, the wicket keeper. Sudarshan Subarnan, captain. A very, very experienced player indeed. Nesaruban, Nirujan. Dinesh Raman Premikan and Dinesh Raman Preethikan, the 2 brothers, they're very experienced indeed. They played about this, possibly the 3rd or 4th big match. And they have Kanagaraj Nitish, a very young all-rounder, a leggy as well as a good, decent batter as well. Sudarshan Abhivarnan, Jnanagaran Laksigan and Srijayant and Hariharan. Hariharan is a vice captain and a very, very good fast bowler indeed. He did trouble the batters in all the encounters against Hindu College Colombo, a good pacey indeed. And for Hindu College Colombo, it's Ramanathan Deshkar, skipper, captaining for the 2nd year. I think this is his 4th year and he apparently has 1 more year to play. So he's going to very, very, very experienced campaigner. Muthukumar Abhishek, again a very senior player. Velandure Abhinesh, Kodiswaran Yasurjan, Suresh Sarvesh, Ranjit Kumar Akhilesh, Harsha Mitumina, again a very experienced player, have played all 3 big matches since 23. Vishwanathan Yuvaraj, another experienced campaigner. Divakaran Yadav, the offie who took the wicket just now, and again an experienced player indeed, a good all-rounder. Suresh Kumar Midhusigan, the wicket-keeper batter. Let's come back after this delivery. It's nicely flighted. He's got a little bit of confidence. Earlier he was just firing it in with that wicket. He was just trying to flight now, try to see whether he can get Adityan to go for a stroke, false stroke, but not really. And of course, Tavakumar Santosh bowled a very good first over. He's a very young guy indeed. So this is the team's card of both the teams. It's another very good delivery. There and thereabouts, keeping it nice and tight, nothing loose. I think it's a fairly good field setting, Loshan. I mean, they have a fairly sort of an in-out field, but a bit aggressive. The inner fielders are always, they're all closer to the ring.
யாதவின் பந்து வீச்சில் இப்பொழுது அடுத்த பந்து 5வது பந்து எந்த ஒரு ஓட்டமும் இல்லை. மிகச்சிறப்பாக தனக்கு எந்த ஆடுகடத்தில் இப்பொழுது அருளனா சொன்னது போல கடத்தடுப்பாளர்கள் எங்கெங்கே வைக்கப்படுகிறார்களோ அந்த லைனிலேயே பந்து வீசிக் கொண்டிருக்கிறார். விக்கெட் காப்பாளரோடு சேர்த்து 2 க்ளோஸ் இன் ஃபீல்டர்ஸ் இருக்கிறார்கள். ஒருவர் ஷார்ட் சிலி பாயிண்ட் இல்லாவிட்டால் ஷார்ட் கவராக இருக்க வேண்டும், இன்னொருவர் ஸ்லிப்பில் இருக்கிறார். ஆனால் ஸ்லிப் மிக நெருக்கமாக இருக்கிறார். காரணம் பந்துகள் நேரடியாக எகரி குதிப்பது இன்னமும் அது அவதானிக்கப்படவில்லை என்ற அடிப்படையில். இவர்களை தவிர ஆஃப் திசையில் 3 கடத்தடுப்பாளர்கள் இருக்கின்றார்கள். அதுபோல மிட் ஆஃபும் இருக்கிறார். எனவே மிகச்சிறப்பான பந்து. இப்பொழுது 2 பந்துகளை ரைட் ஆம் ஆஃப் த விக்கெட் வீசிவிட்டு இப்பொழுது ரைட் ஆம் அரவுண்ட் த விக்கெட்டில் தன்னுடைய கடைசி பந்து வீசுகிறார். ஃபிளைட் செய்யப்பட்ட பந்து, ஓட்டம் எதுவும் இல்லை.
Good tight bowling indeed by Yadav. A very successful over. At the end of over number 3, Jaffna Hindu, 2 runs for the loss of 1 wicket.
2 ஓவர்கள் 2 ஓட்டங்கள் 1 விக்கெட்டை இழந்திருக்கிறது யாழ்ப்பாணம் இந்து கல்லூரி. ஆதித்யன் மற்றும் பகவனன் ஆகியோர் இப்பொழுது ஆடுகளத்திலே.
Toss again, good delivery, slightly on the onside, a quick single, good running indeed. Loshan, the ground looks absolutely beautiful, isn't it? I mean, it's a privilege to be here at the commentary box for us to do commentaries as well as for the players. Just imagine the players are playing in at a venue where Sir Donald Bradman has played, and possibly the big West Indian players like Wesley Hall, the 3Ws, not too sure whether Sobis as well, right?
Sobis was played,
so Gary Sobers, and this is the first test venue where Sri Lanka played England in 1982, March.
And I feel this is very underutilized test ground in Sri Lanka. I mean, Arvind De Silva said that he played his last game here. He scored a double century. This pitch has everything for all the players. I mean, the bowlers, batters, you name it, spinners, fast bowlers, everyone has something in this pitch. அடுத்த ஓவர் இப்பொழுது மீண்டும் ஆரம்பத்தில் பந்து வீசிய சந்தோஷ் மிக ஒரு திடகாத்திரமான ஒரு பந்து வீச்சாளர். தன்னுடைய 3வது பருவகாலத்தில் இந்த கல்லூரி அணிக்காக ஆடுகிறார். வலதுகை வேக பந்து வீச்சாளர். இந்த ஆடுகளத்தில் இருக்கின்ற பவுன்ஸை மிகச் சிறப்பான முறையில் பயன்படுத்தியிருக்கிறார். இதுவரைக்கும் அவர் வீசிய 7 பந்துகள் மிகச் சிறப்பான பந்துகளாக இருக்கின்றன.
Is this the only ground which has had a female curator?
Yes.
Yeah.
Still she is there. She's here.
She's still there, yeah. So this ground is very significant indeed, where so Donald Bradman, the big West Indians, the Sri Lanka played West Indian players like legendary Garfield Sobers, Everton Weeks, the 3Ws, the Wesley Halls, Santosh coming in, steaming in, going with a good energy. That's a good shot, but again, very well-feeded.
அவர் ஆங்கிலத்தில் சொன்னதை ஒரு தடவை உங்களை ஞாபகப்படுத்த வேண்டும். தமிழிலே நோபோல் பந்து அறிவிக்கப்படுகிறது. இந்த மைதானம் தான் இலங்கையில் மட்டுமல்ல உலகத்திலேயே ஒரே ஒரு பெண் பிச் கியூரேட்டர், ஆடுகள பராமரிப்பாளராக ஒரு பெண்மணி இருக்கின்ற ஒரு மைதானம் என்ற பெருமையை பெற்றிருந்தது. நான் கடந்த முறை இங்கே பிக் மேட்ச் இடம்பெற்ற வேளையில் ஒரு சில நிமிடங்கள் அவரோடு பேசக்கூடிய வாய்ப்பு கிடைத்திருந்தது. ஒரு கடும் உழைப்பாளி, மிகச்சிறந்த ஒரு மைதான அவதானிப்பாளர். ஆடுகளத்தின் தன்மைகளை எங்களுக்கு தெரிந்ததை விட, ஏனென்று எங்களது அன்புக்குரிய அரவிந்த் அவர்களுக்கு தெரிந்ததை விட அவருக்கு கூடுதலாக தெரியும். எங்கே பந்து பட்டால் எப்படி திரும்பும் என்று சொல்லி அவர் முரளிக்கு சொல்லிக் கொடுப்பார் என்று எனக்கு சொல்லியிருந்தார். அவ்வளவு தூரம் மிக ஆர்வமான சீதா என்று அழைக்கப்பட்ட அந்த அம்மா அவரை ஞாபகப்படுத்திக் கொடுக்கிறோம். எனவே இந்த மைதானம் வரலாற்று புகழ் பெற்றது. பிராட்மன், சோபர்ஸ் என்று பல வரலாற்றில் லெஜெண்ட்ஸ் சிகரங்கள், கிரிக்கெட் சிகரங்கள் ஆடிய ஒரு மைதானத்தில் இன்று இந்துவின் மைந்தர்கள் ஆடுகின்றார்கள் மீண்டும் ஒரு தடவை.
Absolutely, yes. I mean, that itself is a privilege. Like for them to go back and say that, no, look, we played in a venue where the legends of the game, the god. I mean, if I may to say so, people do say that Don Bradman is the yardstick or whatever it is for the batters. So similarly, like probably the best all-round in the world has ever produced could be Gary Sobers. To go and say that, look, I've played a game in the same venues where these guys have graced is absolutely magnificent.
தமிழ் யூனியன் விளையாட்டுக் கழக மைதானம் இது. இலங்கையின் மிக முன்னணி கழகங்களில் ஒன்று. பல டெஸ்ட் வீரர்களை இலங்கைக்கு தந்திருக்கின்ற மைதானம். குறிப்பாக 800 விக்கெட்டுகளை எடுத்த எங்கள் அன்புக்குரிய முத்தையா முருதரன் இந்த மைதானத்தில் தான் உருவானவர். இந்த மைதானத்தின் ஒவ்வொரு மூலைகளிலும் அவர் எங்கேயாவது உருண்டு புரண்டிருப்பார். அவரது சுவாச காத்து இருந்திருக்கும். இப்போது இலங்கையிலே ஆடி வருகின்ற அடுத்த இலங்கையின் தமிழ் கிரிக்கெட் எதிர்காலம் என்று கருதப்படுகின்ற விஜயகாந்த் பியாஸ்காந்த் இப்போது இந்த கழகத்துக்கு ஆடி வருகின்றார். தீசன் விதூஷன், அதுபோல சாருஜன் சண்முகநாதன், பல இளம் துடுப்பாடு வீரர்களுக்கு ஒரு ஆதர்சமாக இருக்கின்றவர். அவரும் இந்த மைதானத்தில் ஆடி வருகின்ற ஒருவர். இப்போது நாங்கள் லசித் மாலிங்கவை கொண்டாடுகிறோம். நாளைய தினம் அவர் பல சிறந்த பந்து வீச்சாளர்களை அடையாளம் காண்பதற்கான முயற்சிகள் இறங்கியிருக்கிறார். அவருக்கு ஒரு அடையாளத்தை கொடுத்த அவரது வேக பந்து வீச்சு குரு சம்பக ராமநாயக்கவும் இந்த மைதானத்திலிருந்து ஆடி புறப்பட்டு வருவார். எனவே இந்த மைதானத்தை பொறுத்தவரையில் ஆடுவது உண்மையில் ஒரு புண்ணிய பூமியில் ஆடுகிறோம் என்ற பெருமை இவர்களுக்கு தரக்கூடியது. அடுத்த பந்து மிகச் சிறப்பான ஒரு பந்து. ஆட்டமிழப்புக்கான கோரிக்கை விடுக்கப்படுகிறது. ஆட்டமிழப்புக்கு மிகச் சமனான ஒரு பந்து. விக்கெட் காப்பாளரிடம் பந்து சென்றிருந்தது. துடுப்பாட்ட வீரரை சற்று தடுமாற வைத்த ஆதித்யனின் துடுப்பில் பட்டும் படாமலும் அந்த பந்து விக்கெட் காப்பாளருக்கு போய் சேர்ந்திருந்தது.
Very, very good delivery indeed. Look at the deviation. There was a bit of a hint of outswing. Yes, that's nicely, lovely shape indeed. Just came in the air and then sort of left the batsman baffled. That was a lovely delivery indeed.
You think the captain, Deshkar, should think about bringing the next fast bowler from the other end?
I probably think so. I think he should still bring them in because the spinners can come into play a little later as well. But the fast bowlers, probably this is the best time.
அது 2-3 காரணங்களால் இப்போது வேக பந்து வீச்சாளர் வர வேண்டும் என்று நாங்கள் சொல்வதற்கான காரணம் என்னவென்று சொன்னால், ஒன்று, இந்த மைதானத்தில் இப்போது ஸ்விங் இருக்கிறது, வேக பந்து வீச்சாளர்களுக்கு பவுன்ஸ் இருக்கிறது, அதை பயன்படுத்திக் கொள்ளலாம். 2வது, கடுமையான வெக்கை. இப்போதே இங்கே வெயில் கொடுத்து எடுத்துக் கொடுக்கிறது. 30 பாகை செல்சியஸ், ஆனால் எங்களுக்கு உணரக்கூடியதாக இருப்பது 33 பாகை செல்சியஸுக்கு மேலே வர இந்த வெப்பம் அதிகரிக்கக்கூடும். அதுக்கிடையில் வேக பந்து வீச்சாளர்கள் ஃப்ரெஷ்ஷாக இருக்கும்போது அவர்களை பயன்படுத்துவது மிக முக்கியமானது. எனவே சந்தோஷ் இப்போது தன்னுடைய கடைசி பந்தை, 3வது ஓவரின் கடைசி பந்தை வீச போகிறார். ஆதித்யன் இதுவரை எந்த ஒரு ஊட்டத்தையும் பெறவில்லை. பகவனன் ஒரு ஊட்டம் எடுத்திருக்கின்ற 6 பந்துகளில். இது 2 நாள் போட்டி என்பதை மறக்காமல் ஞாபகப்படுத்துகிறோம். இன்று மாலை 5:30 வரை போதிய வெளிச்சம் இருந்தால் 90 ஓவர்கள் வீசப்படலாம். இல்லாட்டால் 5 மணிக்கு போட்டி 95 ஓவர். வீசும் வரை இந்த பந்து இப்போது வீசுகின்ற பந்து சந்தோஷின் அடுத்த பந்து மிகச்சிறப்பான ஸ்விங் ஒன்று பவுன்ஸும் இருந்தது. துடுப்பாட்ட வீரரின் கிட்டத்தட்ட நெஞ்சு பகுதியை தாண்டி அந்த பந்து சென்றிருந்தது. 3 ஓவர்கள் 4 விக்கெட்.
லோஷன் 6 மணித்தியாலங்கள் 20
ක්‍රීඩා තරඟ ක්‍රිකට් පාපන්දු එල්ලේ රගර් සංගීත සංදර්ශන මංගල අවමංගල උත්සව ඇතුළු සියලුම උත්සව අවස්ථාවන් වගේම ආගමික වැඩසටහන් දේශපාලන රැස්වීම් ඇතුළු සියලුම අවස්ථාවන් ගුණාත්මක බවින් යුතුව Facebook සහ YouTube ඔස්සේ සජීවීව විකාශය කරවා ගැනීමට අපව අමතන්න. සිලෝන් ඉවෙන්ට්ස් මාස්ටර් ලයිව් 077 2 71 67.
நான் 12 தான் நிரந்தரமா போய் நடுவுல போய் தரைய காடிட்டு வரேன். ஓடில இல்ல நடுவுல சும்மா நிரந்தரமா போய் நிரந்தரமா போய்
All right, back again. Yes, it's been to operate as expected, predicted, because he's the wicket taker. So it's obviously like the captain is going to give it to him. That's Yadav with loads of expectations. And Jaffna Hindu with an attacking field. Nice to see that silly point there. It's a good delivery. Slightly slower, but flatter as well. It's a good delivery again. Just came in a little bit off the outside edge. I think he's bowling at a very good line and length with a lot of good discipline. It's just keeping there and thereabouts, bringing in a few subtle variations in his bowling very well indeed. With bowling with nice rhythm. Bhavanan trying to get his feet here. That's a little bite wider outside the off stump, and that's it. That's a very good catch indeed. A loose shot. He threw it wider, gave that opportunity for the batter to go after. He did go after, but he was expecting it to go a bit more scarer, but he just actually came into mid-off and a good catch, lunging backwards. That's wicket number 2.
மிகச்சிறப்பான பிடியெடுப்பு ஒன்று இப்பொழுது இரண்டாவது விக்கெட் எடுக்கப்படுகிறது. சிறப்பான பிடியெடுப்பு. யாதவ் மீண்டும் ஒரு விக்கெட் எடுத்திருந்தார். நாங்கள் பேசிக் கொண்டிருந்தோம் வேகப்பந்து வீச்சாளரை கொண்டு வருவது உசிதமானது என்று. ஆனால் சுழல் பந்து வீச்சாளரை வைத்துக் கொண்டு இரண்டாவது விக்கெட் எடுத்திருக்கின்றார். இப்போது பகவனன் ஆட்டம் எடுத்திருக்கின்றார். மிகச்சிறப்பான பிடியெடுப்பு. பின்னால் ஓடிச் சென்று அந்த பந்தை பிடியெடுப்பது என்பது அவ்வளவு லேசான காரியம் அல்ல. அதை கலக்கலான முறையில் பிடியெடுத்து இப்பொழுது ஆட்டம் எடுக்க சேர்க்கின்றார். உண்மையில் கடுத்தற்பாளரை பாராட்ட வேண்டும். யுவராஜ் அந்த பிடி எடுத்திருக்கின்றார். பகவனன் ஒரு ஓட்டத்தோடு ஆட்டம் எடுக்கின்றார். யாழ்ப்பாணம் இந்து கல்லூரி இரண்டாவது விக்கெட் எடுத்திருக்கிறது. இந்த கல்லூரி கொழும்புக்கு இது ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய ஆதிக்கம் செலுத்தக்கூடிய ஒரு வாய்ப்பை உருவாக்கி கொடுத்திருக்கிறது.
That was indeed a poor stroke indeed. It was bowled very nicely. He was bowling it very nice and straight at the stumps. And this time he just tempted the batsman, throwing it slightly wider. And the batsman is actually in two minds, I would say, probably whether to hoik it over mid-wicket or deep mid-wicket or to go on the offside. But I think he probably got caught in two minds and just ended up looping it to mid-off. Took a good catch, Yuvraj, backpedaling it. Very nice indeed. Good breakthrough for Hindu College Colombo. Jaffna Hindu in a bit of trouble, but they do have the material. They do have the strength to come back and make it a game.
யாழ்ப்பாணம் இந்து கல்லூரியின் 4வது இலக்க துடுப்பாட்ட வீரர் இப்பொழுது ஆடுகளத்துக்கு வருகின்றனர். ஆதித்யன் இதுவரை எந்த ஒரு ஓட்டமும் பெறவில்லை. இந்த கல்லூரி கொழும்பு நாணய சுழற்சியில் இன்றைய நாளில் யாழ்ப்பாணம் இந்து கல்லூரியிடம் வாய்ப்பை இழந்தாலும் கூட மிகச்சிறப்பான பதிலடியை தன்னுடைய பந்துவீச்சு மூலமாக கொடுத்திருக்கிறது. அனுபவம் வாய்ந்த ஒரு துடுப்பாட்ட வீரர் நேசரூபன் இப்பொழுது ஆடுகளத்துக்கு வருகின்ற 4வது இலக்க துடுப்பாட்ட வீரர். அவருக்கு இப்போது இருக்கின்ற சவால் என்னவென்று சொன்னால், யாதவின் சுழல் பந்துவீச்சு ஒரு பக்கம் விக்கெட்டுகளை எடுக்கின்ற ஆபத்தை கொடுத்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிறது. மறுபக்கம் வேகப்பந்து வீச்சாளர் சந்தோஷ் மிகச்சிறப்பான முறையில் பந்தை ஸ்விங் செய்கிறார், பவுன்ஸ் செய்கிறார். எனவே இந்த ஆடுகளம் பலவிதமான நன்மைகளை கொடுத்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிறது. இந்த இடத்தில் P.Sara மைதானத்தை பொறுத்தவரையில் யார் என்ன சொன்னாலும் ஆடுகளத்தின் தன்மையானது எல்லோருக்கும் சாதகமாக இருக்கும். அந்த அரவிந்த் டி சில்வா சொன்னார் 2 நாட்கள் மிக ஆரோக்கியமான போட்டியை பார்க்கலாம் என்று. துடுப்பாட்ட வீரர்கள் நின்று பொறுமையாக ஆட வேண்டியது அவசியம். மறுபக்கம் பந்து வீச்சாளர்களுக்கு இங்கே எடுக்கக்கூடிய பல்வேறு சாதக தன்மைகளை ஆடுகளம் கொடுத்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிறது. நேசரூபம் நேருஜன் இப்பொழுது துடுப்படுத்தாட வந்திருக்கின்றனர். புதிய துடுப்பாட்ட வீரர்
Jaffna Hindu has a task on their hands. Now they just have to stabilize. They can't lose any more wickets. They've lost 4 runs for the loss of 2 wickets. 2 big wickets indeed. The young and talented Anish as well as the experienced Bhavanan. Both gone. Bhavanan got really bogged down with some nice tight bowling on both ends by Santosh as well as Yadav. And as a result, Yadav was smart enough to tempt him for a full stroke, and that was a good catch indeed. It's again a nice delivery coming in to the left-hander. It seems to be sliding it in more than turning it away. That's a nice delivery, especially for the left-hander, coming around the wicket, trying to create that angle and then bring that ball back in to beat him on the inside edge.
யாதவனின் பந்து வீச்சு நாங்கள் ஒரு விடயத்தை அவதானிக்கிறோம். பந்தை அவர் அதிகமாக ஃப்ளைட் செய்வதில்லை. துடுப்பாட்ட வீரர் துடுப்படுத்தாடுகின்ற அவருடைய பாடி, அவருடைய உடம்புக்குள்ளே பந்து உள்ளே கொண்டு வருவதற்கு முனைகிறார். ஸ்லைட் செய்து விடுகிறார் பந்தை. ஆடுகடுத்திருக்கிற பவுன்ஸை பயன்படுத்திக் கொள்கிறார். இயல்பான ஒரு பந்து வீச்சு. அதுபோல விக்கெட்டுகளை அவரது ஒவ்வொரு பந்தும் துடுப்பாட்ட வீரரை ஆட செய்து கொண்டு இருக்கிறது. எந்த ஒரு இடத்திலும் பந்தை லீவ் செய்து விட முடியாத அளவுக்கு துடுப்பாட்ட வீரர் துடுப்பாட்ட பிரிவுகளுக்கு சென்றை ஆக வேண்டிய நிலை ஒன்றை ஏற்படுத்தி இருக்கிறார். நேசரூபன் 2 பந்துகளை இப்போது சந்தித்திருக்கிறார். அவருக்கான 3வது பந்தை யாதவன், இது கொஞ்சம் ஃப்ளைட் செய்யப்பட்ட பந்து ஒன்று லெக் திசையில் வீசப்பட்டது, ஓட்டம் எதுவும் இல்லை.
I was just wondering whether they should also deploy a forward short leg just to create some doubt. Now the batter is was able to sort of lunge forward and then defend on the onside. You can see all the balls are going on the onside. Probably it's a good idea to have a forward short leg.
Just thinking of that. அந்த இடத்துல பாயிண்ட் திசையில் இருக்கிற ஒரு கடத்தடப்பாடரை ஃபோர்ட் ஷூட்டெக் திசைக்கு கொண்டு வரலாம். அநேகமாக அடுத்த ஓவர் நிச்சயமாக தலைவர் நீண்ட அனுபவம் வாய்ந்த ஒருவர் தன்னுடைய 4வது பதவிகாலத்தில் ஆடி வருகின்ற தேஷ்கர் கட்டாயமாக இப்படியான ஒரு சாமர்த்தியமான முடிவு எடுக்கக்கூடும். எனவே அது அவர்களுக்கு உதவியாக இருக்கக்கூடும். இந்த இடத்துல ஒரு விடயத்தை நாங்கள் ஞாபகப்படுத்த வேண்டும். வியாஸ்காந்த் இந்த மைதானத்தில் நன்றாக ஆடி பழகிய ஒருவர். இந்த இந்து கல்லூரி மாணவர்களோடு ஒரு சில மனத்தியாளர்கள் நேரம் கழித்திருந்தார். ஒரு மோட்டிவேஷன், அவர்களுக்கான ஊக்க உரை ஒன்று வழங்குவதற்காக பொது ஒரு ஆடுகளத்து தன்மை பற்றி எவ்வாறு போராடி வெல்வது போன்ற பல விடயங்களை சொல்லியிருந்தார். 4 ஓவர்கள் 4 ஓட்டங்கள் 2 விக்கெட்டுகள் இருந்து விளம்பர இடைவெளிக்கு பிறகு சந்திப்போம். ரிசல்ட்ஸ் ப்ரொடியூஸ் பண்ண அவசரப்படுறாங்க. அடுத்த பந்து வீச்சு மாற்றம் நிகழ்ந்திருக்கிறது. அப்போது மிகச்சிறப்பான முறையில் கடத்தரப்பில் ஈடுபட்டு பந்தை பின்னால் ஓடி சென்று பிடியெடுத்திருந்த யுவராஜ் பந்து வீச வந்திருக்கின்றார். இது 5வது ஓவர். 5 ஓவர்களுக்குள் 3வது பந்து வீச்சாளர் பயன்படுத்தப்படுகிறார். ஏதோ ஒரு மாற்றத்தை முக்கியமாக செய்ய வேண்டும் என்று சொல்லி தேஷ்கர் முனைப்போடு இருப்பதை நாங்கள் பார்க்கக்கூடியதாக இருக்கிறது. பி. சரவணமுத்து மைதானத்துக்கு உங்களை அன்போடு அழைக்கிறோம். கொழும்பு பகுதியில் நீங்கள் இருப்பவராக இருந்தாலும் வேறு எங்கு இருந்தாலும் நீங்கள் வந்து இந்த போட்டியை கண்டு அடிக்கக்கூடிய வாய்ப்பு இருக்கிறது. 1வது பந்து லெஃப்ட் ஆர்ம் பந்து வீச்சாளர், இடதுகை பந்து வீச்சாளர். அந்த பந்து வீசி அடிக்கப்படுகிறது. இப்பொழுது 2 ஓட்டங்கள்.
There's absolutely a rank loosener from Yuvraj. Full outside the leg stump, a freebie. The batter could have done better to get a 4, but still they get 2 runs. I think Santosh was keeping them under tight leash and bowling very well, moving the ball around a little bit as well. So I'm not too sure whether it's a smart move to bring in the left arm spinner, but let's see how it goes. It looks like the skipper Deshkar seeing it in a slightly different way.
இந்த பந்து சிறப்பு. லெஃப்ட் ஆர்ம் ஸ்பின்னர்ஸ், இடது கை பந்து வீச்சாளர் ஒருவர் எவ்வாறான பந்தை எங்கே பதிக்க வேண்டுமோ அதுபோல மிக நேர்த்தியாக அந்த பந்தை பதித்திருந்தார். ஸ்கோ கார்டு இன்னும் 4 ஓட்டங்களை தான் காண்பித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிறது. 6 ஓட்டங்களாக இருக்க வேண்டும். இது இந்த இடத்துல ஆமாம், இப்பொழுது 6 ஓட்டங்கள். ஆதித்யனுக்கு 2 ஓட்டங்கள். ஆதித்யன் தன்னுடைய ஓட்ட எண்ணிக்கையை இப்பொழுது ஆரம்பித்திருக்கிறார். இந்த பந்து மிகச் சிறப்பான முறையில் ஒரு இடது கை பந்து வீச்சாளர் தனக்கு வழங்கப்பட்ட ஆடுகளத்தில் கடத்தடப்பாளர்களின் வியூகத்துக்கு ஏற்றது போல சிறப்பாக பந்து வீசியிருந்தார். யுவராஜுக்கு ஒரு இலக்கு வழங்கப்படுகிறது. அதை விட இவருக்கு இப்போது வழங்கப்படுகின்ற 2 ஆஃப் திசையில் கடத்தடப்பாளர்கள், ஷார்ட் கடத்தடப்பாளர்கள், ஸ்லிப்பில் ஒருவர், ஸ்லிப் பாயிண்ட் ஒருவர். அடுத்த பந்து ஆட்டமிழக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு வாய்ப்பு நடுவரிடம் கோரிக்கை விடுக்கப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. இந்த போட்டியை நீங்கள் வெளிநாடுகளிலிருந்து பார்த்துக் கொண்டிருக்கும் தளம் எதுவாக இருந்தாலும் அதில் நீங்கள் உங்களது காமெண்ட்டை இடுங்கள். நீங்கள் எந்த கல்லூரியை சேர்ந்தவர், எந்த இந்து கல்லூரியை சேர்ந்தவர், அதுபோல இப்போது எங்கே இருந்து பார்த்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிறீர்கள், இந்த இளையவர்களுக்கு உங்களது ஆதரவை வழங்குங்கள், உங்களது வாழ்த்துக்களை சொல்லுங்கள். அவர்கள் இதன் மூலமாக தங்களை பல பேர் பார்த்துக் கொள்கிறார்கள் என்பதை உணர்ந்து இந்த உற்சாகமாக ஆடக்கூடும். அடுத்த பந்து மிகச்சிறப்பான பந்து, ஓட்ட விடுவதில்லை. நான்கு ஓவரில் 5 பந்துகள். இது 5வது ஓவரின் 5வது பந்து. இப்பொழுது கடைசி பந்தை வீசுகின்றார் யுவராஜ். 2 ஓட்டங்கள் இதுவரை பெறப்பட்டுகின்றன. இந்த பந்தும் ஒரு சிறப்பான பந்து. ஆஃப் திசையில் துடுப்பாட்ட வீரரை கடந்த அந்த பந்து போயிருந்தது. மிகச்சிறப்பான ஒரு 1வது ஓவரை வீசிவிட்டு போயிருக்கின்றனர். 5 ஓவரில் 6 ஓட்டங்கள் 2 விக்கெட்டுகள் இழந்தது யாழ்ப்பாணம் இந்து கல்லூரி.
Introducing Pure HD Plus, Sri Lanka's ultimate HD entertainment experience. Get ready to dive into the largest collection of local and international HD channels in true high-definition quality. Experience HD with Sri Lanka's premium TV package that offers a full lineup of over 150 channels featuring all your favorites. Enjoy all of this for Rs 3,125 per month.
Again, a good delivery, Santosh. Sorry, Yadav back again. Sliding it in from the right arm round the stumps to the left-hander, Nez Ruben. Yadav yet to concede a single run. 2.1 overs, note for 2. Bowling it pretty nicely indeed. Now they've put in a silly, forward short leg. I would actually like to see both silly point and forward short leg if possible.
They should attack more because they have got 2 wickets, 2 quick wickets, both of Yadav. So they have to attack more at the batters.
Exactly. I think they're still trying to be a little bit of an in-out, which doesn't matter. But probably should have a forward short leg and a silly mid-off as well, a silly point as well. It's a little short, I would say, but still just angling it in. And Nez Ruben yet to open his account.
ஒப்பீட்டளவில் நேசரூபன் புதிய துடுப்பாட்ட வீரர். ஆதித்யன் 16 பந்துகளை சந்தித்திருக்கின்றார். நேசரூபன் இப்போது 6 பந்துகள். எனவே நேசரூபனுக்கு இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் அழுத்தத்தை கொடுக்கலாம் பந்து வீச்சின் மூலமாக. கழுத்தடப்பாடல்கள் கொஞ்சம் கிட்ட கொண்டு வந்து மீண்டும் ஒரு ஆட்டம் எடுப்புக்கான கோரிக்கை இல்லை. இது கொஞ்சம் உயரைப்பட்டிருக்க வேண்டும் பந்து. ஆனால் மீண்டும் ஒரு தடவை பந்தை உள்ளே கொண்டு வருவது. ஆஸ்பின் பந்து வீச்சாளராக இருந்தாலும் இடதுகை துடுப்பாட்ட வீரருக்கு வெளியே செல்கின்ற பந்தை உள்ளே ஸ்லைட் செய்து உள்ளே கொண்டு வருகிறார். இது ஒரு ஆபத்தான ஒரு விடயமாக இருக்கும் இடதுகை துடுப்பாட்ட வீரருக்கு. அந்த பந்து நேரே பதிந்து உள்ளே போயிருந்தது. அது நிச்சயமாக லெக் ஸ்டம்பை தாண்டி போயிருக்கும் என்பது உறுதி. எனவே பேட்டில் ஆஃப் த ஹிந்துஸ் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய இந்துக்களின் பெருஞ்சமரில் இது முதலாவது நாள். இந்த முதலாவது வேளையில் இப்பொழுது 6வது ஓவர் 6 ஓட்டங்கள் 2 விக்கெட்டுகள் எடுத்து யாழ்ப்பாணம் இந்து கல்லூரி. அடுத்த பந்து ஓங்கி அடிக்கப்படுகிற பந்து ஆட்டம் எடுப்புக்கான கோரிக்கை வந்து முன்வைக்கப்படுகிறது. இல்லை, பந்து வீச்சாளருக்கே தெரியும் அந்த கோரிக்கை முன்வைக்கும் போது அந்த பந்து நிச்சயமாக லெக் ஸ்டம்பை தவிர்க்க போகிறது. ஆனால் ஒரு ஆர்வம் தான் கிடைத்தால் நல்லது.
Yeah, you could see the frustration creeping in at the Jaffna Hindu batters. They should really put their head down, grind it out because there's a long way to go. This continuous dot balls and dot balls and dot balls. 3 consecutive maidens by Yadav. And we'll come back after the commercial break.
Pure HD Plus. Sri Lankaවේ එකම True HD නාලිකා අත්දැකීම. මෙතෙක් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ හඳුන්වා දුන් විශාලතම HD නාලිකා එකතුව ඇතුළත් අලුත්ම පැකේජය දැන් Pure TV වෙතින්. දෙස් විදෙස් HD නාලිකා 37ක් ඇතුළුව නාලිකා 150කටත් වඩා වැඩියෙන් අත්විඳින්න. මාසෙටම රුපියල් 3125ක් පමණයි.
I think Yadav, Yuvraj settling into a nice rhythm, but again a good single. I think it's probably blowing a touch too full and probably a little bit too inside. Oh, that's poor indeed. That's poor stuff, poor backing and a poor throw. Poor cricket all round, especially from the fielding side, from Hindu College Colombo. You can't let them off the hook. You can't give those extra runs. Jaffna Hindu would really look forward to settling down with some runs.
கடத்தடுப்பில் விடப்பட்ட ஒரு தவறு 2 ஓட்டங்களை பெற்றுக் கொடுத்திருக்கிறது. இந்த நேரத்தில் அருள்னா சொன்னது போல நீங்கள் ஒரு அழுத்தத்தை கொடுத்து கொடுங்கள் எதிரணிக்கு. அப்படி இருக்கும்போது இன்னமும் மிகச்சிறப்பான முறையில் கடத்தல் மீண்டும் தூக்கி அடிக்கப்படுகிற பந்து ஒன்று ஒரு ஓட்டத்தை எடுத்துக் கொடுக்கிறது. இப்போது எப்படியாவது ஓட்டங்களை பெற வேண்டும், தாங்கள் அகப்பட்டிருக்கின்ற இந்த அழுத்த சிறைக்குள்ளது தங்களை விடுவித்துக் கொள்ள வேண்டும் என்று யாழ்ப்பாணம் இந்து கல்லூரி துடுப்பாட்ட வீரர்கள் முனைந்து கொண்டிருப்பதை பார்க்கிறோம். நேசரூபன் இதுவரை ஓட்டம் எதையும் பெறவில்லை. ஆனால் ஆதித்யன் 5 ஓட்டங்களை எடுத்திருக்கின்றனர். இடதுகை துடுப்பாட்ட வீரர் நேசரூபன், வலதுகை துடுப்பாட்ட வீரர் ஆதித்யன், இந்த 2 பேரும் பொறுப்பான இணைப்பாட்டத்தை புரிந்து ஸ்ட்ரைக் ரொட்டேஷன் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய துடுப்பாட்ட பரிமாற்றங்களை செய்து கொண்டால் நிச்சயமாக எதிரணிக்கு ஒரு அழுத்தத்தை கொடுக்கும். இப்போது இந்து கல்லூரி கொழும்பு செய்ய வேண்டியது தங்களுடைய களத்தடுப்பில் இன்னும் நேர்த்தியை கொண்டு வர வேண்டும், இன்னும் அழுத்தத்தை கொண்டு வர வேண்டும், ஓட்டங்களை கட்டுப்படுத்த வேண்டும். இவர்கள் இந்த ஸ்ட்ரைக் ரொட்டேஷன் செய்வதை தடுத்துக் கொள்ள வேண்டும். அதற்கான முனைப்பை இப்பொழுது காண்பிக்கின்றார் அணித்தலைவர். களத்தடுப்பு மாற்றம் ஒன்றை மீண்டும் 2-3 மாற்றங்களை செய்திருக்கிறார். இப்பொழுது பந்து வீசுகிற இடதுகை பந்து வீச்சாளரான யுவராஜ் லெப்ட் ஆர்ம் ஓவர் த விக்கெட் மூலமாக இடதுகை துடுப்பாட்ட வீரருக்கு பந்து வீச போகிறார். இது அவரது 3வது பந்து.
slightly outside the off stump, driven away nicely towards the extra cover region. No run, 9 for the loss of 2 wickets. A few singles have crept in, and Jaffna Hindu really trying to grit it out, trying to fight their way out and get back into this game.
இந்த இணைப்பாட்டம் மிக முக்கியமான ஒன்று என்று சொல்லிக் கொண்டிருக்கும் பந்து சூப்பரான பந்து உண்டு, அருமையான பந்து.
Very good delivery indeed. Possibly didn't turn at all, just came on. Maybe just a little bit of deviation, beats the outside edge. Very, very close indeed. A very good delivery. Let's look at it. Oh, that's lovely. That's lovely.
The left arm spinners, இடதுகை பந்து வீச்சாளர்களுக்கு இருக்கின்ற ஒரு நேர்த்தி, ஒரு அழகு. இந்த பந்துகள் அப்படியே ஆம் பால் போல திரும்பாமல் பந்து அப்படியே அதே ஆங்கிளில் போகும். அது இடதுகை துடுப்பாட வீரர்களுக்கு இன்னும் அதிகமான சிரமத்தை கொடுக்கக்கூடியது. இப்போதெல்லாம் நிறைய பேர் மேட்சப்ஸை பற்றி கதைக்கிறார்கள். பொதுவாக இடதுகை பந்து வீச்சாளர் இடதுகை துடுப்பாட வீரருக்கு பந்து வீசக்கூடாது, இது எழுதப்படாத விதியாக மாற்றிவிட்டார்கள். ஆனால் உண்மையில் இடதுகை பந்து வீச்சாளர்கள் தான் இடதுகை துடுப்பாட வீரர்களை அதிக தடவைகள் ஆட்டமிழக்க செய்து வருகின்றார்கள். அண்மை காலத்தில் அவதானிக்கக்கூடிய விடயம். அதை ஏனோ இந்த நவீன கால தலைவர்கள் குறிப்பாக T20 சர்வதேச போட்டிகளை பயன்படுத்துவதே இல்லை. இந்து கல்லூரி குழுவின் பந்து தலைவர் தேஷ்கர் அதை துணிச்சலாக பயன்படுத்திக் கொண்டிருக்கிறார். ஓங்கி அடிக்கப்படுகின்ற பந்து இதுவரைக்கும் இந்த ஒரு 4 ஓட்டமும் பெறப்படவில்லை. அந்த முதலாவது பவுண்டரியாக இது மாறுமா இல்லை, அதை மிகச்சிறப்பான கடத்தரப்பு நம்புகிறேன். தடுத்திருக்கிறார் போல தெரிகிறது. ஓடி வந்து அந்த பந்தை எல்லை கூட்டுக்கு முன்னதாக பாய்ந்து பந்தை தடுத்திருந்தார். சந்தோஷ் அந்த பந்தை எடுத்து இப்பொழுது வீசி அடித்திருந்தார். ஆமா, 4 ஓட்டங்கள் அல்ல.
Yeah, I think a bit of runs going on, but Jaffna Hindu would like it. It's a very good shot indeed. Flighted outside the off stump. Played it fairly nicely, and very good fielding indeed, right at the boundary line.
இந்துக்களின் பெருச்சவர் கொழும்பு P.Sara மைதானத்தில் இடம்பெற்றுக் கொண்டிருக்கிறது. இந்த நாளில் இந்த போட்டியானது நாணய சுழற்சியில் யாழ்ப்பாணம் இந்து கல்லூரியின் வெற்றியோடு ஆரம்பித்து இப்பொழுது தொடர்ச்சியாக நடந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறது. இந்த போட்டியை பொறுத்தவரையில் முதலில் நாணய சுழற்சியில் வென்ற யாழ்ப்பாணம் இந்து கல்லூரி துடுப்படுத்தாட விருப்பம் தெரிவித்து இப்பொழுது அவர்கள் துடுப்படுத்தாடி கொண்டிருக்கும் போது இந்த போட்டி இப்போது இந்து கல்லூரி கொழும்பு தன்னுடைய ஆதிக்கத்தை செலுத்தி 2 விக்கெட்டுகளை கைப்பற்றியிருக்கிறது. மீண்டும் ஒரு பந்துவீச்சு மாற்றம் இப்பொழுது இடம்பெறுகிறது. சந்தோஷ் இப்பொழுது மறுமுனையில் இருந்து கொண்டு வரப்படுகிறார் போல தெரிகிறது. வேக பந்துவீச்சாளர் 3 ஸ்லிப் அவருக்கு கடத்தரப்பில் இப்பொழுது ஈடுபடுத்தப்படுகிறார்கள். 7வது ஓவர் முடிவடைந்து 8வது ஓவர் 11 ஓட்டங்களுக்கு 2 விக்கெட்டுகள் இழந்திருக்கும் நிலையில் மீண்டும் ஒரு வேக பந்து வீச்சாளரை கொண்டு வருவது பொருத்தம் என்று நம்பியிருக்கிறார். அவர் இதுவரைக்கும் பந்து வீசிய முனையிலிருந்து எதிர்முனையில் இப்பொழுது பந்து வீச ஆரம்பித்திருக்கிறார்.
I mean, good choice to bring back Santosh in. Probably you got to get your premier fast bowler into the act as soon as possible. Just bowling him for like 2 overs is not good enough. But I'm still wondering as to why he was changed from the other end to this end. Possibly, in this end, Yadav was bowling pretty nicely. Took a couple of wickets as well. So possibly, they could have continued with the same combination. But having said that, it is what it is. Let's see what Santosh can offer on this side. That's a bit short. Down the leg side, no chance of a run. That's 11 for the loss of 2 wickets. Sometimes, what happens is when you're doing well at one end, and then you sort of when you're taken out, you probably lose your rhythm a little bit more. So I hope that it's not going to be the same for Santosh. Santosh can get back in, but in the meantime, Jaffna, you are actually letting the Jaffna Hindu boys, the opponent team, into the game. You are letting them come back into the game. And that's not something pretty smart, but Jaffna Hindu love it. So far, I think Adityan and Niranjan has showed a fair amount of composure, except for a couple of loose shots. It's a pretty good delivery indeed, and a good, nice defensive technique by Adityan. Bat and pad close together, just angling it at the last moment towards the point region.
ஆதித்யன் 20 பந்துகளை சந்தித்திருக்கின்றனர். எனவே அவருக்கு இந்த ஆடுகளத்தை பற்றி ஒரு நேர்த்தியான எண்ணம் வந்திருக்கக்கூடும். இப்படி ஆடுவது என்று சொல்லி ஒரு ஐடியா அவருக்கு கிடைத்திருக்கும். 20 பந்துகளில் 5 ஓட்டங்கள். சந்தோஷின் இந்த பந்தை மிகச் சிறப்பான முறையில் எதிர்கொண்டிருந்தார். மிக தெளிவாக துடுப்பை கால் காப்புக்கு முன்னால் கொண்டு வந்து அது எந்த விதத்திலும் தன்னுடைய துடுப்பை தாண்டி சென்று விடக்கூடாது என்பதை மிக கவனமாக கையாட்டிருந்தார். சிறப்பான ஆட்டம் ஒன்று. இப்போது இந்த போட்டியில் மிக முக்கியமான ஒரு தருணம், முக்கியமாக யாழ்ப்பாணம் இந்த கல்லூரிக்கு தேவையான இணைப்பாட்டம் ஒன்றை கட்டி எழுப்பிக் கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். ஆதித்யனும் நிருஜனும் 11 ஓட்டங்கள் 2 விக்கெட்டுகள் இழந்தது. இப்பொழுது மேலும் ஒரு ஓட்டம் கிளான்ஸ் செய்துவிட்டார். ஃபைன் லெக் திசையில் அவருக்கு ஒரு ஓட்டம் இப்பொழுது கிடைத்திருக்கிறது.
That's the score moves on to 12 for the loss of 2 wickets. Santosh 2.3 overs, 5 for no wicket, and Nirujan fighting it out along with Adityan, trying to bring some sanity in. Jaffna really trying it out nicely. I mean, it's not a very difficult pitch to bat on. It's a nice pitch to bat on. The conditions are pretty good. A bit hot, I would say, but it's a good atmosphere to go ahead and bat. It's just that some good bowling by Jaffna Hindu College Colombo has gotten those 2 wickets. Yadav has been pretty nice indeed, pretty impressive indeed, and of course Santosh as well from the other end, which actually resulted in those 2 wickets for Yadav.
சந்தோஷின் அடுத்த பந்து இடதுகை துடுப்பாடு இருக்கு. ரைட்டா முகமது திசையில் வீசுகிற பந்து நேர்த்தியான பந்து அதை சிறப்பான முறையில் தடுத்து ஆடுகின்ற நிருஜன். ஓட்டம் எதுவும் இல்லை. 8வது ஓவர் 12 ஓட்டங்கள் 2 விக்கெட் கிடைக்கிறது.
Loshan, Jaffna Hindu has a fairly good batting lineup. They've got some good batters in with the likes of, I think, Subarnan scored a 171 very recently. They have Preethigan and Premikan, 2 experienced players. Nitish is a very young guy and fairly experienced as well. He played in the last big match. Of course, Bhavanan got dismissed. Then they have the good fast bowler in Hariharan, a very impressive square arm bowler. He's been troubling this Hindu College batters over the last couple of episodes. So they do have a very good team indeed, and very experienced team indeed.
And remember, Deshka said that he has a very good bowling lineup, balanced lineup. He was a little bit disappointed that he couldn't win the toss and bat first, but still he had a lot of confidence in his bowlers. And like that, he has used his 3 premium bowlers at the moment and taken 2 important wickets. இந்த இடத்துல அருள்மொழி அண்ணா அவர்களை பற்றி நாங்கள் சொல்ல வேண்டும். குறிப்பாக இலங்கையின் இளையோர் கிரிக்கெட்டில் வளர்ந்து வரும் கிரிக்கெட் வீரர்கள், பாடசாலை கிரிக்கெட் வீரர்கள், கழக மட்டத்திலிருந்து அடுத்த கட்டத்துக்கு முன்னேற போகின்ற வீரர்களில் மிகுந்த கவனம் வைத்திருக்கின்ற ஒருவர். எப்போதெல்லாம் எனக்கு இந்த இளம் வீரர்களை பற்றிய கேள்வி சந்தேகம் வருகிறதோ, இல்லாவிட்டால் அவர்களை பற்றி தேட வேண்டும் என்ற ஆர்வம் இருக்கிறதோ, இவரை தொடர்பு கொண்டால் போதும் அத்தனை பேரையும் அப்படியே பட்டியலிட்டு கொண்டு வருவார். அந்த அடிப்படையில் யாழ்ப்பாணம் இந்த கல்லூரி வீரர்களின் பந்து வீச்சு, துடுப்பாட்டம் இரண்டின் பலத்தை பற்றி ஞாபகப்படுத்துகிறது. அதுபோல் இந்த கல்லூரி கொழும்பை பொறுத்தவரையில் கடந்த காலங்களில் இந்த பெருஞ்சமரிலே யாழ்ப்பாணம் இந்த கல்லூரியின் ஆதிக்கம் அதிகமாக இருந்தது. அதையெல்லாம் இம்முறை 75வது ஆண்டிலே பெற்றுக்கொள்வதற்காக மீண்டும் ஒரு தடவை சிறப்பான அணி ஒன்றை உருவாக்கி இருக்கின்றார்கள். அதன் அடிப்படையில் தான் இப்போது அவர்கள் பந்து வீசி கொடுக்கிறார். விரிவாக பேசுவோம். இப்பொழுது 8 ஓவர்கள் 12 ஓட்டங்கள் 2 விக்கெட்டுகள் இழந்தது.
இதெல்லாம் போய் கொண்டு கிரவுண்ட்ல ஒன்று கொடுக்கிறேன். That's interesting indeed. Now the second fast bowler coming in, Harsha Muthumina. Probably should have done it at the start. I still would say, though Yadav took 2 wickets, it's a good move. But Harsha Muthumina, again, a very experienced campaigner. More of a batter who can bowl. And he's scored some good runs over the last couple of years. So good to see another fast bowler coming in, Harsha Muthumina, a very experienced campaigner, trying to dislodge this pair of Adityan and Nirujan. 2 young Jaffna Hinduites trying to get back into the game.
ஹர்ஷ முத்துமினா இன்னும் ஒரு வேக பந்து வீச்சாளர். இப்பொழுது இந்த கல்லூரி கொழும்பு சார்பாக பந்து வீச வந்திருக்கிறார். சந்தோஷ் ஆரம்பத்திலே பந்து வீசி அந்த முனையிலிருந்து அவர் பந்து வீச இப்பொழுது வந்திருக்கிறார். எனவே வனாத்தமுல்லை என்று நம்புகிறேன். அந்த முனையிலிருந்து இப்பொழுது அவர் பந்து வீச புறப்பட்டிருக்கிறார். இந்த மைதானத்தை பொறுத்தவரை இந்த மைதானத்தின் ஒவ்வொரு மூலை முடுக்கும் எங்களது சர்வதேச வீரர்கள் பல பேரது பெருமையை சொல்லக்கூடிய ஒன்றாக அமைந்திருக்கிறது. அதன் அடிப்படையில் இன்று யாரோ ஒரு புதிய ஹீரோ ஒருவர் இங்கே கட்டி எழுப்பப்படுகிறார். ஒருவர் அல்ல, பல பேராக இருக்கலாம். அது யார் என்பதற்கு தான் இங்கே போட்டி ஒரு சான்றாக அமைய போகிறது. 2 ஓட்டங்களை வேகமாக ஓடி பெற்றுக் கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். 2வது பந்தில் 2 ஓட்டங்கள். இப்பொழுது அந்த ஓட்டங்கள் ஆதித்யனுக்கு சொந்தமானவை. ஆதித்யன் கொஞ்சம் இப்பொழுது தன்னுடைய துடுப்பாட்டத்தில் தன்னம்பிக்கை அதிகம் கொண்டவராக தெரிகிறார். பந்துகளை மிக லாபகமாக கையாண்டு கொண்டிருக்கிறார். வேக பந்து வீச்சாளர்கள் ஹர்ஷ முத்துமினா வந்த பிறகு அவரை எதிர்கொண்ட விதத்தில் மிகச் சிறப்பான முறையில் கையாண்டார். 1வது பந்திலே 2 ஓட்டங்களை எடுத்திருக்கிறார். எனவே இந்து கல்லூரி கொழும்பின் பந்து வீச்சை படி இருக்க யாழ்ப்பாணம் இந்து கல்லூரி 14 ஓட்டங்களாக தன்னுடைய ஓட்டு எண்ணிக்கை அதிகரித்திருக்கிறது. இந்த இடத்தில் நாங்கள் ஒரு முக்கியமான விடயத்தை ஞாபகப்படுத்த வேண்டும். இந்த இந்துக்களின் பெருஞ்சமர் என்பது தனியே கிரிக்கெட்டோடு ஓய்ந்து விடாது. இன்று மாலை சொல்லாடல் இடம்பெறுகிறது. மாலை 5 மணிக்கு இன்று பாம்பலப்பட்டி சரஸ்வதி மண்டபத்தில், இந்து கல்லூரிக்கு அருகே உள்ள அந்த மண்டபத்திலே ஒரு மிக முக்கியமான சொல்லாடல் இடம்பெற போகிறது. இது இந்த காலத்தில் அரசியலை பற்றி மிக தெளிவாக பேச போகின்ற ஒரு விடயமாக அமைந்திருக்கிறது. கடந்த காலங்களில் எல்லாம் இந்த சொல்லாடல் தலைப்புகளை பொறுத்தவரையில் நிச்சயமாக மிக பெரும் ஆர்வத்தையும் பரபரப்பையும் ஏற்படுத்துகிறது அமைந்திருக்கும். ஒரு குறிப்பிட்ட காலத்தின் அரசியல் சூழ்நிலையை எடுத்துக்காட்டுகின்ற தலைப்புகளாக பொதுவாக எங்கள் தலைப்புகள் அமைந்திருப்பது வழக்கம். அந்த வகையில் இம்முறை இடம்பெற போகின்ற தலைப்பு நிச்சயமாக இந்த அரசியல் அரங்கங்களை சூடுபிடிக்க வைக்கும். அதுபோல நாளைய தினம் ஊடக வெளியில் இதுதான் அதிகமான பேச்சாக இருக்க போகிறது. என்பிபியின் வடக்கு கிழக்கின் வளர்ச்சிக்கு மிக முக்கியமான காரணமாக அமைந்திருப்பது தமிழ் மக்களின் அபிலாஷைகள் மாற்றமடைந்திருப்பதா இல்லையா என்ற தலைப்பிலே வருடாந்த விவாத பெருஞ்சமரில் மோதிக்கொள்ள போகின்றார்கள் இந்து கல்லூரி கொழும்பு மற்றும் யாழ்ப்பாணம் இந்து கல்லூரி விவாதிகள். எனவே இந்த விவாத பெருஞ்சமருக்கான உங்களை அன்போடு அழைக்கிறோம். மேலும் ஒரு சிறந்த துடுப்பாட்டம், ஆனால் இப்போதும் 4 ஓட்டம் எதுவும் கிடைக்கவில்லை. இதுவரைக்கும் இந்த போட்டியின் 9வது ஓவர் இப்பொழுது வீசப்பட்டுக் கொண்ட நேரத்தில் இதுவரைக்கும் எந்த ஒரு 4 ஓட்டமும் கிடைக்கவில்லை என்பதை ஞாபகப்படுத்தும். அதுபோல இன்னொரு விடயத்தை சொல்ல வேண்டும். கால்பந்தாட்ட பெருஞ்சமரம் இம்முறை இடம்பெற போகுது. தனியே இது கிரிக்கெட்டுக்கான காலம் மட்டுமல்ல, இந்துக்களின் பெருஞ்சமர் என்று வரும்போது இந்த 2 மிக பெரும் பாடசாலைகள் 400 கிலோமீட்டர் இடைவெளிகள் இருந்தாலும் இதயத்தால் ஒன்றுபட்ட 2 இந்து கல்லூரிகளுக்கு இடையில் கிரிக்கெட் போட்டிகள் இன்றும் நாளையும் இடம்பெறும். அதுக்கு பிறகு நாளைய மறுதினம் பழைய மாணவர்களுக்கு இடையிலான கிரிக்கெட் போட்டி ஒன்று இடம்பெற போகிறது இதே கொழும்பு P.Sara மைதானத்தில். அதுக்கு பிறகு மாலை வேளையில் அன்றைய நாள், அதாவது 15ஆம் தேதி ஞாயிற்றுக்கிழமை மாலை வேளையிலே கால்பந்து பெருஞ்சமர் இடம்பெற போகிறது இந்து கல்லூரி கொழும்பு மைதானத்தில். இதுவரைக்கும் இலங்கையிலே மிகச்சிறந்த கால்பந்தாட்ட பாடசாலைகளில் ஒன்றாக பெருமை கொண்ட மகுடம் சூடிய 90களிலும் 2000களிலும் அதிகமான கிண்ணங்களை வாரி குவித்த இந்து கல்லூரி கொழும்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலே கால்பந்தாட்டத்தில் தனக்கு ஒரு பாரம்பரியத்தை வைத்திருக்கின்ற யாழ்ப்பாணம் இந்து கல்லூரியோடு மோதிக்கொள்ள போன்ற கால்பந்தாட்ட போட்டி காணவும் உங்களை அன்போடு அழைக்கிறோம். தயவு செய்து நீங்கள் இலங்கையின் எந்த பகுதியில் இருந்தாலும் இந்த நாட்களை, குறிப்பாக வார இறுதி நாட்கள் நாளைய மறுதினமும் அதை முழுமையாக பயன்படுத்திக் கொள்ளுங்கள். இன்று மாலையும் மறக்காமல் சொல்லாடல் காணவும் அன்போடு வாருங்கள். 16 ஓட்டங்கள் 2 விக்கெட்டுகளை இழந்து.
16 for the loss of 2 wickets. Jaffna Hindu on their path to recovery, doing fairly well now, feeling a little bit settled. Harsha Mutumina from the Manathavala road end. The ball comes off pretty slowly off the track, and the batsman has ample time to just nudge it into the offside cordon for no run. Adityan looking fairly solid now and pretty sedate as well.
சந்தோஷின் பந்து வீச்சில் ஒரு பவுன்ஸ் எதிரி குதிக்கும் தன்மை இருந்தது. அவரது ஓப்பன் ஆர்ம் ஆக்ஷன் அதுக்கு ஒரு காரணமாக இருக்கலாம், அவரது உயரம் அதுக்கு ஒரு காரணமாக இருக்கலாம். ஹர்ஷமுத்துவினை பொறுத்தவரையில் இந்த ஹிட் த டெக் பவுலர் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய பந்தை வேகமாக கொண்டு உள்ளே பதிப்பதில் அவர் கூடுதலான கவனம் செலுத்துகிறார். ஆனால் ஒரு 2 பந்துகள் நிச்சயமாக இந்த ஆடுகளத்தில் துடுப்பாட வீரர்களுக்கு ஆபத்தை தரக்கூடியது என்பதில் மாற்று கருத்தில்லை. நல்ல ஸ்விங் செய்யப்பட்ட பந்து ஒன்று, சிறப்பான கடத்தரப்பு, அந்த கடத்தரப்பை தாண்டி கடத்தரப்பு முயற்சி என்று சொல்வது பொருத்தம், அதை தாண்டி பந்து எல்லைக்கோட்டை நெருங்கி சென்றது. மீண்டும் ஒரு தடவை 4 ஓட்டம் ஒன்று தடுக்கப்படுகிறது. சிறப்பான கடத்தரப்பு. இந்த கல்லூரி கொழும்பு தன்னுடைய கடத்தரப்பை மிக நேர்த்தியாக செய்து கொண்டிருக்கிறது. பந்துகள் எல்லைக்கோடுகளை கடப்பதை தடுத்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். 9 ஓவர் நிறைவில் 18 ஓட்டங்கள் 2 விக்கெட்டுகளை எடுத்து தொடர்ந்து அருள்மொழி அண்ணா அவர்களோடு தமிழ் மொழியில் இணைந்து கொள்ள எங்கள் அன்புக்குரிய பிரகாஷ் அவர்களை அழைக்கிறோம்.
ක්‍රීඩා තරඟ ක්‍රිකට් පාපන්දු එල්ලේ රගර් සංගීත සංදර්ශන මංගල අවමංගල උත්සව ඇතුළු සියලුම උත්සව අවස්ථාවන් වගේම ආගමික වැඩසටහන් දේශපාලන රැස්වීම් ඇතුළු සියලුම අවස්ථාවන් ගුණාත්මක බවින් යුතුව Facebook සහ YouTube ඔස්සේ සජීවීව විකාශය කරවා ගැනීමට අපව අමතන්න. සිලෝන් ඉවෙන්ට්ස් මාස්ටර් ලයිව් 077 2 71 67.
18 for the loss of 2 wickets at the end of over number 9. Now we got Santosh back from the commentary box end. Bowled a fairly good spell so far. 3 overs, not for 5. Started from the Manathavala end. Now he's moved into the scoreboard. The commentary box end. And they've lost. They've taken both the wickets were taken by Yadav, the off spinner, and he's been taken out now. Santosh continues with his second spell. A fairly tall, young, lanky lad, fairly tall, young, lanky lad. A good slips cordon. There are 2 slips, a gully, a point, a cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Again, a fairly in-out field. The a bit too short. I think Santosh had been a bit too short from this end. He's bowling it nice and full and getting the ball to swing a little bit from the other end, from the Vanathamul end. And ever since he came into the attack from the commentary box end, he's been a bit on the short side. He really should be sort of pitching it up, get the ball to swing a little bit. There's still a bit on offer for the batters, for the bowlers rather. There's a bit of grass cover, as Aravind Ali Silva said in the morning at the toss, or rather at the pitch report. There's a bit of grass cover. There could be a little bit of a hint of swing in the first session. So really have to pitch it up to get those balls move a little bit in order to make full use of it. There's no point in bowling it short and giving singles. They're not going to help. Hindu College Colombo, Jaffna Hindu really using it very well.
வணக்கம் அருள்மொழி அண்ணா.
வணக்கம் பிரகாஷ்.
இன்று காலை பெய்த சிறு மழையும் காலநிலை மாற்றங்களும் எமது இந்து கல்லூரி அணிக்கு மிகப்பெரிய ஒரு வாய்ப்பை ஏற்படுத்தி தந்திருந்தது என்று நான் நினைக்கிறேன் அண்ணா.
என்னென்னு சொன்னால் அது கொஞ்சம் விளையாடக்கூடிய தன்மையை கூட்டி இருக்குது. கொஞ்சம் ஆகலும் பக்கை இல்லாமல் வெயில் இல்லாமல் ஓரளவுக்கு ஒரு மிதமான தன்மை காணப்படுகிறது. ஆனால் இது இந்த ஆடுகளம் என்ற நிலைமை வந்து இரண்டு அணிகளுக்குமே சாதகமாக தான் இருக்கும் என்று சொல்ல வேண்டும். ஏனென்றால் இதில் ஃபாஸ்ட் பவுலர்ஸுக்கும் ஸ்பின்னர்ஸுக்கும் கூட நிறைய வாய்ப்புகள் இருக்குது. அதில் பேட்டர்ஸுக்கும் நல்ல பிட்ச், நல்ல கண்டிஷன்ஸ். இது அழகான ஒரு விறுவிறுப்பான போட்டிக்கு ஆதரவாக அமையும் என்று நம்புகிறேன்.
இந்த பிரிட்ஜோட க்ரீனரியை பற்றி நீங்கள் என்ன நினைக்கிறீங்க? கூட நினைக்கிறீங்களா, அது மத்திய அளவில் இருக்குன்னு நினைக்கிறீங்களா, இல்லாட்டி அதிகமாக இருக்குன்னு நினைக்கிறீங்களா?
இல்லை, இதில் இருக்கிற இந்த க்ரீனரி வந்து என்ன சொல்கிறது, அளவாக இருக்குன்னு சொல்லுவேன். ஏனென்றால் இது கொஞ்சம் ட்ரை கிராஸ் எனக்கு தெரிஞ்ச வரைக்கும். அதில் காலம் பார்க்கும்போது மொய்ஸ்டரோன்னு இருக்க இல்லை. அதனால் அந்த கிராஸ் என்ன ஆனால் அந்த ஏர்லி மார்னிங் இட்ஸ் a very good delivery indeed, beautifully bowled. That's a lovely delivery. That's the length he should really be hitting, in and out, ball in and ball out, and pretty nicely played by Nirujan. இந்த க்ரீனரி என்ன செய்ய சொன்னால் அது பிச்சை வந்து அப்படியே பைண்ட் பண்ணி வச்சிருக்கும். அப்போ அதனால் பிச்சை அகைன் காலம் அரவிந்த் டிஸ்ல சொன்ன மாதிரி பிச்சை உடைய விடாது, பிச்சை ஹோல்ட் பண்ணி வச்சிருக்கும். அப்போ அதனால் பேட்ஸ்மேனுக்கு நல்ல பிச்சாக இருக்கும். ஆனால் அதே நேரம் போலர்ஸுக்கும் ஒரு சின்ன அசிஸ்டன்ட் இருந்து கொண்டே இருக்கும். இதில்
சந்தோஷ் கொஞ்சம் லென்த்தை விட்டு வெளியில் போன மாதிரி இருந்துச்சு. ஆனால் திருப்பி ஒரு பேக் டு அவுட் ட்ரக்குக்கு வந்துட்டார்னு நினைக்கிறேன். மிகச்சிறப்பான முறையில் இதுக்கு முதல் பந்து வீசியிருந்தார். மீண்டும் சந்தோஷ்.
It's again a good length indeed. But again, the batters very, very watchful, not going for any ugly hoiks, not trying to do anything silly. They're just watchful, doing their job. I think Nirujan and Adityan have started settling down. They've settled down very nicely. They're just holding on right now. The score moved on. They've taken the score to 20 for the loss of 2 wickets. More than the runs, the amount of balls they've faced. I think Santosh has Adityan has faced 28 deliveries and Nirujan 19 deliveries. A fair amount of balls, deliveries, just to negate the threat of the initial early morning pressure.
Santosh, மீண்டும் ஒரு சிறப்பான பந்து, சிறப்பான ஒரு ஆட்டம்.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit too short in my opinion, and because the ball is not really coming on that fast, it's not generating that much of pace either. So when the moment you bowl short, it's very easy for the batters to sort of rock back and play it late as late as possible. Right now, okay, that's going on very nicely indeed. They've been bowling very well, very nicely indeed. I mean, they've been able to sort of rock back and start defending, push for the singles. Right now, since they're not settled down, once they settle down, they're going to take it downtown. They're going to sort of go after the bowling as well. So Santosh really has to sort of up his length a little bit more. That's beautifully floated, slightly wide outside the off stump, but that's the length. Probably have to bring the ball back in a little bit, the length line a little bit in. Pretty good over, except for a couple of short deliveries. He's come back to his length. He's bowling very nicely with a nice rhythm indeed.
நான் நினைக்கிறேன்னா லேட்டர் பார்ட் ஆஃப் த பவுலிங் சந்தோஷ் அவுட் ஃபார்முக்கு திரும்ப வந்துட்டார்னு நினைக்கிறேன். இது ஒரு நல்ல விஷயம் இந்து கல்லூரி கொழும்பை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும்.
That's the scorecard. Anish LBW bowled Yadav for 1. The very first wicket seemed a touch unfortunate. At least Anish was not very happy at all. He just did indicate to the umpire that it was off the bat. But it's the umpire's decision is final. Bhavanan caught Yuvaraj, a fantastic catch at mid-off. it was again a good sequence of bowling. Yadav really set it up nicely, kept it nice and tight on the stumps, and then threw one slightly wide outside the off stump, turning the ball in a little bit. Got the batsman caught in two minds, inviting him to go after it. He was trying to go for a hoik, and that's the wicket. And then, of course, in the bowling, Santosh opened the bowling along with Yadav. That's Harsha Muttumina. Oh, that's a good delivery. It's an attempt. He was looking for a run out. Would be an interesting replay if we can get that. Just wondering whether the non-striker was a little too lazy.
இந்துக்களுக்கு இடையிலான சமர் மிகவும் விறுவிறுப்பாக ஆரம்பித்து நடைபெற்றுக்கிட்டு இருக்கு கொழும்பு P.Sara ஸ்டேடியத்தில்.
Let's look at that. Okay, here we go. Yeah, that's a good... Oh, that would have been out. That really would have been out indeed. That was a bit too lazy by the non-striker. Smart thinking by the fielder, but unfortunately couldn't get the direct hit.
சென்ற முறையை விட இந்த முறை இந்து கல்லூரி கொழும்பு வந்து சிறந்த முறையில் பந்து தடுப்பாட்டத்தில் ஈடுபட்டிருக்குன்னு தான் நான் நினைக்கிறேன். ஏன்னா இதே கிரவுண்டில் இதே இடத்துலேருந்து போன முறை நான் மேட்சை பார்த்துக்கிட்டு இருந்தேன். அதை விட எத்தனையோ மடங்கு இந்த முறை அவங்கள்ட்ட களத்தடுப்பாட்டத்தை இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ணி எடுத்திருக்காங்க. ஆனால் இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் துல்லியமாக இருந்திருந்தால் இன்னொரு விக்கெட் ரன் அவுட் முறையில் எங்களுக்கு கிடைச்சிருக்க வாய்ப்பு ஒன்று இருந்துச்சு, அது நழுவி போயிடுச்சு.
Let's see Harsha Muttumina. That's again a good delivery. Batsman caught in two minds. Better to go after it. He was actually tempted to go for a square drive, but then again decided against it. Slightly off the inside edge. Good probing bowling by the Hindu college Colombo, but Jaffna Hindu. Rock as solid as a rock. They're really like trying to ride this wave so that they could really go after the bowling later on. Good attritional cricket, very good cricket indeed. Good attacking bowling by the Hindu College Colombo, and Jaffna Hindu up to the task, batting really well, settling down a little bit, very nicely. That's fishing outside the off stump. That's a loud appeal for a caught behind. Very, very loud appeal indeed. The batter unmoved and the umpire unmoved as well. That was a very good delivery, a probing delivery on the fourth stump channel, moving away a little bit.
முத்துமீனோட மிகச்சிறப்பான ஒரு பந்து வீச்சுன்னு சொல்லணும். ஒரு நூலிலையில் தவற விடப்பட்டுச்சுன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். அது வந்து துடுப்பாட்ட வீரரோட மட்டையை. இந்து கல்லூரிக்கு வாய்ப்புகள் வந்துக்கிட்டு தான் இருக்குது. கடவுள் கண் திறந்து பார்க்குறாரு, ஆனால் சரியாக பார்க்குறாராங்கிறது ஒரு பிரச்சனையாக இருக்குது.
That was very, very close to the bat. That was very close to the bat. But if never there's an indication, normally when the batter nicks it, he'll actually turn back and look at the keeper. But in this case, the batter, Adityan's head was just down. He wasn't really looking at the keeper. So possibly there was no bat involved, but it was very, very, very close indeed. Probably would have been a third umpire review if ever there is a review available for this game.
இந்த போட்டியில் ரிவ்யூ இருக்கானே?
இல்லை, இந்த போட்டியில் ரிவ்யூ இல்லை. இருந்திருந்தால் இது தேர்ட் அம்பையர் ரிவ்யூக்கு போயிருக்கலாம் என்ற ஒரு சந்தேகம் இருக்குது. ஆனால் சாதாரணமாக வந்து பேட்ஸ்மேனோட மட்டையில் பட்டால் அவர் விக்கெட் கீப்பர் திரும்பி பார்க்குறது வளமை. இந்த முறை அந்த பேட்ஸ்மேன் பார்க்கவில்லை என்றபடியால் அது மட்டையில் பட்டிருக்காது என்று எடுத்துக்கொள்ளலாம்.
மீண்டும் முத்துமீனா வனத்தமுள்ள சைடிலிருந்து மிகவும்
It's a good shot indeed, slightly drifting down the leg side, flicked towards the fine leg region for a single. 21 for the loss of 2 wickets. Jaffna Hindu yet to get a boundary, but they've been doing it when singles. They've been batting very well, fairly well, very steadily as well, and Hindu College Colombo is putting up a much improved bowling performance.
ක්‍රීඩා තරඟ ක්‍රිකට් පාපන්දු එල්ලේ රගර් සංගීත සංදර්ශන මංගල අවමංගල උත්සව ඇතුළු සියලුම උත්සව අවස්ථාවන් වගේම ආගමික වැඩසටහන් දේශපාලන රැස්වීම් ඇතුළු සියලුම අවස්ථාවන් ගුණාත්මක බවින් යුතුව Facebook සහ YouTube ඔස්සේ සජීවීව විකාශය කරවා ගැනීමට අපව අමතන්න. සිලෝන් ඉවෙන්ට්ස් මාස්ටර් ලයිව් 077 2 71 67.
ஆதித்ய நீருஜன் ரெண்டு பேருமே
Santosh back into the attack from the commentary box, and good to see a fairly good crowd being a Friday, and we would expect the crowd to sort of grow further as the day goes on, and then on day 2 as well. It'll be very, very interesting to see as to how it goes. Obviously, Hindu College Colombo being the home side probably will be getting more support, but of course there's a lot of Jaffna Hindu old boys who are living in Colombo and probably would have flown in from all over the world as well as from Jaffna. And that's shot and pulled away. Nope. In one bounce for a single towards the final leg region. I don't think he got it correctly. I don't think he really connected the ball very well. It was just probably off the top of the bat. Looped up a little bit on the first bounce to the final leg fielder for a single.
அந்த பந்து ஒரு பர்பஸாக போட்ட மாதிரி தான் இருக்குது. நான் அவரை ஹுக் பண்ண வைக்கிறதுக்குன்னே போட்ட பந்து மாதிரி தான் இருக்குது. அந்த ட்ரிக் வந்து சரியாக ஒர்க் பண்ணிச்சுன்னு தெரியல.
He was actually bowling it full, and then he sort of wanted to sort of go one shot bang in. But I think right now the ball is still new. This is only the 12th over. There's a little bit of life on the pitch, so he probably got to pitch it up time and time again. That's a bit too short. Left harmlessly. Just the amount of, it really would frustrate the bowlers, when they run in so hard and then bowl, put all the effort to put the delivery in, and the batter just sort of leaves it alone. And that's a frustrating sight indeed. So that's possibly that's a poor delivery. You really have to sort of keep it nice and tight, bowl it there and thereabouts. Santosh has been doing it all right so far. That particular delivery was pretty ordinary.
இன்று மாலை இந்து கல்லூரியிலே சொல்லாடல் களரி இந்துவின் இரு மைந்தர்களுக்கும் இடையிலே நடைபெற இருக்கிறது.
Santosh trying a few things over there. We went right, went around the stump, trying to bowl into the batter's pads. A single. The score moves on to 23 for the loss of 2 wickets. Adityan on 15, batting fairly well, very steady indeed, and Nirujan on 4.
12வது ஓவர் முடிய போகிற டைமில் இன்னும் ஒரு சிங்கிள் பவுண்டரி கூட கொடுக்காம கொழும்பு இந்து கல்லூரி விளையாடிட்டு இருக்கிறது மிகச்சிறப்பான ஒரு ஆட்டம்னு தான் சொல்லணும்.
But I think, it is okay. 23 for the loss of 2 wickets in 12 overs. Just the 2 wickets, it's too high for Jaffna Hindu, but they wouldn't be very unhappy with the fact that they've not scored a single boundary, because they've been looking fairly solid, except for a couple of deliveries which actually was going past outside the edge, outside the batter's edge, going past the outside edge. But they've been fairly solid, I would say. They've been fairly sedate, fairly solid, keeping it there and thereabouts, trying to sort of nurdle the singles, just to build on a partnership. They've already put on a partnership of 21 runs, around 20 runs, so that's a good start. They'll be really looking at building on it, because they have good batters to come in with Preethikan, Premikan, Subarnan, very, very experienced players. Nitish, a very, very handy player, very good batter and a good all-rounder as well. So they have a very strong batting lineup, who's back in the hut, who's there in the hut. So they really would be looking at this partnership to sort of build them a solid foundation, which is what the Jaffna Hindu boys are doing right now.
மீண்டும் சந்தோஷ். அவசரமே இல்லாமல் ஆறுதல் ஆடிக்கிட்டு இருக்காங்க ஜாஃப்னா இந்து கல்லூரி அணி.
Yeah, because this is a 2-day match. There's plenty of time in this game. Certainly there's going to be a result for sure. It's a very result-oriented pitch. 23 for the loss of 2 wickets in 11.5 overs. We have another 5 this session plus another 5 more sessions, which is a lot of time indeed. So as a result, it's a very good approach, because the bowling has been pretty tight, I would say. Except for a couple of deliveries, they have not dished out any loose deliveries at all. They've been bowling there and thereabouts, keeping it nice and tight, and Jaffna Hindu has been up for the task. It's again slightly short and slightly down the leg side. Santosh, though he had a good over in the last over, but this, by and large, from this end, he's been slightly on the short side. I really wish, if he can put it up a little bit and then, then throw the challenge to the batters. Mutumina back into the attack again from the Vanathamul end. It's slightly wide outside the off stump, a bit fuller as well, but again no damage done because the line was a little bit awry. He bowled a beautiful delivery in the last over, which just almost got that wicket, but after that, I mean, he's been bowling pretty reasonably all right. So Jaffna Hindu have been able to sort of manage this session so far after losing those first 2 wickets. They've done fairly well to sort of try to get back into the game. And Hindu College Colombo really putting up a good show over here. Harsha Mutumina, a very, very experienced campaigner and very good batter as well. That's a good delivery, slightly outside the off stump, but right on the back foot, just pushing it towards the short extra cover region for no run.
இதுவரை நடைபெற்ற ஆட்டத்தில் இந்து கல்லூரி மிகச்சிறப்பான முறையில் பந்து வீசி ஜஃப்னா இந்து கல்லூரியை வந்து அமைதியாக வச்சிருக்கல வெற்றி பெற்றுச்சுன்னு தான் சொல்லணும். இது தொடருமா அல்லது நிலை மாறுமா? ஏன்னா பேட்ஸ்மேன்கள் வந்து ரொம்ப ஆழ்ந்த அமைதியாக விளையாடிக்கிட்டு இருக்காங்க. அவங்க அப்படியே நின்று நிதானித்து விளையாட பார்க்குறாங்க. முத்துமீனா மீண்டும் ஒரு முறை லெக் சைடில் அடிச்சுட்டு ஒரு ரன் பெற்றுக்கிறாங்க. ஒரு சிங்கிள் ரன் கூடுது யாழ் இந்து கல்லூரிக்கு.
Yeah, I think Hindu College Colombo should be looking to take wickets. They should be like in this session because, as again Aravind De Silva did say earlier, it will help the batters as the day goes on. So if they don't take wickets, then they're going to be on a leather hunt, to be honest. Because Jaffna Hindu does have a very, very good batting lineup. As I said before, they have the brothers Preethikan and Premikan. They have Subarnan. They have Nitish. They have a host of other players who can bat pretty well. So they really, Hindu College Colombo should be really going after the wickets. That's a bit outside the leg stump, down the leg side, wasted delivery. It's a one-day wide or a white ball wide, but fortunately this is not white ball, this is red ball, so no white cold. For those who are white ball geeks would be wondering as to why that wasn't called white. No, that's not a wide in red ball cricket. It's only a wide in white ball cricket.
அருள்மொழி அண்ணா சொன்ன மாதிரி நேரம் போக இந்த பிச் இன்னும் காஞ்சிக்கிட்டு போகும் அடிக்கிற வெயிலுக்கு. அப்போ இன்னும் பேட்ஸ்மேனுக்கு இது வாய்ப்பாக தான் அமையும். ஆகவே எடுக்கிற விக்கெட்டுகளை ஏர்லியாக எடுத்துக்கிட்டால் தான் அது இந்து கல்லூரிக்கு வாய்ப்பு அமையும். மீண்டும் முத்துமீனா மிகச்சிறப்பான முறையில் ஒரு பந்து, அது நோபாலாக அறிவிக்கப்படுகிறது. மீண்டும் ஒரு நோபால்.
The score moves on to 25 for the loss of 2 wickets. This is the 15th Battle of the Hindus, the 75th year anniversary of Hindu College Colombo, so a milestone year for Hindu College Colombo, and it's a 15th big match, so it's a milestone big match as well, being played at this historic venue of P.Sara Stadium, fondly called as P.Sara Oval. That's slightly outside the off stump and off the outside edge as well. I think Harsha Mutumina is producing a few deliveries here and there, which troubles the batter. Let's look at that's slightly on the short side. Kept a little low. Bit on the short side, kept a little low as well. But luckily no damage done. 25 for the loss of 2 wickets. A good delivery again, angling in. Coming on with the arm, angled into the pads. No run. 25 for the loss of 2 wickets at the end of over number 13.
ඔබේ ආදරණීය තරු පෙළ ගැස්ම කීර්ති පැස්කුවෙන් පෙන් සමශනා සොසිල් ප්‍රනාන්දෝ බෙහින්දු ආරියරත්න බැලන් ඇන්ඩ්‍රියා සචී මදුරංගගේ සුපිරි සංගීත රටාවට එදා මෙදා තුර බයිල ඉතිහාසයේ අමතක නොවන ගීත රසක් දැන් එකම වේදිකාවක POTV නානිකාංක 100 හරහා Back to the Baila. මතකයිනි දවස මාර්තු 14 සවස 6:30ට.
தொடர்ந்தும் அடுத்த ஒரு வீசுறதுக்கு சந்தோஷ்
That's nicely floated delivery outside the off stump, pushed into the covers. Could have easily driven it as well, but pushed into the covers for no run. 25 for the loss of two wickets, 13.1 overs as after those initial two early breakthroughs. Rather two early wickets. Jaffna Hindu has been now slowly and steadily building up a partnership. They're putting up a show here. Some good attritional batting by Adityan and Nirujan. In fact, Jaffna Hindu is yet to score a single boundary, but they've scored 25 runs for the loss of two wickets in 13.1 overs. Santosh coming in, steaming in, bowling with a lot of energy. That's again a no ball. That's again a no ball. This is possibly the third no ball of the day so far. Santosh's second as well as Harsha Muthumina's as Harsha Muthumin also bowled a no ball. They really have to cut this down. You can't afford to bowl no balls and give extra runs. Oh, that's the line belongs to the umpire. The line belongs to the umpire. Yes, that's touch and go, but that's still called a no ball. 26 for the loss of two wickets. Wide outside the off stump, left alone.
எந்த ஒரு அவசரமும் எந்த ஒரு ஆத்திரமும் இல்லாமல் மிகவும் ஆறுதலாக யாழ் இந்து கல்லூரி அணி ஆடிக்கிட்டு இருக்கு. எங்களுக்கு வேண்டிய அளவு நேரம் இருக்குது. ஆல்ரெடி நாங்கள் 2 பேரை பறி கொடுத்துட்டோம். ஆகவே ஆறுதலாக அடித்து ஆடுவோம், அவசரம் இல்லைன்னு சொல்லி மிகவும் நிதானமாக துடுப்படுத்த ஆடிக்கிட்டு இருக்காங்க யாழ் இந்து கல்லூரி.
I mean, this is very good batting indeed, in no hurry at all. Earlier, of course, there was a bit of rush of blood, couple of bad, poor strokes, and even the Bhavanan's wicket was a poor stroke as well. But after that, they've settled down nicely and then playing the ball on his merits. But again, also credit to the Hindu College Colombo. They've been bowling very nicely indeed, except for a few loose deliveries. They've been there and thereabouts, keeping it nice and simple, nice and straight, nice and tight, just bringing those subtle variations in once in a while, and they're just keeping a nice tight leash indeed. A good game of attritional cricket. But Jaffna Hindu probably would do well to sort of start doing a little bit more strike rotation just to keep the scoreboard ticking. But again, having said that, they still have plenty of time and plenty of batters to come in. So 26 for 2 in 13.3 overs.
சந்தோஷ் இன்னும் ஒரு அவுட் சைட் தி ஆஃப் ஸ்டம்ப் வந்து பேட்ஸ்மேன் அதை அடிக்காமலே விட்டுறாரு விக்கெட் கீப்பருக்கு. மிகவும் நிதானமான முறையில் துடுப்பாடிக்கிட்டு இருக்காங்க யாழ் இந்து கல்லூரி. எந்த அவசரமும் இல்லை, ஆறுதலாக விளையாடுவோம்.
Santosh into sixth over so far has bowled pretty nicely, but in this over it seems to be tiring a little bit, just a little bit I would say. But we got to be easy on the kids as well, because this is hot and sapping, pretty hot indeed. It looks sweaty and very, very hot outside. That's nicely floated into the pads again, played with soft hands onto the onside region for no run. Good tight over except for that no ball. He's into his 6th over so far, has given away only 10 runs. And Jaffna Hindu still stays on 26 for the loss of 2 wickets. This is the 14th over in progress. Probably the players will be looking for a well-earned drinks break. But let's see when they get the drinks break. Nicely played, slightly upishly I would say. Oh, that's a bit of misfield. But no damage done. Like to see the replay again. Was it off that edge? Was it a chance? Possibly not, but that's still a single. 26 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Pure Sports, Creedavo Finfinban.
ක්‍රීඩා තරඟ ක්‍රිකට් පාපන්දු එල්ලේ රගර් සංගීත සංදර්ශන මංගල අවමංගල උත්සව ඇතුළු සියලුම උත්සව අවස්ථාවන් වගේම ආගමික වැඩසටහන් දේශපාලන රැස්වීම් ඇතුළු සියලුම අවස්ථාවන් ගුණාත්මක බවින් යුතුව Facebook සහ YouTube ඔස්සේ සජීවීව විකාශය කරවා ගැනීමට අපව අමතන්න. සිලෝන් ඉවෙන්ට්ස් මාස්ටර් ලයිව් 077 2
POHD+ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ එකම True HD නාලිකා අත්දැකීම. මෙතෙක් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ හඳුන්වා දුන් විශාලතම HD නාලිකා එකතුව ඇතුළත් අලුත්ම පැකේජය දැන් POTV වෙතින්. දෙස් විදෙස් HD නාලිකා 37ක් ඇතුළුව නාලිකා 150කටත් වඩා වැඩියෙන් අත්විඳින්න. මාසෙටම රුපියල් 3125ක් පමණයි.
That's the Jaffna Hindu batting card for you. Anish LBW bowled Yadav for 1. Bhavanan, Courtview, Raj bowled Yadav for 1. And then, of course, from that point onwards, Adityan and Nirujan have steadied the ship a little bit. A fair amount, I would say. Adityan, wicket-keeper batter, 15 of 42 deliveries, and Nirujan, 5 of 33 deliveries. They put their head down and played nicely so far. Jaffna Hindu, at the end of over number 14, 26 for the loss of 2 wickets. And in bowling, the bowling was started by T. Santosh. Santosh has bowled a good spell so far, 6 overs, not for 10. Yadav, who opened the bowling on the other side, so far yet to give a run, 3 overs, 3 maidens, and he took both the wickets to fall for the day. And then, of course, he was ably supported by Yuvraj, 2 overs, not for 7, and Harsha Muthumina, 3 overs, not for 9. So Yadav, the chief wicket taker, and now back in action. Let's see who's going to bowl now. Seems to be a bit of medium pace coming in. Again, fast bowling. Good to see Mr. Chandra Shafter, the oldest living Ceylon cricketer, Sri Lankan cricketer, I would say. A very avid cricket fan. And a very well-renowned former cricket administrator as well, former manager of Sri Lanka cricket team, former manager of the Sri Lankan national cricket team as well. And he was a former fast bowler who played for Ceylon way back in good old days. At the age of 96, 97, he's still there, young and energetic as ever. I saw him in Jaffna Hindu College last time as well, up in Jaffna, all the way over there. It's a good delivery. Beaten outside the off stump. Going for a bit of a slash. It's Harsha Muthumina again. Bowling to Adityan. Lucky not to get an edge.
இந்த கல்லூரி இன்னுமே சிறப்பான முறையில் தான் பந்து வீசிக்கிட்டு இருக்கு. இன்னும் யாழ் இந்த கல்லூரிக்கான ஒரு வாய்ப்பு அமையலை அடிச்சாடுறதுக்கு. இன்னுமே அவங்க ஒரு சிக்கன் மேட்டில் தான் விளையாண்டுக்கிட்டு இருக்காங்க. கொழும்பு இந்து கல்லூரி மிகச்சிறப்பான முறையில் பந்து வீசி யாழ் இந்து கல்லூரியை குறிப்பிட்ட ஓட்ட எண்ணிக்கை 26 ரன்களுக்கு 2 விக்கெட்டுங்கிற ஓட்ட எண்ணிக்கையிலே வச்சிருக்கு. மிகச்சிறப்பான பந்து வீச்சுன்னு தான் சொல்லணும். மிகச்சிறப்பான பந்து வீச்சு, மிகச்சிறப்பான துடுப்பாட்டம், களத்தடுப்பு.
Slightly wide outside the off stump, no damage done. The earlier one, I thought the batter was stuck on the crease, neither forward, no back, didn't have enough space and time to go after that. Just switched the bat at it, lucky not to get a touch, but it was a pretty good length indeed, a very confusing length ball by Muthumina. Jaffna, Colombo Hindu really looking nice with the smart outfits, and of course Jaffna Hindu really trying hard to break their shackles. 26 for the loss of 2 wickets.
ஹர்ஷா முத்துமினா ஜோடி மிகச்சிறப்பான முறையில் பந்து வீசி யாழிந்து கல்லூரியை குறைஞ்ச ஓட்ட எண்ணிக்கையில் தொடர்ந்து வச்சிருக்கு. மிகவும் ஒரு சிறப்பான இன்னும் ஒரு பந்து முத்துமினாவுடன் வந்து.
As said before, Jana Shakti has been very supportive of cricket right throughout the island, and they've been supporting the Battle of the Hindus for a pretty long time indeed. I saw Mr. Chandra Shafter coming in a train to Jaffna all the way last year, and he spent almost both the days at the venue watching cricket, and I had a nice interview as well with him. So thank you very much, Mr. Shafter and the Jana Shakti team, for helping these youngsters. It's a slightly slow delivery. Just angled in towards the gully region for no run.
இன்னும் 26 ஓட்டங்களுக்கு 2 விக்கெட் என்கிற நிலையிலேயே யாழ் இந்து கல்லூரி ஆடிக்கிட்டு இருக்கு. மிகச்சிறப்பான பந்து வீச்சுன்னு தான் சொல்லணும். களத்தடுப்பும் இந்த முறை மிகச்சிறப்பாக இருக்குது இந்த கொழும்பு இந்து கல்லூரியோடது. ஆகவே யாழ் இந்து கல்லூரி கைகளை வீசி அடித்து இந்த முறை ஆட முடியாமல் ஒரு குறிப்பிட்ட எல்லைக்குள்ளே கோட்டுக்குள்ளே நின்று விளையாட வேண்டிய ஒரு கட்டாயத்தில் விளையாண்டுக்கிட்டு இருக்காங்க. அவங்க எடுத்து ஆட முடியாமல் இருக்காங்க. ஒரு பயம் அவங்க மனசுக்குள்ளே ஓடிக்கிட்டே இருக்குது, விளங்குது அவங்க துடுப்பாட்டத்தில். மீண்டும் முத்துமீனா.
That's slightly short. Is that a beamer? Not too sure whether it's above the waist. That's the first boundary of the day. That's the first boundary of the day for the Jaffna Hindu boys. Possibly it was a misdirected one. Slightly above the waist. Possibly he lost grip of it and that's been duly punished. 4 runs. Adityan.
யாழ் இந்து கல்லூரி தன்னுடைய முதலாவது 4 ஓட்டத்தை இப்போ பெற்றிருக்கு. அது ஒரு சிறந்த துடுப்பாட்டம்னு சொல்ல முடியாது. அவர் கையில் இருந்த நழுவி போன பந்துன்னு தான் சொல்லணும். அந்த பந்துக்கு ஒரு 4 ஓட்டத்தை பெற்றுக்கிட்டாங்க. யாழ் இந்து கல்லூரி தனது முதலாவது 4 ஓட்டத்தை பதிவு செய்து மொத்த ஓட்ட எண்ணிக்கை 30, 2 விக்கெட்டில் பெற்று.
And that's a no ball as well because of the height. It was above the waist height as well. So it was a misdirected delivery and of course duly punished as well. A good shot to be honest. That's nicely bowled. Right on the channel. Keeping it nice and tight. No damage done. 31 for the loss of 2 wickets at the end of over number 15.
இப்போ அளந்து தான் குடிக்கிற ரேஷன். Introduction of spin again, reintroduction of spin. Now it's the skipper himself, Ramanathan Teskar, very, very experienced campaigner. I remember he took a 5, if I remember right, he took a 5 at the P.Sara in 2023 and even in 24-25 also bowled fairly well. For leading wicket taker and for the Colombo Hindu boys. That's tossed wide outside the off stump. Going for a slash. That will be a good battle because Deskar is a type of bowler who will probably toss it up a little bit and he'll fly and invite the batters to go after him. And the batters were not in a mood, but let's see how they're going to react to this. It's a good move to bring Deskar in. That's a nice delivery indeed. Loopy, nice delivery. Trying to pitch it around off stump and then bring it back in, trying to get it straightened in a little bit. With the angle, he's not going to get too much of turn, but he can, if he can straighten a little bit, he can just really hit those he can target those inside edges. That's full outside the leg stump. Probably drifting down the leg, going for a sweep. Slightly too full, I would say. Loud appeal, but no damage done. Oh yeah, that's pitched outside the leg stump. No chance of a dismissal there. It's a good delivery. Very good delivery indeed. Ramanathan Deskar. Good start so far. The skipper leading from the front. Nirujan still batting on 5. 37 பந்துகளை சந்திச்சு இன்னும் 5 ஓட்டத்தோட நிருஜன் ஆடிக்கிட்டு இருக்காரு. மீண்டும் தேஷ்கர். முதல் ஓவர்லேயே மிகச்சிறப்பான முறையில் தேஷ்கர் தனது பந்து வீச்சு ஆரம்பிச்சிருக்காரு. மிகவும் சிறப்பான பந்துகள் தான் சொல்லணும். மீண்டும் தேஷ்கர் நிருஜனுக்கு.
Bit on the short side, slightly on the short side, slow off the pitch, pushed back to the short cover fielder. No run. That's a maiden over. End of over number 16 is 31 for the loss of 2 wickets.
ඔබේ ආදරණීය තරු පෙළ ගැස්ම කීර්ති පැස්ටුවෙන් ප්‍රේම් සහශනාල් සුසිල් ප්‍රනාන්දු බෙහින්දු ආරියරත්න බැලන් ඇන්ඩ්‍රියා සචී මදුරංගගේ සුපිරි සංගීත රටාවට එදා මෙදාතුර බයිල ඉතිහාසයේ අමතක නොවන ගීත රසක් දැන් එකම වේදිකාවක POTV නාලිකාංක 100 හරහා Back to the බයිලා මතකයිනි දවස මාර්තු 14 සවස 6:30ට
இன்னைக்கு பின்மாலை நேரம் இந்துவின் சொல்லாடற் களரி மிகவும் ஒரு பரபரப்பான தலைப்போட நடைபெற இருக்குது. வடகிழக்கில் தேசிய மக்கள் சக்தியின் எழுச்சிக்கான காரணம் தமிழ் மக்களின் அபிலாஷை மாற்றங்களே இல்லை என்ற தரப்பிலே யாழ் இந்து கல்லூரியும் கொழும்பு மம்பலப்பட்டி இந்து கல்லூரியும் அனல் பறக்க விவாதிக்க இருக்கின்றன. ஆகவே விவாதத்தில் ஈடுபட்ட ஆர்வமான அனைத்து இந்துவின் பழைய மாணவர்களும் இக்கால மாணவர்களும் இந்த சொல்லாடற் களரியை காணத் தவறாதீர்கள்.
It's an interesting move, bringing back Santosh from the Vanathamul end where he bowled very well, and again, strangely enough, he was taken out and brought on from the other side. But now again, he's back into his favorite end, I would say, and that's pretty nicely bowled indeed. A good start, hitting the good length right away, and then getting some lift as well.
படையப்பா படத்தில் ஒரு வசனம் சொல்லுவாங்க, வயசானாலும் ஸ்டைலும் அழகும் குறையலன்னு சொல்லி. அதே மாதிரி எவ்வளோ நேரமானாலும் சந்தோஷ் தன்னுடைய அந்த வேகத்தை விடாமல் தொடர்ந்து பந்து வீசிக்கிட்டு இருக்காரு மிகச்சிறப்பான முறையில். ஆஹா, அது மட்டையில் பட்ட பந்தா படாத பந்தா? அம்பையர் எந்த சிக்னலும் வழங்கலை.
That's off the bat. It was again a poor delivery, slightly shorter. There we go, slightly off the inside edge and maybe brushed the pads as well. And it's a good stop, good sprawling stop at the fine leg region. That's 2 runs. Yep, it's off the inside edge as well as the thigh pad. So it's 33 for the loss of 2 wickets. Adityan on 21 and Nirujan on 5. Santosh into his 7th over.
இந்த பிடியை பிடிச்சிருந்தால் ஒரு மிகச்சிறப்பான பிடி எடுப்பு அமைஞ்சிருந்திருக்கும்.
That's nicely bowled indeed. Getting this radar back, bowling it nice and straight. Santosh is a youngster. I did have the privilege of working with him last year and even this year as well in playing Division 3 cricket. A very, very young, energetic guy, a very interesting cricketer with a lot of passion. Full of passion. Even if he's not in the team, he'll still support the team, be there and thereabouts, carrying water, doing those reserve duties. He's a good young cricketer who has a bright future ahead of him. Again, a good delivery. He's bowling a nice length and trying to vary his line a little bit. Just keeping it there and thereabouts. Keeping it nice and tight. 33 for 2. Being schoolboys, I think the loose deliveries, there would been few loose deliveries, but other deliveries other than that, they've been bowling it very nice and tight. And Jaffna again up to the task. Not really perturbed. They are just working their way out. It's a good delivery again. A bustling run, lanky, tall, high arm release action. Good arm release point as well, and just bang it into the pitch, trying to get the ball to deviate a little bit, ever so slightly.
மட்டைக்கும் பந்துக்கும் இடையிலான ஒரு மிகச்சிறந்த போட்டின்னு தான் சொல்லணும். மிகச்சிறப்பான முறையில் இதுவரைக்கும் கொழும்பு இந்து கல்லூரி மிகச்சிறப்பான முறையில் பந்து வீசிக்கிட்டு இருக்கு. ஏன்னா 33 ரன்களுக்கு 2 விக்கெட் அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு சின்ன ஓட்ட எண்ணிக்கையில் இன்னுமே யாழ் இந்து கல்லூரியை வச்சிருக்கு. மீண்டும் சந்தோஷ் வனத்தமுல்லை எண்டிலிருந்து.
That's again a very good delivery. Very, very good delivery indeed. It's very nice to see these youngsters bowling in there and thereabouts. And again, batters just, putting their head down, trying to fight it out. We'll come back after the short commercial break.
Introducing Pure HD Plus, Sri Lanka's ultimate HD entertainment experience. Get ready to dive into the largest collection of local and international HD channels in true high-definition quality. Experience HD with Sri Lanka's premium TV package that offers a full lineup of over 150 channels featuring all your favorites. Enjoy all of this for Rs 3,125 per month.
I think there's a swap in the fast bowlers, changing ends. Santosh bowling from the Vanathamulla end, and of course now we got back Harsha Muttumina from the commentary box end. It's a very carnival atmosphere, party atmosphere. There's a fair amount of crowd build-up coming in with the teachers, students, all boys, everyone is over there, and I'm sure it's going to get better and better. It's grow bigger and bigger. This is the 75th year celebration for Hindu College Colombo, and the 15th big match of the 15th episode of the Battle of the Hindus. Jaffna, remember Jaffna Hindu has won 3 consecutive games since 2023 right at this venue, and then of course 24 and 25 at Jaffna Hindu at their own den. That's a nice delivery again. Floated a little bit. Pushed nicely. Very good batting indeed. Pushed nicely to the left of the short extra cover fielder for a single. Good running as well. And then, of course, Jaffna Hindu again won back-to-back in 2024 and 25 at the Jaffna Hindu College ground. For those who are wondering as to how come, there were 2 consecutive games at the Jaffna Hindu grounds, I think we should thank the Jaffna Hindu College leadership and the organizers for allowing us to switch, because the Hindu College Colombo wanted the 2026 game to be played in Colombo in line with the 75th year anniversary. So Jaffna Hindu was gracious enough to accept to host 2 consecutive games and then let the Hindu College Colombo host this year. That's slightly short on the back foot, pushed towards the wide mid-off region for a single. That's nicely played. That's nicely played towards just past the bowler for no run.
வனத்தமுள்ள எண்டால பந்து வீசிக்கிட்டு இருந்த முத்துமீனா தன்னுடைய எல்லையை மாற்றிக்கிட்டு மற்ற சைடில் இருந்து இப்போ பந்து வீசிக்கிட்டு இருக்காரு. மீண்டும்
It's played nicely towards the onside for a single. Harsha Muttumina from the com box end. Again, Harsha Muttumina is a very, very experienced cricketer. Has played, I think he played, this is his 4th big match if I remember right. He did play in the 2023 one and again 24 and 25 as well. So a good set of youngsters coming up through the ranks and playing for their 3rd, 4th years. It's good for the cricket, it's good for the college as well as it's good for the youngster overall. It's slightly on the fuller side, defended very well. No chance of a single. So this is not only a cricket game. We do have a few things lined up for this celebrations for this episode. We have a debate competition, Soladal, at the Saraswati Hall at 5 p.m. today between the Jaffna Hindu and the Colombo Hindu folks. They have a nice topic, nice political topic lined up. Please be there. It'll be good fun, and it'll be very intriguing as well. And also there is I believe for the first time there is also soccer big match being played between the two Hindus. The Battle of the Hindus. There's a soccer game as well tomorrow, and also there's an old boys match as well between the Jaffna Hindu and Colombo Hindu old boys tomorrow. Not tomorrow. The soccer game is on Sunday, as well as the Battle of the Hindus. Battle of the Hindu old boys is also happening on Sunday. My apologies for that.
மீண்டும் கொழும்பு இந்து கல்லூரி தன்னுடைய சுழல் பந்து வீச்சாளர்களை களமிறக்கியிருக்கு.
Yep, there is change in bowling. That's nicely bowled. That's very nicely bowled indeed. Angling in and then trying to take it away. I believe that's Yadav into the attack. He's bowled superbly so far. 3 overs, 3 maidens, and he's taken both the wickets for the day. It's a bit strange that he was taken out after just those 3 maiden overs. Not too sure about that particular tactic by the batter. Sorry, by the fielding side captain, by Deshkar, of taking him out after bowling just 3 overs, and he's bowled 3 maidens and taken 2 wickets as well. Initially, I thought they made the mistake of opening with a spinner. They should have opened with both fast bowlers, but that being done now, Yadav, after producing that result, shouldn't have been taken out that early. That's nicely bowled. Keeping it again very nice and straight. Yadav has been very, very miserly. He's yet to concede a single run, I would say. Let me check this. Yep. 3.5 overs, 2 wickets for no runs. Yet again, that's the 4th consecutive maiden for Yadav. That's the 4th consecutive maiden for Yadav. Divakaran Yadav, 4 overs, 4 maidens, no runs and 2 wickets. What a phenomenal bowling figure so far. Looks like there's a double bowling change, both the paces being taken out. And Deshkar just came for 1 over, and now again is given it back to... Oh no, it's going to bowl. No, he has given it back to Yuvraj, I believe. That's that left arm spinner. Again, Deshkar, after bowling 1 good over, he did bowl very well. He was landing it very nice and straight. And now he's again taken him off. He gave it off to Harsha Muthamina, and then of course now he brought back in Yadav. Yadav was a bit up and down today. He bowled a couple of full tosses. He couldn't really control the bowls as well. He did bowl a beauty, which just beat the batter. But now, let's say, with the ball being slightly older, let's see what he can do. A very experienced campaigner, by the way. It's a bit too short. That's a loud appeal for caught behind. That was a short ball, should have been punished. But the batter really missed on that opportunity. Let's see the replay. It was a very loud and confident appeal indeed. But no damage done.
இரண்டு பக்கமும் சுழற் பந்துகளை இறக்கி கொழும்பு இந்து கல்லூரி விளையாண்டுகிட்டு இருக்கு. இப்போ யுவராஜ் மீண்டும் ஒரு முயற்சி.
That was very, very close indeed. That was very close. The earlier one was... Let's see the replay of the previous delivery. That looked very close indeed. It looked way too close. Okay, nice little delivery indeed. Yuvraj settling into a nice rhythm. The first one, which was beaten, was actually a short one, should have been punished. The next two deliveries, the next one was a little too close to cut, and this one was a peach of a delivery indeed. It's a good delivery. Another appeal. There is a plea from the bowler. It's an absolute plea from the bowler. He was on his bended knees. Let's see what he's saying. Oh, that looked very, very, very close indeed. That looked very close. Probably would like to have another one to see whether it was just going down the offside. But that looked very, very close. Very interesting indeed. It's a good delivery. Very good probing over, Prakash. Very nice over from Yadav so far. Sorry, from Yuvraj. I mean, earlier with the new ball, he was struggling it to sort of grip it properly, but now he's settled into a nice rhythm and he's bowling it pretty nicely indeed. And as I said before, as I say that, it just drifts one down the leg side, goes for a single. That's 2 runs. That is nicely paddled towards the square leg region for 2. The score moves on to 38, but that LBW shout was really, really, really close indeed.
Introducing Pure HD Plus, Sri Lanka's ultimate HD entertainment experience. Get ready to dive into the largest collection of local and international HD channels in true high-definition quality. Experience HD with Sri Lanka's premium TV package that offers a full lineup of over 150 channels featuring all your favorites. Enjoy all of this for Rs 3,125 per month.
ஆரம்பிக்கிறது. யாதவ் மீண்டும் பந்து வீச வந்திருக்கின்றார். இப்பொழுது கட்டாயமாக இந்த இணைப்பாட்டத்தை உடைக்க விக்கெட் ஒன்று வேண்டும். 2 விக்கெட்டுகள் இழக்கப்பட்ட பிறகு இப்போது 35 ஓட்ட இணைப்பாட்டத்தை புரிந்து யாழ்ப்பாணம் இந்து கல்லூரி தங்களுடைய ஓட்ட எண்ணிக்கை திடப்படுத்தியிருக்கிறார்கள். ஆதித்யன் 24 ஓட்டங்கள் மிகச் சிறப்பாக ஆடிக்கொண்டிருக்கிறார். மறுமுனையில் 49 பந்துகளை சந்தித்து நேருஜன் 8 ஓட்டங்களை எடுத்திருக்கிறார். எனவே இந்த கன்சல்டேஷன் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய மிகச் சிறப்பான அடித்தளம் ஒன்றை இட்டு இணைப்பாட்டம் ஒன்றை புரிந்திருக்கிறார்கள். அடுத்து வரப்போன்ற சுபர்ணன் மற்றும் இதர வீரர்கள் மிகச் சிறப்பான முறையில் ஆடுவதற்கு ஒரு நல்லதொரு அடித்தளத்தை இட்டுகிறார்கள். யாதவ் இதுவரைக்கும் இப்போது 5வது ஓவரை பந்து வீசுகிறார். இதுவரைக்கும் 4 ஓவர்களில் வெறும் 2 ஓட்டங்களை மாத்திரம் ஒரு ஓட்டத்தை மாத்திரம் கொடுத்து 2 விக்கெட்டுகளை கைப்பற்றியிருக்கிறார்.
So that was the first run of Yadav's bowling, which was in the previous delivery. That's a bit short. That's a bit too short on the leg side as well. He was trying to. I'm not too sure what Yadav was trying to do. There has been bowling very nicely. He was just trying to fire it in a little bit. 39 for 2. Jaffna Hindu really crawling back. They're back into the game for sure.
கடுமையான வெயில் இங்கே கொழும்பிலே இங்கே P.Sara மைதானத்தில் இப்போது 30 பாகை செல்சியஸாக தான் வெப்பநிலை காட்டுகிறது எங்களை பொறுத்தவரையில். ஆனால் வெளியே உண்மையில் இது 32-33 பாகை செல்சியஸாக இருக்கலாம். வெட்ட வெயிலில் பந்து வீசி கொண்டுகிட்ட துடுப்படுத்தாடி கொண்டுகிட்ட எங்கள் தம்பிகளுக்கு இது மிக பெரும் சிரமமாக இருக்கும். ஆனால் ரசிகர்கள் மிக பெரும் உற்சாகத்தை வழங்கி கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். இன்னும் அதிகமானோர் வரலாம். இந்த P.Sara மைதானத்தின் விசாலமான இடப்பரப்பு உங்களது வருகைக்காக காத்திருக்கிறது. இப்போதான் 20 ஓவர்கள், இந்த நாளில் இன்னும் 75 ஓவர்களும் நாளைய தினம் முழுவதுமாக இருக்கிறது. எனவே ஒரு விறுவிறுப்பான போட்டி ஆரம்பித்திருக்கிறது. மீண்டும் ஒரு பந்து நேர்த்தியான துடுப்பாட்டம், எந்த ஒரு ஓட்டமும் இல்லை.
Loshan, I think the Jaffna Hindu boys have put their head down and batted fairly well. I mean, they rode the pressure. They took it on their strides and they've been pretty sedate. Yeah, they did try a couple of hikes, but other than that, they batted fairly well, I would say.
Seriously. And yeah, they are batting according to the situation. Now they have done the hard work. They have done a platform. 21 ஓவர்கள் 39 ஓட்டங்கள் 2 விக்கெட்டுகளை இழந்து 24 ஓட்டங்களோடு ஆதித்யன்.
ක්‍රීඩා තරඟ ක්‍රිකට් පාපන්දු එල්ලේ රගර් සංගීත සංදර්ශන මංගල අවමංගල උත්සව ඇතුළු සියලුම උත්සව අවස්ථාවන් වගේම ආගමික වැඩසටහන් දේශපාලන රැස්වීම් ඇතුළු සියලුම අවස්ථාවන් ගුණාත්මක බවින් යුතුව Facebook සහ YouTube ඔස්සේ සජීවීව විකාශය කරවා ගැනීමට අපව අමතන්න. සිලෝන් ඉවෙන්ට්ස් මාස්ටර් ලයිව් 077 2
P.Sara மைதானத்திலிருந்து மீண்டும் நேரடியாக இலங்கையிலிருந்து உலகம் முழுவதும் உங்களை இந்த நேரலை மூலமாக சந்திக்கிறோம். ஏராளமான அனுசரணையாளர்கள், நிறைய நலம் விரும்பிகள், அதுபோல 2 இந்துக்களின் மைந்தர்களது நிறைய அன்பு உறவுகளோடு இந்த போராட்டம், துடுப்பாட்ட போராட்டம் இடம்பெற்றுக் கொண்டிருக்க, தூக்கி அடிக்கப்படுகிற பந்து யாரும் இல்லாத இடத்தில் நோ மேன்ஸ் லேண்ட் ஆங்கிலத்தில் சொல்வார்கள். அந்த பகுதி வழியாக தேர்ட் மேன் திசையில் 2வது ஓட்டம் இல்லை, ஒரு ஓட்டம் தான், ஒரு ஓட்டம் எடுக்கக்கூடிய வாய்ப்பு.
I mean, he was never to the pitch of that ball. He just came down the track. He just came down the track straight and just swung his bat, hoping for the best. It actually caught off the outside edge, just went over the slips. Lucky to get that run.
இந்த இடத்தில் இன்னும் ஒரு முக்கியமான விடயத்தை மீண்டும் ஞாபகப்படுத்த வேண்டும். நாளைய தினம் 2வது நாள், அதுக்கு பிறகு நாளை மறுதினம் சிநேகபூர்வமான பழைய மாணவர்களுக்கு இடையிலான கிரிக்கெட் போட்டிகளும் அதுபோல கால்பந்தாட்ட போட்டியும் 2 கல்லூரிகளுக்கும் இடையிலான கால்பந்தாட்ட போட்டியும் இடம்பெற போகிறது. அது இந்துக்களின் பெருச்சவராக இடம்பெற போகிற கால்பந்து தொடர். இதுபோல நாளை மறுதினம் ஒரு நாள் போட்டி இடம்பெற போகிறது. முதல் தடவையாக இந்த 2 கல்லூரிகளுக்கும் இடையில் ஒரு நாள் போட்டி, மட்டுப்படுத்தப்பட்ட 50 ஓவர்கள் கொண்ட போட்டி இடம்பெற போகிறது. அதுபோல இன்று மாலை 5 மணிக்கு சொல்லாடல், 2 கல்லூரிகளுக்கும் இடையிலான விவாதிகளுக்கு இடையிலான மாபெரும் சொற்சமர் இடம்பெற போகிறது. இது 5 மணி முதல் கொழும்பு பாம்பலப்பட்டி சரஸ்வதி மண்டபத்தில் இடம்பெற போகிறது. உங்களுடைய அன்போடு அங்கேயும் வரவேற்கிறோம். மிகச்சிறப்பான கிளான்ஸ் ஒன்று, ஒரு ஓட்டம் நிச்சயமாக கிடைக்கிறது. இடது கை துடுப்பாடு வீரர் நேருஜன் அதை இலகுவாக தட்டிவிட்டு தன்னுடைய ஓட்ட எண்ணிக்கையை இப்பொழுது இரட்டைப்படை ஓட்டங்களாக 10 ஓட்டங்களாக மாற்றியிருக்கின்றன. 42 ஓட்டங்கள் யாழ்ப்பாணம் இந்த கல்லூரி.
Yeah, Loshan, I think Yadav has been, sorry, not Yadav, I'm saying Yuvraj has been a little bit iffy. He's bowled some beautiful deliveries, but in the meantime he's bowled some rank loose deliveries as well. A couple of full tosses he did bowl. I mean, this one was down the leg side, sliding down. Probably didn't get the due punishment in. That's a bit risky. That is dangerous. Of course, padding way outside the off stump. If that had come in a little bit, it would have been a dead beat.
யுவராஜின் உயரம், அவரது இடது கை பந்து வீச்சிருந்த ஆங்கிள் உண்மையில் அவருக்கு பல நேரங்களில் வசதியாக இருந்தாலும் கூட அருளானா சொன்னது போல ஒரு சில மிகச்சிறப்பான பந்துகளுக்கு இடையில் மிக சராசரியை விட மோசமான பந்துகளையும் வீசிக் கொண்டிருக்கிறார் என்று பார்க்கிறோம். நேர்த்தியான ஒரு பந்து வீச்சு கட்டுக்கோப்பான லைனிலே விழுந்து கொண்டிருந்தால் நிச்சயமாக இங்கே விக்கெட்டுகள் கிடைக்கக்கூடியது. P.Sara மைதானம் இலங்கையின் மிகச்சிறந்த சுழல் பந்து வீச்சாளரான முரளிதரனுக்கான சொந்த மைதானமாக அமைந்திருந்தது. பின்னால் ரங்கநகரத்து இந்த மைதானத்தில் தன்னுடைய சொந்த கழகமாக தமிழ் யூனியன் கழகத்தில் ஆடியிருந்தார். இலங்கைக்கு டெஸ்ட் போட்டிகளில் அதிகமான போட்டிகளை ஆடிய லெக் ஸ்பின் பந்து வீச்சாளர் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய உப்பு சந்தன இந்த மைதானத்திலே ஆடிய ஒருவர். அவரிடம் கொஞ்ச காலம் நானும் இங்கே லெக் ஸ்பின் கொஞ்சம் பழகி இருந்தேன். சொல்லித்தானே வேணும், இந்த இடத்துல அது கொஞ்சம் சொல்லிக்காட்டு தானே வேணும். அதே போல இப்போது வியாஸ்கான், தீசன் விதூஷன் 2 பேரும் தரிந்து ரட்நாயக 2 கைகளாலும் பந்து வீசக்கூடிய பந்து வீச்சாளரும் இந்த மைதானத்தில் தான் ஆடிக்கொண்டிருக்கிறார். 22 ஓவர்கள் 42 ஓட்டங்கள். சனத்தோட கடைசி சொல்லிக்கொண்டு.
So that's, yeah, so I mean, in addition to and the two folks, of course, Darindu Ratnayaka did play over here, as well as even you said Vandasi also had played at Tamil Union. So, and of course now Vandasi is playing for Bloomfield. So it's a happy hunting ground for the spinners and the leggies especially.
இப்போது வியாஸ்காந்தின் தாயகமாக மாறி இருக்கிறது இந்த இடம். அதுபோல இப்போது 2 சுழல் பந்து வீச்சார்கள் 2 முனைகளும் பந்து வீசிக் கொண்டிருக்க இதை வாய்ப்பான முறையில் இந்த கல்லூரி கொழும்பு பயன்படுத்திக் கொள்ள வேண்டும். விக்கெட்டுகளை உடைக்க பார்க்க வேண்டும். அதுபோல ஒவ்வொரு சந்தர்ப்பத்திலும் துடுப்பாட்ட வீரர்களுக்கான அழுத்தத்தை கொடுக்க வேண்டும். காரணம் 2 பேரும் மொத்தமாக 20 ஓவர்களுக்கு மேலே 2 பேரும் சந்தித்த பந்துகளின் எண்ணிக்கை 51 பந்துகளை சந்தித்திருக்கின்றனர். நேருஜன், ஆதித்யன் 73 பந்துகள், எனவே 124 பந்துகள். 2 பேரும் சேர்ந்து 20 ஓவர்களை தாண்டி விட்டார்கள். எனவே அவர்களுக்கு இந்த ஆடுகளத்தை பற்றி நன்றாக ஓரளவு விடயங்கள் புரிந்திருக்கும். இந்த 2 பேரில் ஒருவரை ஆட்டம் இழக்க செய்வது கட்டாயம் இப்பொழுது முக்கியமான தேவையாக இருக்கும். யாதவ் முதல் பந்து மிக நேர்த்தியான பந்து, இடதுகை துடுப்பாட்ட வீரருக்கு அப்படியே உள்ளே புகுந்து வந்த பந்தை துடுப்படுத்தாடாமல் இருந்திருக்க முடியாது. அதை துடுப்பினால் தடுத்திருந்தார். ஓட்டம் எதுவும் இல்லை. இது 23வது ஓவர், 42 ஓட்டங்கள். இன்றைய மதிய போசன் இடைவெளி வரை விக்கெட் இழப்பில்லாமல் ஆடுவதுதான் யாழ்ப்பாணம் இந்து கல்லூரியின் நோக்கமாக இருக்கும்.
That's nicely played towards the offside. No run again. Yadav has been very, very miserly. He's been there and thereabouts. I think probably except for one delivery, he didn't bowl anything loose at all. He was just there and thereabouts, keeping it nice and tight, troubling the batters. Fantastic bowling indeed so far. 2 wickets for 1 run or 5 over. Oh, that's commentator's curse. That's an absolute commentator's curse. I was just praising Yadav, and he just lets loose an absolute rankful toss. I was searching for words like it could sound more sillier than that, but it was absolutely a rankful toss.
தமிழில் நாங்கள் இதை சொல்வதாக இருந்தால் அருள்மொழி அண்ணா அழகாக சொல்லிக் கொண்டிருந்தார். எப்படி யாதவ் மிக கஞ்சத்தனமாக சிக்கனமாக பந்து வீசுகிறார். இதுவரைக்கும் அவர் 1-2 இல்லாவிட்டால் ஒரே ஒரு மோசமான பந்தை தான் வீசி இருந்தார் என்று. அடுத்த பந்தே படு மோசமான பந்தாக மாறியிருந்தது. மிக மோசமான பந்து. இதுவரை இந்த போட்டியிலே வீசப்பட்ட மோசமான பந்து. யாதவின் மோசமான பந்து மட்டுமல்ல, மோசமான பந்து. இதைத்தான் கமெண்டேட்டர்ஸ் கர்ஸ் என்று ஆங்கிலத்தில் சொல்வார்கள். நேர்முக வர்ணனையாளர்களின் சாபம். இல்லாவிட்டால் நாங்கள் அந்த ஜிங்ஸ் என்று பொதுவாக இப்போது தமிழில் ஜிங்ஸ் தமிழ் வார்த்தை ஆகிவிட்டது. அப்படியாக சொல்லுகின்ற போது எப்போது நாங்கள் நேர்முக வர்ணனைகள் ஏதாவது ஒரு வீரரை பற்றி போடுகிறோமோ அவருக்கு உடனடியாக நடக்கின்ற ஆபத்தான இல்லாவிட்டால் பாதிப்பான விடயம் 4 ஓட்டங்கள்.
அதாவது அது மாறி நடைபெறுவதில்லை. ஒரு பெயரை இகழும் போது அவர் நல்ல விஷயம் செய்வது நடக்காது. ஆனால் புகழும் போது அது
மாறாதான் நடக்கும். சரி, கடைசியா அருள்மொழி அண்ணாவே தமிழ்ல பேச பண்ணிட்டாங்க இங்க. இப்பொழுது அடுத்த பந்து.
தாய்மொழியை மறக்க முடியுமா?
அதுதானே அருள்மொழி, தாய்மொழி. எங்களுக்கு ஒரு வரம். எங்கள் பாடசாலைகள் ஆடுகின்ற போட்டிகளை நாங்களே, அதுவும் சர்வதேச மைதானம் ஒன்றிலிருந்து மிகச் சிறப்பான வியூ. வேறு பேச்சில்லை, மறு பேச்சில்லை. என்ன ஃபேன் தான் கொஞ்சம் பிரச்சனை இங்கே. மற்றபடி ஒரு கொதிநிலையில் இருக்கிறோம். அது எப்போ மேட்ச் வென்றது எப்போ ஒரு ஹை டெம்பரேச்சர்ல தான் இருக்கும். ரசித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிறோம் போட்டியை. எங்களது ரசனை உங்களுக்கு நேர்முக வர்ணனைக்கு உதவியாக இருந்தால் நாங்கள் சந்தோஷப்படுவோம். 42 ஓட்டங்கள், இப்பொழுது 2 விக்கெட்டுகள் இருக்கு. இருபத்தி 23 ஓவரில் 46 ஓட்டங்கள், 2 விக்கெட்டுகள் இழந்து ஆதித்யன் இப்பொழுது 25 ஓட்டங்களோடும் நேருஜன் 14 ஓட்டங்களோடும் ஆடிக்கொண்டிருக்க, ஒரு முனையில் சுழல் பந்து வீச்சார்கள், 2 முனையில் சுழல் பந்து வீச்சார்கள், ஒரு முனையில் யாதவ், இன்னொரு முனையில் யுவராஜ் என்று 2 பேரும் வந்திருக்கிறார்கள். இந்திய பந்து வீச்சார்களை ஞாபகப்படுத்த குல்தீப் யாதவும் இங்கே யுவராஜ் சிங்கம் என்பது பொறுத்தான் பந்து வீச்சு. இடதுகை பந்து வீச்சார் யுவராஜ் இப்பொழுது வீசுகிற பந்து வலதுகை துடுப்பாடு வீரர் ஆதித்யனால் தடுத்தாடப்படுகிறது. 25 ஓட்டங்கள். ஆதித்யனிடம் நான் பார்ப்பது மிக நேர்த்தியான டெக்னிக்கல் கரெக்ட் துடுப்பாட்டத்தை பார்க்கிறேன். மிக நேர்த்தியான டிஃபென்ஸ். அதுபோல பந்துகளை அந்த மெரிட்டு கேட்டது போல சொல்வார்கள், பயிற்றுவிப்பாளர்கள் சொல்வார்கள், ஒரு பந்து எப்படியான தராதரமான பந்தோ அப்படியே கையாடுவது. அதுபோல மிகச்சிறப்பான பந்துகளை நேர்த்தியான முறையில் கையாடுகிறார். மோசமான பந்துகளை அவர் பதிலளிக்க தவறுவதில்லை என்று சொல்லிக் கொண்டிருக்கும் போது ஒரு பந்து ஃபுல் டோஸாக விழுந்த பந்து ஆட்டமிழப்பு கோரிக்கை விடுக்கப்படுகிறது. நடுவர் இல்லை என்று மறுத்திருக்கிறார்.
Yep, that was again close, but possibly drifting down the leg side. The bowling changes today has been a bit baffling, to be honest, Loshan. Let's talk about the bowling changes after this.
ஒரு அளவு ஷார்ட்டாக பதிந்த பந்து கவர் திசையில் மிகச்சிறப்பான ஒரு கவர் டிரைவ் 4 ஓட்டங்களை பெற்றுக் கொடுக்கும் போல தெரிகிறது. ஆமாம், கடத்தரப்பாளர்கள் 2 பேர் துரத்தி கொண்டு போனார்கள். 4 ஓட்டங்கள் கிடைத்திருக்கிறது. ஆதித்யனுக்கு மேலும் ஒரு பவுண்டரி. எனவே 50 ஓட்டங்களை யாழ்ப்பாணம் இந்த கல்லூரி இப்பொழுது அடைந்திருக்கிறது. 24வது ஓவரில் 50 ஓட்டங்கள்.
Yeah, that was a very good shot indeed. Slightly short, turning away, and the batters had enough and more time. Just rocked on the back foot, placed it through the covers for 4 runs. That was a beautiful shot. There we go. Yep. Look at the transfer of weight. Moving slightly away and then punching it through the cover region for 4 runs. Talking about bowling changes, look at this. I think they started off with the spin. They started off with Santosh. Santosh bowled very well, and then again they brought a spinner in. And after Santosh bowling 2 good overs over there from the Vanathamulla end, he was taken out. And then another spinner, then Yuvraj is brought in. And then we'll come back to that again, right? That's slightly offline. Again, as I said before, Yuvraj has been a bit all over the place. On the leg side, on the off side, slightly shorter, slightly fuller. In between, they bowled a few good deliveries as well. And then later on, they brought Yuvraj in. Yuvraj came in and bowled a couple of overs. And then after that, they swapped the fast bowlers in, where Harsha Muttumina came on the other side, and then they brought Santosh on this side. They didn't flip over, then brought back in. They brought Deshkar for 1 over. He bowled a maiden, and then he was taken out as well. So it's a bit, I'm not very sure, look, what's the plan is as to why this chopping and changing. That's it. That's the good catch indeed. That's a wonderful catch. Again, as we speak, Yuvraj was slightly up and down, this time again slightly wider. Was it a full toss by any chance? But it was a good catch indeed.
Full toss.
That's a very, very good catch. Possibly you could say it's a wicket against a run of play. Jaffna Hindu didn't look like losing a wicket. Yes, that's slightly dipping on him. At wonderful catch. That was a brilliant catch indeed. Let's see who the fielder is. Number 7.
ஆட்டமிழந்திருக்கின்ற இடதுகை துடுப்பாடு வீரர் நேருஜன் இப்பொழுது ஹர்ஷ முத்துமினா அந்த வேகப்பந்து வீச்சாளர் தான் இந்த பிடிக்க எடுத்திருந்தவர். 14 ஓட்டங்கள் சிறப்பான முறை நேருஜன் ஆடியிருந்தார். இப்படியான போட்டிகளை பொறுத்தவரையில் இது முதல் தர போட்டி, ஒரு டெஸ்ட் போட்டி போல 2 நாட்கள் இடம்பெறுகின்ற போட்டி. ஓவர் கணக்கில் நீங்கள் வேகமாக அடித்தாட வேண்டிய தேவையில்லை. எனவே பொறுமையாக ஆடுவது முக்கியம். அந்த வகையில் 58 பந்துகள் நின்று பிடித்து ஆடி மிகச்சிறப்பான முறையில் தன்னுடைய அணிக்கு ஒரு இணைப்பாட்டம் ஒன்றை கட்டி எழுப்பி கொண்டிருந்த வீரர் இப்பொழுது நேருஜன் ஆட்டமிழக்க செய்யப்படுகிறார். அருள் நான் சொன்னது போல நாங்கள் பந்து வீச்சு பரிமாற்றங்களை பற்றி பேசியிருந்தோம். மாறி மாறி அவ்வளவு சிறப்பான வீச்சு பரிமாற்றங்கள் அல்ல. சில நேரங்களில் ஏன் இப்படி மாற்றங்கள் நடத்தப்பட்டன என்று நாங்கள் யோசித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கும் போதே இந்த நேரத்தில் யுவராஜ் தேவையான விக்கெட் ஒன்றை எடுத்துக் கொடுத்திருக்கிறார். எனவே விளம்பர இடைவெளிக்கு பிறகு நாங்கள் மீண்டும் சந்திக்கும் போது இதை பற்றி பேசலாம். யாழ்ப்பாணம் இந்து கல்லூரி தன்னுடைய 3வது விக்கெட்டை இழந்திருக்கிறது. ஐந்தாம் இலக்க துடுப்பாடு வீரர் மிக பெரும் ஆரவாரத்தோடு கொண்டு வரப்படுகிறார். சுதர்ஷன் இப்பொழுது துடுப்படுத்தாட வருகிறார். அணித்தலைவர் சுதர்ஷன் சுபர்ணன் இப்பொழுது துடுப்படுத்த வருகிறார். இதனால் தான் மிக பெரும் ஆர்வம் இப்பொழுது இந்த பகுதியில். யாழ்ப்பாணம் இந்து கல்லூரியின் அணித்தலைவர் மிகச்சிறப்பான ஃபார்மில் இருப்பவர். அண்மையில் 171 ஓட்டங்கள் எடுத்திருந்தார். மிகச்சிறப்பாக தன்னுடைய பாடசாலை அணிக்காக. இந்த அணியின் மிக முக்கியமான துடுப்பாட்டு நம்பிக்கை தூண் சகோதரி வீரர், இந்த அணியின் சிரேஷ்ட வீரர், அணியின் தலைவர். எனவே இப்போது 51 ஓட்டங்களை கடந்திருக்கின்ற யாழ்ப்பாணம் இந்து கல்லூரி சற்று முன்னதான் அரை சதத்தை கடந்திருந்தது. நல்ல இணைப்பாட்டம் ஒன்று உடைக்கப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. எனவே அந்த வகையில் களத்தரப்பில் சிறப்பாக செயல்பட்டுக் கொண்டிருக்கின்ற இந்து கல்லூரி குழும்புக்கு கிடைத்த பரிசு என்றுதான் அதை சொல்ல வேண்டும். அவர்களது பந்து வீச்சு லைனில் கொஞ்சம் அங்கே இங்கே மாறுபட்டிருக்கலாம். ஆனால் களத்தரப்பில் அவர்கள் தொடர்ச்சியாக மிகச்சிறப்பாக தங்களை வெளிப்படுத்திக் கொண்டிருந்தார்கள். இதற்கு ஒரு விக்கெட் கிடைத்திருக்கிறது.
Yeah, that was a wonderful catch by Harsha Muttumina. It's a very difficult one indeed. First of all, regarding the delivery, it was a full toss, but I thought it actually dipped a little bit at the last moment, which resulted in, he was not able to middle it. He just got the bottom of the bat, and what a wonderful catch. That was diving forward, lunging forward. It was never easy at all. It was a beautiful, brilliant catch indeed by Harsha Muttumina. Hats off to the fielding coach. So far, the fielding of Jaffna, the Hindu College Colombo, has been absolutely spot on.
முதல் பந்து அந்த பந்தை விசிறி அடித்திருந்தார். அது ஸ்வீப் செய்ய முனைந்திருந்தார். ஆனால் பந்து துடுப்பிலே படவில்லை. ஓட்டம் எதுவும் இல்லை. எனவே இப்பொழுது ஓவர் நிறைவுக்கு வருகிறது. 24 ஓவர்கள் 51 ஓட்டங்கள் 3 விக்கெட்டுகள் இழந்தது.
ක්‍රීඩා තරඟ ක්‍රිකට් පාපන්දු එල්ලේ රගර් සංගීත සංදර්ශන මංගල අවමංගල උත්සව ඇතුළු සියලුම උත්සව අවස්ථාවන් වගේම ආගමික වැඩසටහන් දේශපාලන රැස්වීම් ඇතුළු සියලුම අවස්ථාවන් ගුණාත්මක බවින් යුතුව Facebook සහ YouTube ඔස්සේ සජීවීව විකාශය කරවා ගැනීමට අපව අමතන්න. සිලෝන් ඉවෙන්ට්ස් මාස්ටර් ලයිව් 077 2 71 77.
I mean, talking about the bowling changes, I think we were discussing about, there was a time where Yadav has bowled just 3 overs, 3 maidens, and had taken 2 wickets for no runs, and he was taken out inexplicably, and swapping the fast bowlers. Again, Santosh was bowling very well from the Vanathamula end. He was taken out after 2 overs, then brought back in on the other side. It was not too good. He lost his rhythm a little bit. Again, he's brought back on the other side, swapping the fast bowlers. And Deshkar, the captain, the premier bowler of the side, has just bowled 1 over, 1 solid over for maiden, and again he was taken out. So I'm not too sure what the thought process is. Probably if they had done it right, they could have even taken a few more wickets, and they could have put more pressure on the Jaffna Hindu. But having said that, Jaffna Hindu did well to ride this pressure, and they're back in the game. 51 for the loss of 3 wickets. Now Deshkar coming in, that's a good delivery, probing outside the off stump, spinning away.
தேஷ்கர் தன்னுடைய லெக் ஸ்பின் பந்து வீச்சோடு இப்பொழுது வந்திருக்கின்றார். மிகச்சிறப்பான பந்து வீச்சு பாணி அவருடைய பந்து வீச்சு பாணி. கையிலே அந்த லெக் ஸ்பின்னர்ஸுக்கு இருக்கின்ற அந்த சில இடங்களில் இருக்கின்ற அந்த வேரியேஷனோடு சேர்ந்து கூடிய அந்த கண்ட்ரோல் அவரிடம் இருக்கிறது என்று பார்க்க தெரிகிறது. இப்பொழுது அவர் மிகச்சிறப்பான முறையில் துடுப்படுத்தாடி 79 பந்துகளை சந்தித்திருக்கின்ற ஆதித்யனுக்கு பந்து வீசிக் கொண்டிருக்கிறார். ஆதித்யன் அவர் வீசிய 3 பந்துகளிலும் இதுவரை எந்த ஒரு ஓட்டங்களையும் எடுக்கவில்லை. 30 ஓட்டங்கள் ஆதித்யன். மிக பொறுமையாக ஆடிக்கொண்டிருக்கிறார் ஆதித்யன். அவரோடு அணித்தலைவர் சுபர்ணன் சேர்ந்திருப்பது அவருக்கு ஒரு தன்னம்பிக்கையை கொடுக்கக்கூடும், இன்னும் அதிகமான பொறுப்புணர்வை வழங்கக்கூடும். இது 25வது ஓவர். தேஷ்கர் இருக்கிறவே ஒரு ஓவர் பந்து வீசி ஓட்டமற்ற ஓவர் ஒன்றை வீசியிருந்தவர் இப்பொழுதும் ஆஃப் திசையிலே 2 கடத்தரப்பாளர்களை ஷார்ட் திசைகளை வைத்திருக்கின்றார். இது மட்டுமில்லாமல் கலியிலும் பாயிண்டிலும் கவர் திசையிலும் இல்லாவிட்டால் ஷார்ட் எக்ஸ்ட்ரா கவர் திசையிலும் ஒவ்வொரு கடத்தரப்பாளர்களை வைத்திருப்பதன் காரணமாக அந்த லைனில் தான் அவருடைய குறியாக இருக்க வேண்டும். விக்கெட்டுகளை எடுப்பதற்கு முனைந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறார். இப்போது அவர்களது குறியாக இருக்கக்கூடும் இந்த ஆதித்யனின் விக்கெட்டை எடுப்பது. ஓஹோ, சிறப்பான பந்து, ஒரு கூகுளி பந்தாக இருந்திருக்க வேண்டும். துடுப்பிலே பட்டு பந்து விக்கெட் காப்பாளர் தாண்டி பின்னால் சென்றிருந்தது. விக்கெட் காப்பாளருக்கு பின்னால் இருந்த கடத்தரப்பாளர் ஓடி சென்று பந்தை தடுத்திருந்தார். ஒரு ஓட்டம் கிடைத்திருக்கிறது.
That was a poor bit of keeping by the keeper. I thought he just stood up and did nothing. He could have probably should have been crouching. He should be staying down as late as possible, but he was just up there, just watching, just ball watching, and that's resulted in a run. He could have stopped that. These are little things I think these boys should learn to tighten their games. You can't let those singles go through. But yeah, Deshkar back from the Vanathamul end. That's a nice delivery again, looped into the pads for a single. The score moves on to 53 for the loss of 3 wickets. Subarnan off the mark.
இருபத்தாறாவது ஓவர் யுவராஜ் மீண்டும் பந்து வீச வந்திருக்கிறார். இதற்கு முந்தைய ஓவரில் தான் விக்கெட் ஒன்று எடுத்திருந்தவர். எனவே அந்த உற்சாகம் அவருக்கு இருக்கும். இப்பொழுது அவர் சுபர்ணனுக்கு எதிராக பந்து வீச போட்டார். சுபர்ணன் தன்னுடைய ஓட்டு எண்ணிக்கை ஆரம்பித்திருந்தார். கடந்த ஓவரின் கடைசி பந்திலே அவர் ஒரு ஓட்டத்தோடு இருக்கின்றார். ஆடுகளத்திலே ஆதித்யன் 30 ஓட்டங்களோடு ஆடிக்கொண்டிருக்கிறார். யாழ்ப்பாணம் இந்து கல்லூரிக்கும் இந்த கல்லூரி குழுவுக்கும் இடையிலான துடுப்பாட்டு பெருஞ்சமர் இது. முதல் பந்து ஓட்டம் எதுவும் இல்லை. இன்று மாலை சொல்லாடல் இடம்பெறவிருக்கிறது. ஒரு மிக முக்கியமான அரசியல் தலைப்பு. இப்போது மிக பெரும் சக்தியோடு அரசியல் பலத்தை எடுத்திருக்கின்ற தேசிய மக்கள் சக்தி என்று அழைக்கப்படுகின்ற NPPக்கு வடகிழக்கில் கிடைத்திருக்கின்ற பெருமளவான ஆதரவு. அவர்களது வளர்ச்சிக்கான மிக முக்கியமான காரணம் தமிழ் மக்களின் அபிலாஷைகளில் ஏற்பட்ட மாற்றம் இல்லை. இதுதான் இந்த விவாதத்தின் தலைப்பு. இந்து கல்லூரி குழும்பும் யாழ்ப்பாணம் இந்து கல்லூரியும் இந்த நாளில் இந்த விவாத பெருஞ்சமரில் ஈடுபட போகின்றன. இன்று மாலை 5 மணிக்கு கொழும்பு பம்பரப்பட்டி சரஸ்வதி மண்டபத்தில் இந்த விவாத பெருஞ்சமர் சொல்லாடல் இடம்பெறவிருக்கிறது.
Yuvraj into the attack from the commentary box end. Has taken that wicket, took that all-important breakthrough of Nirujan. It's a nice delivery, very good delivery indeed. On the offside, that's a line he should be bowling, right? But probably, maybe toss it up a little bit, get the ball to drift and turn a little bit here and there. But he should be operating in that line very consistently. But whereas he's been sort of all over the place today.
இந்த கல்லூரி குழுமுடன் நல்ல வேரியேஷன், வேறு விதமான பந்து வீச்சாளர்கள் இருக்கின்றார்கள். 2 வேக பந்து வீச்சாளர்களும் 2 விதமாக மிகச்சிறப்பான ஆட்டம் இழப்பு. இப்பொழுது ஆட்டம் இழந்திருக்கின்றார். பந்து அநேகமாக துடுப்பிலே பட்டு உருண்டு சென்று ஸ்டம்பை தகர்த்திருக்க வேண்டும் என்று நான் நினைக்கிறேன். இங்கே இருந்து பார்க்கும்போது யுவராஜுக்கு அவரது தொடர்ச்சியான லைன் மிகச்சிறப்பாக இருந்ததற்கு ஒரு அதிர்ஷ்ட விக்கெட்டாக அன்பு பரிசாக கிடைத்திருக்கிறது. அதுவும் ஆட்டம் இழந்திருப்பவர் யாழ்ப்பாணம் இந்து கல்லூரியின் தலைவர், மிகச்சிறந்த ஒரு பிக் ஃபிஷர் சொல்லக்கூடிய மிக பெரும் விக்கெட் சுபர்ணன் ஆட்டம் இழந்திருக்கிறார். துடுப்பிலை பட்டு பந்து உருண்டு சென்று துடுப்பாடு வீரர் சுதாரித்துக் கொள்ள முதல் விக்கெட்டை தகர்த்திருக்கிறது. எனவே போல்டு, பந்து விக்கெட்டை தகர்த்திருக்கிறது என்றுதான் ஸ்கோர் போர்டில் இவர்.
That was a very good delivery. Did pitch right at the block hole. Yes, it was actually off the boot. It ricocheted into the stumps. A very good delivery. It's a good length, by the way. It was almost like the batter got yorked himself. It was off the front boot, possibly off the bat as well, and then onto the stumps. And that's one run. That's an absolute big wicket indeed for the Hindu College Colombo. And Jaffna Hindu loses their big fish, the skipper, the most experienced player of the team.
53 ஓட்டங்களுக்கு 4வது விக்கெட். இது உண்மையில் இப்பொழுது இந்து கல்லூரி கொழும்பை முக்கியமான இடத்துக்கு கொண்டு வந்திருக்கிறது. அவர்கள் ஆதிக்கம் செலுத்தக்கூடிய நிலை ஒன்றுக்கு வந்திருக்கிறது. அதுவும் சுபர்ணனின் ஆட்டம் இழப்பானது நிச்சயமாக யாழ்ப்பாணம் இந்து கல்லூரிக்கு ஒரு பலவீனமான தன்மை ஏற்படுத்தும். இந்து கல்லூரி குழுவுக்கு தாங்கள் பெரிய விக்கெட் ஒன்று எடுத்துருவோம். அவர்களுக்கு தெரியும் எவ்வளவு சிறப்பான முறையில் சுபர்ணன் அண்மை காலத்தில் இந்த பருவ காலத்தில் சிறப்பாக ஆடி இருக்கின்றார், எப்படி சிறப்பான ஃபார்மில் இருக்கின்றார் என்று அவர்களுக்கு தெரியும். எனவே இந்த ஆட்டம் இழப்பு மிக முக்கியமானதாக இருக்கிறது.
Yeah, Subarnan has been even spotted as by the provincial selectors for the provincial under 19 teams. I think Mr. Ranjan Parnavitha he spoke to me about Subarnan possibly in 2023. It's like 3 years ago, and from that point onwards, Subarnan has been there playing for the Dambola team in the under 19 circuit. So he's a very experienced player, a potential player. To me, he's a fantastic off-spin bowler and who can bat a bit as well. But it seems that he has improved his batting a lot more than what he was. And he's become a big player indeed, and I really hope that his off spin still stays alive and he's doing well. I'm looking forward to seeing him with his off spin because to me that's his main craft, and that's something which he really has to focus on and do it very well. I've associated with him quite a bit, and he's a very young lad, very nice, sort of an obedient boy. A good boy to sort of work with, a good talent to work with. So that's something we really have to sort of work and harness on.
If I'm correct, last year he gave his part by bowling. I mean, he was a very good bowler for the Jaffna Hindu College in the last big match. And this time he is a captain, and he has become an all-rounder, valuable all-rounder.
Correct. I think if I remember right, in the last episode he did score a 50 as well as took maybe 4 and 4. Can't remember. I mean, probably about 8 because he was the man of the match, if I remember right. And even in the previous one, I suppose he was probably the best bowler, if I remember right. Again, so he was. He's a talent to watch.
A consistent player. இப்படி சொல்லிக் கொடுக்கும் போதே புதிதாக இப்பொழுது தினேஷ் ராமன் சகோதரர்களில் ஒருவரான பிரீத்திகன் மற்றொரு நம்பிக்கையான துடுப்பாடு வீரர், ஒரு இடதுகை துடுப்பாடு வீரர். இவரது ஆட்டங்கள் சிலவற்றை நான் பார்த்திருந்தேன். மிகச்சிறப்பான ஆஃப் திசையில் ஆடக்கூடிய ஒரு துடுப்பாடு வீரர். ஆனால் வெற்றிகரமான யுவராஜின் ஓவர் நிறைவுக்கு வருகிறது. அடுத்தடுத்த ஓவர்களில் அடுத்தடுத்த விக்கெட்டுகளை எடுத்திருக்கின்றார் யுவராஜ். தன்னுடைய கடைக்காமல் சளைக்காமல் பந்து வீசி லைன் நிலத்தில் பந்து வீசுவதற்கு அவருக்கு பரிசு கிடைத்திருக்கிறது என்று தான் சொல்ல வேண்டும். எனவே 53 ஓட்டங்களுக்கு யாழ்ப்பாணம் இந்து கல்லூரி 4 விக்கெட்டுகளை இழந்திருக்கிறது.
I guess we are approaching the lunch break as well. I'm not too sure whether the break is at 12. Is it 12?
12.
Yeah, so possibly
should be around 12. Or they may give 2 hours.
Yeah, maybe the last couple of overs.
We started a bit late because of the slight rain.
Yep, the game started at 9:50. It was supposed to start at 9:40, but it started at 9:50. 10 minutes delay because of the rain.
Once again, the mystery bowling change has occurred. Deshkar, he once again came and bowled 1 over. Now he has taken a break and Yadav is back.
Exactly. So again, I'm not too sure because Deshkar is also not a part-timer. You do this normally for a part-timer. Like you bring in a part-timer just for a change, for an over, and then sort of bring your main bowlers in. Deshkar is your premier bowler. He is the captain. He should be bowling. I mean, if he takes the bowling, he should be bowling as well, right throughout. I'm not too sure what's happening over there. I really would love to get into the thought process, into the minds of Deshkar and sort of understand what the thought process is. But having said that, these kids are learning, guys are learning. Let's see how it goes.
தேஷ்கரின் பந்துவீச்சு மாற்றத்தை பரிமாற்றத்தை பற்றி நாங்கள் பேசிக் கொடுத்தோம். நாங்கள் வெடிக்கையாக சொல்லிக் கொண்டிருந்தாலும் ஒன்று செய்ய முடியும். எங்களை விட அவர்கள் சில வழிகளில் புது டாக்டிக்ஸ் ஒன்று யோசிக்கலாம். இந்த மேட்ச் அப்ஸ் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய மாதிரி தேஷ்கர் பந்து வீச வந்தது சில வழிகள் சுபர்ணனை ஆட்டம் எடுக்க செய்வதாக இருக்கலாம். கேப்டன் டு கேப்டன். இப்போ சுபர்ண ஆட்டம் எடுத்திருப்பதன் காரணமாக தேஷ்கர் தன்னை மாற்றி யாதவை கொண்டு வந்திருக்கலாம். இது நான் சொல்கிற ஐடியா. எங்களது ஐடியா இப்படி இருந்தால் தேஷ்கர் கேட்ட தேஷ்கர் சொல்லுவார் சில வழிகள் நான் இப்படி தான் ஒரு மாற்றம் ஒன்று செய்திருப்பேன் என்று சொல்லி. Who knows?
I think even Preethigan and Premigan have been playing for the last few years together. I'm not too sure whether it was either Preethigan or Premigan. He scored a good 80 in the 2023 episode over here. I'm not too sure which one is this, either Preethigan or Premigan. I think he was just the best batter if I remember right. So I was probably would like to maybe we'll check it up and then get back to you when we come back after lunch.
பிரீத்திகன் அல்லது பிரேமிகன் இரண்டு சகோதரர்களும் தொடர்ச்சியாக ஆடிக்கொண்டு போவார்கள். அவர்கள் அண்ணா சொன்னது போல இதற்கு முந்தைய இதே பி சரவணமுத்து மைதானத்தில் இடம்பெற்ற இந்துக்களின் பெருஞ்சமர் 2023 ஆண்டு பெருஞ்சமரின் போது 2 பேரில் ஒருவர் 80 ஓட்டங்களை எடுத்த ஞாபகம் இருப்பதாக அவர்கள் அண்ணா சொல்லியிருந்தார். எனக்கும் அந்த ஞாபகம் இருந்த காரணம் 2 பேரது பெயர்களும் கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரே மாதிரி. தினேஷ் ராமன் பிரேமிகன், அதுபோல தினேஷ் ராமன் பிரீத்திகன் 2 பேரில் ஒருவர் அந்த 80 ஓட்டங்களை பெற்றுக்கொண்டு சிறந்த துடுப்பாட்ட விருதை வென்றெடுத்து ஒருவராக இருக்கின்றார். என்றும் அவ்வாறு தான் அவர்கள் ஆட வேண்டும் என்று யாழ்ப்பாணம் இந்து கல்லூரி எதிர்பார்த்திருக்கிறது.
All right, so I think now you see a different tactic. I think, are we seeing like, Yadav Bishnoi over here? Or is it like, is it like Yadav Chahar, right?
ஆமாம், யாதவ் த்ரூ த விக்கெட் வருகிறார். த்ரூ த விக்கெட் வந்து ஆஃப் திசையிலே கடத்தற்பாடுகள் நிறுத்திவிட்டு பந்து வீசுகிறார். ஆனால் முதல் பந்து கொஞ்சம் பிழையான முறையில் லெக் திசையில் பதிந்தது. அதை பயன்படுத்திக் கொள்ள வைத்த துடுப்பாடு வீரர். இப்பொழுது இந்த ஓவர் இன்னும் ஒரு ஓட்டமற்ற ஓவர், 53 ஓட்டங்கள், 4 விக்கெட்.
But where did that ball turn? I thought the ball was supposed to come in, but did it go the other way around? I mean, I would like to see that replay if possible. Yeah. Not that replay, but probably that's fine. So he was bowling, coming in from the other side and coming through the wicket and trying to do like a Rahul Chahar or Ravi Bishnoi. I mean, not bad to be honest. I mean, hats off to the boy to try those new tricks and all. It's pretty impressive indeed.
ஓகே, இதை நாங்கள் இந்த போட்டியை பார்த்து கொண்டு போது எனக்கு ஒரு விஷயம் தோன்றியது. அதாவது இந்த 2020 சர்வதேச போட்டிகள் அதிக அளவில் ஆடப்பட்ட பருவகாலமாக இந்த பருவகாலம் இருந்தது. நாங்கள் 55 போட்டிகளை பார்த்திருந்தோம் 2020 உலகக்கட்டத்தில். அதன் பாதிப்போ என்னவோ இப்போ பொதுவாக டெஸ்ட் போட்டிகள் இல்லாவிட்டால் இப்படியான பாடசாலைகளுக்கு இடையிலான இந்த முதல் தர போட்டிகள், பாடசாலை போட்டிகளை பொறுத்தவரைக்கும் நாங்கள் பார்ப்போம் பொறுமையாக காத்திருந்து ஒரு 4-5 ஓவர்களுக்கு பிறகுதான் சில மாற்றங்கள் நடக்கும். பந்து வீச்சு மாற்றங்களாக இருக்கலாம், பந்து வீச்சில் இடம்பெறுகிற இந்த பந்து முறை மாற்றங்கள், இப்போ ஓவர் த விக்கெட், ஆன் த விக்கெட், த்ரூ த விக்கெட் போன்றவற்றை மாற்றுவது. ஆனால் இன்று நாங்கள் பார்த்தால் ஒரு விடயத்தை பார்க்கிறோம், ஒவ்வொரு ஓவர் உடனடியாக மாற்றப்படுகிறது பந்து வீச்சு. ஒரு ஓவரிலேயே 4-5 தடவைகள் பந்து வீசுகின்ற பாணிகளை மாற்றுகிறார்கள், கடத்தரப்பு மாற்றங்கள் செய்யப்படுகின்றன. இந்த துரித மாற்றங்கள் இம்முறை பாடசாலை கிரிக்கெட் போட்டியில் கொண்டு வரப்படுகின்ற புதுவிதமான இனோவேஷனா, இல்லாவிட்டால் முடிவு ஒன்றை 2 நாட்களுக்குள் பெற வேண்டும் என்று ஒரு விதமான அழுத்தம் ஒன்றை பாடசாலை அணிகள் வழங்குகின்றன என்ற கேள்வியை நாங்கள் பார்க்க வேண்டியிருக்கிறது. மீண்டும் யுவராஜ் டிரைவ் செய்யப்படுகிறது ஆஃப் திசையிலே, ஒரு ஓட்டமும் இல்லை. பிரீத்திகன்,
I think it's an effect of watching too much of T20 cricket or white ball cricket, to be honest, right? I don't think it's part of any strategies. But I think it's a good, in a way, it's a good thing as well. That is, the boys are trying to do things, but my point is that they have to sort of look at these things, learn these things, internalize it, and then see as to how best we can apply those in certain situations rather than just trying for the sake of trying. So if they can build on that intelligence, I think they'll really go places. That's nicely. Sometimes what also happens, Loshan, is that we are old timers.
Yes.
So we are sort of too bogged down into our thoughts of how the bowling should be and whatever and whatnot. So maybe so that's where we move towards. But nowadays the youngsters, they come in with new ideas, new thought process by watching different types of cricket. But my only advice to them is watch all those things, look at it, try out new things, but of course learn intelligently as to how you can apply those in certain situations. That's again is
run out on ஆட்டமிடப்பட்டு நான் நினைக்கிறேன் நடுவர் வழங்கியிருக்கிறார். இல்லை, பந்தை சரியான முறையில் கடத்தற்பாடர் எடுத்துக்கொள்ளவில்லை, இல்லாவிட்டால் துடுப்பாடு வீரர் உடனடியாக உள்ளே ஓடி வந்திருக்கிறார். ஒரு ஓவர் த்ரோ ஒன்று வீசி எறியப்பட்ட பந்து கடத்தற்பாடரை கடந்து போகிறது. அதை பயன்படுத்திக் கொண்டு ஒரு ஓட்டத்தை ஓட முனைந்திருந்தார்கள். மீண்டும் அந்த பந்து எடுக்கப்பட்டு விக்கெட் காப்பாடம் அனுப்பப்பட்டது. ஆனால் பந்தை சரியான முறையில் எடுக்கவில்லை, அதை ஸ்டம்பில் அடிக்கவில்லை போல தெரிகிறது. ஒரு ஓட்டத்தை எடுத்துக்கொண்டாங்க, நேரத்துக்கு ஓட்டம் கிடைக்கிறது. இப்பொழுது மெதுவான சரணப்படம் மூலமாக எங்களுக்கு பார்க்கும்போது அந்த விடயம் தெரியும். சிலி மிட் ஆஃபில் இருந்த கடத்தற்பாடர் பந்தை வீசி எறிகிறார். அது விக்கெட் காப்பாடம் பட்டி செல்கிறது. மீண்டும் விக்கெட் காப்பாடர் எடுத்தாங்க. விக்கெட் காப்பாளரின் கைகளுக்கு பந்து சரியான முறையில் கிடைத்திருந்த பந்தை அவர் எடுத்திருந்தால்
that was a missed run out indeed. That was an absolute missed run out indeed. He could have collected the delivery and ball and then he just stumped it, but he missed it on the move. Unfortunate. And Adityan survives.
அருணா நானும் பேசிக் கொண்டதும் இந்த பந்து வீச்சு மாற்றங்கள், அதுபோல இந்த செய்யப்படுகின்ற டாக்டிக்ஸ் ஆகியவை வெள்ளைப்பந்து போட்டிகள் 2020 போட்டிகளை அதிகமாக பார்ப்பதால் இடம்பெறுகிறதா என்று சொல்லி பேசிக் கொண்டதும். ஆனால் அருணா நானும் ஒரு விடயத்தை ஏற்றுக்கொண்டோம். நாங்கள் சில வேளைகளில் பழைய பாரம்பரிய முறையில் சிந்திப்பொருளாக இருக்கலாம். நாங்கள் 80கள் 90கள் போட்டிகளை பார்த்து வருவோம். எனவே அதன் அடிப்படையில் டெஸ்ட் போட்டி இப்படித்தான் ஆடப்பட வேண்டும் என்று யோசிக்கலாம். ஆனால் இப்பொழுது பேஸ்பால் வந்திருக்கிறது. டெஸ்ட் போட்டிகளை தனியாக இங்கிலாந்து அணி மட்டுமல்ல, எல்லா அணிகளுமே வேகமாக ஓட்டங்களை பெறுவதற்கு முனைந்து கொடுக்கிறார்கள். முதல் நாளிலேயே 400 ஓட்டங்களை பெற வேண்டும், 3 நாட்களுக்குள் போட்டியை முடித்து விட வேண்டும், பந்து வீச்சாளர்களில் மாற்றங்களை கொண்டு வர வேண்டும். அட்டாக்கிங் ஆப்ஷன், இந்த அட்டாக்கிங் மைண்ட் செட் என்பது வந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறது. இந்த 2 பாடசாலைகள் நான் பார்த்த விடையும் பயிற்றுவிப்பாளர்கள் மிக இளையவர்கள். அவர்கள் தங்களுடைய புதிய நுட்பங்களை உள்ளே கொண்டு வருகிறார்கள். எனவே அந்த எங்களுக்கு சில வேளைகள் புதிதாக இருக்கலாம், ஆனால் போக போக பார்க்கும்போது ஒரு முடிவதை பெறக்கூடியதாக, இல்லாவிட்டால் ஏதோ ஒரு ஆக்கபூர்வமான திசையில் போவதாக இருக்கலாம். அது எங்களுக்கு தெரிய நிச்சயமாக. 28வது ஓவர் 54 ஓட்டங்கள் 4 விக்கெட்டுகளை இழந்து சில வேளைகளில் இது மதிய பூச நடுவடைக்கு முந்தைய ஓவராக இருக்கலாம். ஓட்டம் எதுவும் இல்லை. இந்த கடைசி பந்து யுவராஜ்.
Is that lunch? No, not really.
Not really.
Some bands. Can we call this separate band or whatever? You know, there's a lot of trumpet, music, band. Nice to see people enjoying it. We'd like to see more crowds, more old boys coming in. Yes, it's a working day, alright, but I'm sure like you can figure out a way to come over here. Whoever is watching on live in Colombo, in around Colombo, please do come over. Let's all have some fun together. We need those crowds, we need those people to come in, come and cheer up the boys, enjoy, have fun. We have to build that big match culture at Hindu College Colombo and Jaffna Hindu College so that the game to prosper. Look at how the amount of crowd which goes to Royal Caribbean and Anand and all these big games, even back to the north in Jaffna. So we would like to see those crowds over here. We have a good crowd right now, but we would like to see more and more people coming in, creating it as a party atmosphere, and encouraging the boys, developing that culture so that the cricketing world will benefit out of it.
தேஷ்கர் மீண்டும் பந்து வீச வருகிறார். தேஷ்கர் ஒவ்வொரு ஓவர் தான் வீசியிருந்தார். இதே முனையிலே தான் பந்து வீசியிருந்தார். இப்பொழுது மூன்றாவது ஓவருக்கு வந்திருக்கிறார். ஒரு சின்ன பிரேக் எடுத்தே வந்திருக்கிறார்.
He bowled the first over from this end, okay. And then of course, so this is his third spell and this is his third over. But I mean, he's again a bowler for the future, Loshan. I've been watching him bowl fairly closely over the last few years, and he's been a very consistent performer. A good leg spinner, good traditional leg spinner. I mean, to be honest, to me, the traditional leg spin is a dying art. We don't see any traditional leg spinners in the international arena. I mean, yes, in Sri Lanka we have Jeffrey Van der Sey. We had Adil Rashid playing white ball cricket.
Adam Zampa
and Adil Rashid on the white ball cricket, but yes, red ball cricket, nothing much.
No, red ball cricket, I absolutely accept that. We don't have any proper red ball leg spinners at the moment. I'm an ardent fan of Shane Moore. I love leg spin. I practice leg spin, so I would like to see some very good leg spinners. And I've seen Deshkar is maturing with the captaincy. I mean, I've seen his bowling has improved, his captaincy has improved, and he's making some bold decisions. Even this one, he's bowling his third over in his third spell. Maybe he has some tactics in his mind. ஓங்கி அடிக்கப்படுகிற பந்து கவர் திசையிலே ஒரு ஓட்டம், இரண்டாவது ஓட்டத்துக்கான முனையவில்லை. எனவே ஒரு ஓட்டம் எடுத்துக் கொள்ளப்படுகிறது. அது ஆதித்யனின் துடுப்பின் மூலமாக ஆதித்யன் 31 ஓட்டங்கள், 93 பந்துகள். உண்மையில் அவருக்கு வழங்கப்பட்ட ஒரு இலக்கு இந்த மதிய போசன் இடைவேளை வரை தன்னுடைய விக்கெட்டை இழக்காமல் இருப்பதாக இருக்கலாம். மிகச்சிறப்பான முறையில் ஆடிக்கொண்டிருக்கிறார்.
Yeah, Aditya has been batting very well, fairly chanceless, I would say. He's been pretty sedate, pretty solid. Didn't look ruffled at all when wickets were falling from the other side. He's certainly looking pretty solid Indian. He needs a bit of support on the other side. It's unfortunate that they lost the wicket of their star player Subarnan, and that's really put a dent on them.
29 ஓவர்கள் 56 ஓட்டங்கள் 4 விக்கெட்டுகள் எடுத்து மதிய போசன் இடைவேளை இப்போதைக்கு இல்லை. சில வேளைகளில் இந்த ஓவர் கடைசி ஓவராக இருக்கலாம். 30வது
ඔබේ ආදරණීය තරු පෙළ ගැස්ම කීර්ති පැස්කුවෙන් පින් සහශනා සුසිල් ප්‍රනාන්දු බෙහින්දු ආරියරත්න බැලන් ඇන්ඩ්‍රියා සචී මදුරංගගේ සුපිරි සංගීත රටාවට එදා මෙදා තුර බයිල ඉතිහාසයේ අමතක නොවන ගීත රසක් දැන් එකම වේදිකාවක POTV නාලිකාංක 100 හරහා Back to the Baila මතකයිනි දවස මාර්තු 14 සවස 6:30ට.
That's a very impressive attacking field on the offside. The close-in cordon, two slips, slip point, and a very straightish short silly mid-off.
Yeah, is it a slip or a short gully?
It's a short gully, yeah. It's a slip and a short gully.
And I'm still wondering why you are not keeping a forward short leg. Now his attack is around middle and off stump.
Ideally, yes, because if he brings that arm ball in, I mean, the forward short leg will come into play. So I would rather bring in, maybe, I'm just thinking out loud, maybe bring the short mid wicket in and bring into the forward short leg position and then challenge the batter to sort of, play against the spin. Because if the left arm is going to take the ball away, if you really want to, and if you really want to, if he really wants to take a chance, let him take a chance to go against the spin.
இந்த போட்டியை பார்த்து கொண்டிருக்கிற நீங்கள் பாடசாலை அணிகளுக்கு ஆடுபவர்களாக இருந்தால் இல்லாவிட்டால் கழக அணிகளுக்கு ஆடுபவர்களாக இருந்தால் இப்போது இந்த கடத்தரப்பு வியூகத்தையும் பந்து வீசுகின்ற இந்த லைன் நிலையத்தையும் கொஞ்சம் பாருங்கள். ஆட்டமிழப்பு இப்பொழுது நடுவரிடம் கோரப்படுகிறது. ஆமாம், ஆட்டமிழப்பு மிக முக்கியமான விக்கெட். நாங்கள் சொல்லிக் கொண்டிருக்கும் போதே இந்த எப்படியான பந்து வீச்சு வியூகம், எப்படியான ஆடுகள கடத்தரப்பு வியூகம் இங்கே இருக்கிறதுன்னு சொல்லிக் கொடுத்தோம். மிக முக்கியமான விக்கெட், ஆதித்யனின் விக்கெட்டை எடுத்திருக்கிறார் யுவராஜ் இந்த போட்டியில் முக்கியமான திருப்பு முனை ஒன்று ஏற்படுத்தியிருக்கிறார் உறுதியாக சொல்லலாம். 5வது முக்கியமான விக்கெட்டை யாழ்ப்பாணம் இந்து கல்லூரி இப்பொழுது இழந்திருக்கிறது. அத்தோடு மதிய போச இடைவேளை இப்பொழுது நடுவர்கள் மதிய போச இடைவேளை அறிவித்திருப்பதாக தெரிகிறது. எனவே 56 ஓட்டங்களுக்கு 5 விக்கெட்டுகளோடு இந்த முதல் நாள் ஆட்டத்தின் மதிய போச இடைவேளை வருகிறது.
That was an excellent bowling indeed. Again drifted in and off the outside edge, and good attacking field setting, really sort of getting that wicket in. I think hats off to the skipper for getting that wicket. I would say, like, because of the field setting, it was a very good catch, very sharp catch by Sarvish off the bowling of Yuvraj, and that's lunch. I think the first session goes to the Hindu College Colombo boys, fair and square. It's a fight on the cards. It's a battle on the cards for the Jaffna Hindu boys. They'll be really sort of want to get back into the hut, re-strategize, re-energize, come back and see what they can do. But right now it's 5 wickets down, and Colombo, Hindu College Colombo with their spin bowling attack. 3 wickets for Yuvraj, 2 for Yadav. They've done very well indeed. Even the other bowlers, I thought Santosh bowled pretty well. Harsha Muthuvina also did not too bad, to be honest. I mean, he bowled fairly up and down. He was okay. Deshkar did bowl a few overs, 3 very tight overs. So it's a good outing for Hindu College Colombo. Jaffna Hindu, lots to ponder about and lots to think about, lots to plan and then come back and see as to what they can do in the post-lunch session.
முதல் நாள் மதிய ஓசர் இடைவேளை 56 ஓட்டங்களுக்கு 5 விக்கெட்டுகள் யாழ்ப்பாணம் இந்து கல்லூரி. நாணய சுழற்சியில் அவர்கள் தான் வெற்றி பெற்றிருந்தார்கள். பாலமுரளிதரன் அனீஷ் 1 ஓட்டத்தை பெற்று ஆட்டமிழந்திருந்தார். ஜெகதீசன் பவனன் 1 ஓட்டத்தை பெற்று ஆட்டமிழந்திருந்தார். ரவீந்திரன் ஆதித்யன் இப்போது ஆட்டமிழந்தார். அவர் 31 ஓட்டங்களோடு யுவராஜின் பந்துவீச்சில் யுவராஜ் தான் என்று போட்டியில் இந்து கல்லூரியின் கதாநாயகன். அவர் நேருஜனின் விக்கெட்டையும் அவர் தான் எடுத்திருந்தார். நேருஜன் 14 ஓட்டங்களை எடுத்திருந்தார். அணித்தலைவர் சுதர்ஷன் சுவர்ணன் யுவராஜின் தொடர்ச்சியான அட்டாக்கிங் பந்துவீச்சு மூலமாக அவரும் ஆட்டமிழக்க செய்யப்பட்டார். 1 ஓட்டம். ஆடுகளத்திலே தினேஷ் ராமன் பிரதீகன் இருக்கிறார். ஆட்டமிழக்காமல் 2 ஓட்டங்களோடு இன்றைய நாளின் இந்த முதல் நாள் ஆட்டமானது நிச்சயமாக இந்து கல்லூரி கொழும்புக்கு சொந்தமானது. அவர்கள் 5 பந்துவீச்சாளர்களை பயன்படுத்தி இருந்தார்கள். இதில் அதிகமான ஓவர்களை வீசியிருந்த யுவராஜ் 7 ஓவர்கள் 4 பந்துகள் 1 ஓட்டமற்ற ஓவர், 18 ஓட்டங்களுக்கு 3 விக்கெட்டுகள். யாதவ் மறுமுனையில் மிகப்பெரும் அழுத்தத்தை துடுப்பாடு வீரர்களுக்கு கொடுத்திருந்தார். 7 ஓவர்கள் பந்து வீசி 5 ஓட்டமற்ற ஓவர்கள், வெறும் 5 ஓட்டங்களை கொடுத்து 2 விக்கெட்டுகள். இந்த 5 ஓட்டங்களும் 2 ஸ்கோரிங் ஷாட்ஸில் மட்டுமே பெறப்பட்டவை. சந்தோஷ் மிக கட்டுப்பாடாக பந்து வீசியிருந்தார். 7 ஓவர்களில் 12 ஓட்டங்கள். மற்றொரு வேக பந்து வீச்சாளர் ஹர்ஷ முத்துவின் 5 ஓவர்களில் 17 ஓட்டங்கள். அணித்தலைவர் தேஷ்கர் 3 ஓவர்கள் பந்து வீசி 1 ஓட்டம், 3 ஓட்டங்கள். இதுவரைக்கும் விக்கெட் எதுவும் இல்லை. ஆனால் 56 ஓட்டங்களுக்கு 5 விக்கெட்டுகள். நிச்சயமாக இப்பொழுது இந்து கல்லூரி கொழும்பு தன்னுடைய பிடியை இறக்கி இருக்கிறது. 100 ஓட்டங்களுக்குள் யாழ்ப்பாணம் இந்து கல்லூரி ஆட்ட விளக்க செய்கிற முனைப்பிலே அவர்கள் இருக்கலாம். மதிய போச இடைவேளைக்கு பிறகு போட்டி தொடரும் வேளையில் இன்னும் விறுவிறுப்பான கட்டங்களை நாங்கள் எதிர்பார்க்கலாம். யாழ்ப்பாணம் இந்து கல்லூரி எவ்விதமான போராட்டத்தை வழங்கும், ஆடுகளத்தில் இருக்கின்ற பிரீத்திகன் எப்படியாக இந்த துடுப்பாட்டத்தை கொண்டு செல்ல போறார் என்பதை பொறுத்திருந்து பார்ப்போம்.
Yep, that's the highlights of the pre-lunch session. Going to see. That's a good delivery, very, very good delivery. Of course, looks slightly unfortunate. That was a rash stroke he did, but a very good catch. And that's one of those rare loose deliveries. A few loose deliveries dished out by the Colombo Hindu boys. Otherwise, they've been pretty nice and tight, to be honest. It's a good shot through the covers for 4 runs. That was a fantastic catch. That was an absolutely fantastic catch indeed. That's beautiful. Yeah, those are the 3 wickets. I think it's really changed the game. Actually, the wicket of Nirujan, that really changed. Yeah. Yep. With that, I think we'll hand over to the lunch. We'll be back after the lunch break. Thank you.
Introducing Pure HD Plus, Sri Lanka's ultimate HD entertainment experience. Get ready to dive into the largest collection of local and international HD channels in true high-definition quality. Experience HD with Sri Lanka's premium TV package that offers a full lineup of over 150 channels featuring all your favorites. Enjoy all of this for Rs 3,125 per month.
ක්‍රීඩා තරඟ ක්‍රිකට් පාපන්දු එල්ලේ රගර් සංගීත සංදර්ශන මංගල අවමංගල උත්සව ඇතුළු සියලුම උත්සව අවස්ථාවන් වගේම ආගමික වැඩසටහන් දේශපාලන රැස්වීම් ඇතුළු සියලුම අවස්ථාවන් ගුණාත්මක බවින් යුතුව Facebook සහ YouTube ඔස්සේ සජීවීව විකාශය කරවා ගැනීමට අපව අමතන්න සිලෝන් ඉවෙන්ට්ස් මාස්ටර් ලයිව් 077 2 71 67
Hello, Mali. Oh. Division 1 එකේද? Division 1 එක රණබීම ඩිමෝට් වෙලා ඉන්නේ. තව කුරුණෑගල පැත්තට කොළඹ පැත්තේ එකයි. තව මට හරියට මතක නැහැ. නම මතක නැහැ. Sumangal. අපට අහලා බලන්න තමයි කියනවා සංගතිය. නඩු මොකද? අය මොකද කේස් එක?
That's 71 for the loss of 5 wickets. Jaffna Hindu coming back with some aggressive intent. Scored a few runs, scored 15 runs so far post lunch. That was nicely driven to the onto the offside for a single. Preethigan and Premigan. Preethigan on 3 and Premigan just walked in. He's on 15 off 10 balls. Showing a bit of aggressive intent against the leggy. That is slightly short, cut through the point region for 4 runs. That was slightly short and punished accordingly. The score moves on to 76. Yep, that's nicely played indeed. Rock back, short, outside the off stump, turning away, rock back, and cut through the gap for 4 runs. That's again on the onside, nicely played towards the square leg region for a single. So Premigan making his intentions very clear. He's going to go after the bowling as much as possible. It's a good thing to do, but of course he needs to be careful as well. He probably can't be. He'd probably have to play the ball on his merits, show some good aggressive intent, keep the scoreboard moving, and with a good partnership, the game can change. Premigan is a bit sedate. Yep. That's the end of the over. At the end of over number 30. Yuvraj into the attack from the commentary box end. Sorry, that's Yadav, not Yuvraj, sorry. That's again nicely played through the counts for 4 runs. Again a bit baffling. I thought Yuvraj bowled very well from this side. He took 3 wickets. And then again we brought back in Yadav. I'm not too sure whether it's actually because of matchups. And sometimes I feel that these matchups are something which is sort of relatively overplayed. When you get a left-hand batter in, it is not mandatory that you got to bring in an off-spinner. It's all about how you manage the situations. It's all about how you use your resources. This time, I mean, Yuvraj was bowling well from this side, but inexplicably, he was taken out, and he brought in an off-spinner. But let's see, I think unconventional things has worked for Hindu College Colombo, so let's see how it works over here. But good intent shown by Jaffna Hindu. Oh, that really came back with the arm. He went for a cut, it was not there. It wasn't short enough, it wasn't turning away. It just came back in and it just got cramped. Oh, that was very, very, very close indeed to the off stump. That's again a dangerous ploy, to be honest. It was again angling in, just throwing the pad at it doesn't really make sense, to be honest. It was pretty risky. That's again nicely bowled, slower through the air this time. Keeping it nice and tight. Yadav, he's bowled very well so far. He's into his 8th over, just given away 9 runs. He just bowled 1 loose delivery, which went for 4. Other than that, he's been spot on with his line and length. 2 for 9 off in his 8th over, in 7.5 overs. That's again nicely bowled. Beaten on the inside edge, is that right? Yep, that's the end of over number 34. The score moves on to 81 for the loss of 5 wickets.
ක්‍රීඩා තරඟ ක්‍රිකට් පාපන්දු එල්ලේ රගර් සංගීත සංදර්ශන මංගල අවමංගල උත්සව ඇතුළු සියලුම උත්සව අවස්ථාවන් වගේම ආගමික වැඩසටහන් දේශපාලන රැස්වීම් ඇතුළු සියලුම අවස්ථාවන් ගුණාත්මක බවින් යුතුව Facebook සහ YouTube ඔස්සේ සජීවීව විකාශය කරවා ගැනීමට අපව අමතන්න. සිලෝන් ඉවෙන්ට්ස් මාස්ටර් ලයිව් 077 203 71 67.
Deshkar to continue from the Vanathamul end. He's so far given away 11 runs of 5 overs. He's bowled pretty well except for the last over. He's kept it nice and tight except for the last over where he just went for a boundary. Deshkar to me is a very good old-fashioned crafty leg spinner. A young guy, young player playing in his 4th year if I'm not mistaken. I think he's also eligible for another year which is the bonus year. He's a very, very experienced campaigner, captaining the school for the second consecutive year. He's seen it through everything. He's been bowling very well, a good traditional old-fashioned leg spinner, getting the ball to ripple away, as well as he also has a decent googly. Not like the present-day leg spinners who would like to sort of push it flat and fast. That's again nicely played, inviting the batter to drive. That's played beautifully through the cover region for 4 runs. That's a wonderful shot indeed. Played with the spin, got to the pitch of the delivery, extension of the bat swing, and that's 4 runs. That's a lovely stroke indeed. Look at that. He just got a little bit of space, slightly moved towards the onside, and just crashed it through the offside cordon for 4 runs. Lovely stroke. Again, a good old-fashioned leg spinner shouldn't mind that. It's again, we always say that, you got to get your batters to play strokes so that you can get wickets. So let's see what's on store right now. But the two brothers, Preethigan and Premigan, has batted very well ever since lunch. They tried to put on a partnership. They put on a partnership so far for about 31 runs. Preethigan on 16 and Premigan on 16 as well. There we go. That's a good drop and run, a single. Few boundaries, and then you could see that the inner cordon slightly going up, slightly going down further, and that provides the gaps. Now you could see, the inner ring is away, the attacking field is off, and you could see there are a lot of gaps opening up. There are a lot of singles available. So this is what the Jaffna Hindu would really want to. I think the Colombo Hindu folks, they should be attacking more. That's again nicely played, deftly into the slips. No run. Hindu College Colombo should be looking for wickets, and Jaffna Hindu, this is, I think, playing into the Jaffna Hindu hands. The field is up, field is out. It makes it a bit more easier for them to play strokes and get those singles and keep the scoreboard ticking. There we go. That's Hoik towards the mid-wicket region. Is that in the air? Yep. Now it falls in the no man's land, and that's a single. So the intentions from Jaffna Hindu are very clear. They want to put up a score. They really want to put up a score. I think the idea was right to play that slog sweep or probably I think the intention was to play through the square leg region, but I think probably he played a little bit too early. Oh, that's beautifully bowled. That's it. That's a beautiful delivery indeed. That's a wonderful delivery. Absolutely beautiful indeed by Deshkar. Deshkar gets that big breakthrough. The ball slid on with the arm. It just went on. It didn't turn. The batter's playing for the turn and caught behind. A very smart catch by Midushigan. That was a fantastic delivery indeed. It was tossed up outside the off stump, pitched in. I think probably just turned in a little bit rather, but it was on a fuller length, inviting the batter to drew the batter towards the ball, and then it just snicked, and a pretty good catch indeed. Very, very good bowling indeed. That's the big breakthrough which Hindu College Colombo was looking for. Deshkar, the skipper, provides the breakthrough, and that's the 6th wicket gone. 87 for the loss of 6 wickets. So far, all the wickets have been taken by the spinners. Yadav has taken 2. The left-arm spinner took 3, and Deshkar and 1. So it's 6 down. For 91, the new man in is Janakar and Laksigan, I think. Laksigan and Premigan. Premigan on 20. The set batter. Laksigan also is a decent bat. He can bat fairly well. Yep, exactly. Janakar and Laksigan. That's again nicely bowled. I think 91 for 6 is a pretty. I mean, Jaffna, Colombo Hindu is slightly on top, I think. But I think again, these games, these low-scoring games, can be quite tricky as well. We witnessed the big match in Jaffna where St. John's College got dismissed for 119, and Jaffna Central College got dismissed for 95. And then again, St. John's went up to 223, and then Jaffna Central College, they were tottering at 120 for 6, chasing a target of 248, but on the last day, they won that match. Jaffna Central College won the game by 3 wickets with a fantastic 88 from Murali Tison. So that's how the things can change, the games can change. It's just that you got to be in the moment, you got to be in the game, you got to make sure that as a team you are in the game. You just have to just be there and thereabouts. You can make a change. So Jaffna Hindu boys, you guys can make a change, and then Colombo Hindu, you really have to sort of be at your best to compete right at the end, right till the end. Good delivery again by Yadav. That's a lovely hit down the track. Is that in the air? Up, that's 6. That's a lovely hit indeed. Down the track, came to the pitch of the delivery, and then hoisted over the long on region for 6. That's a good stroke. Sorry, over the mid-wicket region for 6. That was a good stroke indeed. It just came down, a little bit of a shimmy, and then went down on his knee, and then swung it away down the leg side through the mid-wicket region for 6. It's a very, very good hit indeed. Premigan showing his aggressive intent. 26. of 18 deliveries and Laxigan on 1. I think here again I would see the Hindu College Colombo folks are missing a trick. Of course, now they're attacking a little bit. That's fine. That's good. Probably they should be attacking more. You should get your wickets in. You can't let the batters to come in. You really have to attack and you really have to get your wickets. This is not a one-day game. This is not a one-day game for you to sort of go in a restriction mode. That's nicely bowled. And no run. It's a loud appeal. Was that right? That's LBW, is it right? Looks, probably would love to see the replay. Was it bowled? Yep. I'd like to see the replay again. He seems to have got himself yorked. That's wicket number 7. Laxigan bowled by Deshkar. Deshkar into the act. His second wicket. Let's see how it goes. Ooh, that spun. That's pitched on Midland leg and just spun inside. Turned a little bit. Went through the batting pad. Grazed the leg stump. And that's a lovely delivery indeed. Of course, it was poor batting. Not too sure as to why he gave that gap. He probably could have closed the gap and then played it straighter. But that being said, Laxigan is out. That's wicket number 7. Jaffna Hindu in deep trouble. The new man in is Sudarshan Abhivarnan. Premium on 26 and sorry, this is the new man in is Kanagraj Nitish Raj or Nitish Kumar. Again, is a good leg spinner as well as a decent batter as well. So Premigan on 26 is still showing his aggressive intent. That was a wonderful catch indeed. That was an absolutely wonderful catch. Brilliant. That's absolutely brilliant. The Hindu College Colombo bowling fielding has been top notch today. They've held on to some fantastic catches, and that's a poor stroke. Oh yeah, there we go. Look at that. Look at that catch. That's an absolutely wonderful catch. I think it's Harsha Muthumina. This is his second catch. Even before he got rid of the left-handed batter. He took a brilliant catch indeed. And Harsha Muthumina again into the act. What a wonderful catch. There were 3 great catches today. And out of the 2 were from Harsha Muthumina. And Premigan out for 26. That was a poor stroke indeed. That was an absolutely poor stroke indeed. He should have played more responsibly. But in the meantime, that was a wonderful catch indeed. Now this Hindu College Colombo fielding unit is making a big difference. That's the 3rd wicket for Deshkar. But I think that wicket should be given to Harsha Muthumina. Harsha Muthumina. Fast bowler. The new man in is Sudarshan Abhivarnan. Probably it would be interesting to check whether he's the brother of Sudarshan Subarnan. Maybe we'll revalidate that. But in the meantime, young Sudarshan Abhivarnan playing in his first game, first big match, I would say, along with Kanagrat Nitish Raj. Nitish Raj did play in the last year's episode. He took a 5-4, if I remember right. He was bowling very well. He's a good leg spinner. And now Colombo Hindu really on top. It's again nicely bowled. That's a loud appeal for LBW. That's out. That's given out as well. Yuvraj gets his fourth wicket. That ball really did straighten. Would like to see the replay just to make sure that whether it was missing the leg stump or not. But umpire took a long time. Oh, yeah, that's out. That's a pretty good delivery indeed. That's a very, very good delivery. That was plumb, probably hitting middle and leg. Pitched around leg stump. And then turning into the batter. That was a lovely delivery indeed. That's wicket number 4 and wicket number 4 for Yuvraj. And that's wicket number 9. Sudarshan Abhivarnan, LBW, bowled Yuvraj for a duck. 100 for the loss of 9 wickets. Good to see some spectators applauding, teachers, parents applauding the good work of the Hindu College Colombo boys. Could be their children, could be their students. It's nice to see them enjoying. And the Hindu College Colombo boys are providing that enjoyment on a Friday. 9 down for the loss for 100 runs. And Jaffna Hindu won the toss and elected to bat first. They wouldn't have expected this score. They actually would have thought, I think we spoke to Subarnan. When we spoke to Subarnan in the morning, he said, he's expecting to, wither off the first session or the first hour or so and then, want to score runs. But that's not happening. That's not what's happening. It was a mixture of good bowling and a couple of ordinary strokes by Jaffna Hindu as well. But it's been very, very good tight bowling and very good fielding, which has resulted in this situation. Yuvraj in pursuit of his fifer. That's the end of the over. 4 for 32. Yeah, there we go. Oh, that's the one which went the other way around. It was a nice delivery indeed. That's again a loud appeal. That's a loud appeal. Deshkar on the hunt. Deshkar really on the hunt. The Hindu College Colombo are really on the hunt. They are really looking forward to grabbing this innings. But again, I'm just wondering, they should be going on an all-out attack right now. There's no point in having an in-out field. You don't want to leak more runs. You don't want to give them more singles. I think it's attack and then wrap it up. But I think it's a slightly defensive or slightly in-out field which has been deployed right now. That's nicely played into the off-stump, offside, no run.
வேகமாக விக்கெட்டுகள் எடுக்க வேண்டும் என்று குறியாக இருக்கிறார்கள். தேஷ்கர் இப்போது சடுதியாக 3 விக்கெட்டுகள் 4 விக்கெட்டுகளுக்கு பிறகு தேஷ்கர் இப்பொழுது 20 ஓட்டங்களை கொடுத்து முன்னிலையில் மேலும் ஒரு ஓட்டம் எடுத்திருக்கிறது. ஆடுகளத்தில் ஹரிஹரன் கனகராஜன் 2 கடைகளை துடுப்பாடு வீரர்கள் ஆடிக்கொண்டிருந்தார்கள். 101 ஓட்டங்கள் 9 விக்கெட்டுகளை இழந்து இந்த போட்டியில் நாணய சுழற்சியில் யாழ்ப்பாணம் இந்திக்கல்வி வென்று தொடுப்படுத்தாத முடிவெடுத்தது என்று கேள்விக்கிறோம். இந்திக்கல்வி கொழும்பு மிகச் சிறப்பாக பந்து வீசிக் கொண்டிருக்கிறது. இந்த ஆடுகளத்தில் காணப்படுகின்ற சுழல் பந்து வீச்சாளர்களுக்கான சாதனை தன்மையை சிறப்பான முறையில் ஊகித்து பயன்படுத்திக் கொண்டார்கள். 2வது ஓவரை சுழல் பந்து வீச்சாளர்களுக்கு கொடுத்ததிலிருந்து அவர்களது இந்த சிறப்பான ஆட்டம் ஆரம்பித்தது. அணித்தலைவர் தேஷ்கர் தலைமை தாங்கி சிறப்பாக பந்து வீசிக் கொண்டிருக்கிறார்.
That again went the other way around. It was probably a googly or a slider. It's a slider, possibly. It just went on with the arm. Hariharan, not known for his batting, more of a bowler. He's a very good fast bowler. He's a good with a good sling action. He can actually crank it up a little bit on the pace. He's a pretty good prospect. Playing his last year, the vice captain of the team, Hariharan and Nitish Raj. Nitish is a good leg spinner, and he can bat as well. I've seen Nitish also as a youngster. He's growing up. He's grown up in confidence. Last year he bowled very well. I think he took a 5 and possibly was the best bowler as well. I'm not very sure. I'm not 100% sure, but yes, he did very well indeed. 101 for the loss of 9 wickets in over number 39. At the end of over number 39.
ඔබේ ආන්දරණීය තරු පෙළ ගැස්ම කීර්ති පැස්කුවෙන් පෙම් සමශනා සුසිල් ප්‍රනාන්දු බෙහින්දු ආරියරත්න පැලනි ඇන්ඩ්‍රියා සචී මදුරංගගේ සුපිරි සංගීත රටාවට එදා මෙදාතුර බයිල ඉතිහාසයේ අමතක නොවන ගීත රසක් දැන් එකම වේදිකාවක POTV නාලිකාංක 100 හරහා Back to the Baila මතකයිනි දවස මාර්තු 17
Yep, he's bowling very well. I think he started off not so good, but I think right now he's settled into a groove and rhythm. I think I'm not too sure whether giving the new ball to him was the right idea, but probably I think he seems to be a bowler. When the ball gets more older, he seems to be getting a fair amount of grip and turn. Yep, there you are, nicely bowled indeed. Roshan, I think when we had this session with Vyaskanth the other day, right, a couple of days back, we were discussing about it, and Vyas did tell us that yes, initial session you will get some moisture and all, but I think you probably
He said was in his language. He said after a few overs you might see the conditions are changing and you can bring up the spinners. Then you attack with your spinners. He said this is the
correct.
He said
Correct.
attack with your spinners, and that's the same thing Deshkar is doing.
So his advice to Deshkar was win the toss. If you win the toss, bowl first. But the toss was won by Jaffna Hindu, but Deshkar got what he wanted. What he was advised. That's it. Is that right? No. Oh, that's it. Yes. That's wicket number 5 for you, Raj. The batsman not too happy. You really want to have a look at that replay. There we go. The Hindu College, Colombo, all boys. They're really
யுவராஜ் 5 விக்கெட் பகுதியை கைப்பற்றுகிறார். யாழ்ப்பாணம் இந்திக்கல்வி சகல விக்கெட்டுகளை இழந்திருக்கிறது. எனவே மதிய போசன் இடைவெளிக்கு மீண்டும் ஒரு தடவை 2 அணிகளும் மைதானத்தை விட்டு வெளியே செல்கின்றன.
I think there was a bit of a gap between the bat and the ball. It was quite unlucky. I would say the batter was quite unlucky, but I think it's a reward for good bowling, good consistent bowling. 5 wickets for Yuvraj, but yes, that's not the best of the decisions, I would say. Possibly, I think there were 2 decisions in this game. Probably could have gone either way, but this was I think there's a fair bit of daylight between the bat and the ball. Would like to see the replay again though.
யாழ்ப்பாணம் இந்திக்கல்வி தன்னுடைய சகல விக்கெட்டுகளையும் இழந்திருக்கிறது. 101 ஓட்டங்களுக்கு. இந்த கருத்து கொடுத்து மிகச்சிறப்பாக பதவி செய்த விக்கெட்டுகளை எடுத்திருக்கிறது. யுவராஜ் 5 விக்கெட்டுகள், தேஷ்கர் 3 விக்கெட்டுகளை எடுத்திருந்தார். 2 விக்கெட்டுகளில் ஓட்டங்களை மிக குறைவாக கொடுத்து எடுத்திருந்தார். மிகச்சிறப்பாக பதவி செய்ய சுழல் பதவிச்சாளர் யார்?
யுவராஜ்
யுவராஜ்
5, யாதவ் 2, தேஷ்கர் 3.
ஸ்கோர் பதவியில் இப்போது யாழ்ப்பாண விக்கெட்டுகள் சார்பாக 31 ஓட்டங்களை எடுத்திருந்தார். ஆதித்யன் விக்கெட் காப்பாளர் 97 பதவியை சந்தித்து அதுபோல 26 ஓட்டங்களை பிரீமியர் எடுத்து வேகமாக அதிக போச்சு இடைவெளிக்கு ஓட்டங்களை அதிகரித்திருந்தார். ஆனால் அவர்களை தவிர இன்னும் 2 பேர் தான் 10 ஓட்டங்களுக்கு மொத்த ஓட்டங்களுக்கு 105 விக்கெட்டுகளை யுவராஜ் கைப்பற்றினார்.
Yeah, that's a wonderful bowling and fielding performance by the Hindu College Colombo boys. Anish just scored 1 run, Bhavanan 1, Adityan 31, the top scorer, Niranjan 14, Sudarshan Subramanian, this captain, the key wicket indeed, that was 1. He was out for 1. Preethigan 17, Premigan 26, Laksigan, Nitish Raj, none of them were able to. Laksigan 1, Nitish was not out for. Sudarshan Abhivarnan for a duck and Hariharan for a duck as well. So 102 for the loss of 102 all out. And look at the bowling figures, Loshan. Wonderful bowling figures by everyone too, pretty much. I think it was the proceeding was started by Santosh. Santosh had a good spell, 7 overs, not for 12. Yadav took the first 2 wickets, bowled very well, and he put the breaks in, and 2 for 19 of 9 overs. Yuvraj, he started off not so well, but I think he came back really nicely, ripped the Jaffna Hindu batting apart. 10.5 overs, one maiden, 5 for 33, and of course Deshkar chipped in with 3 very good wickets indeed. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 20. Whether we agree or not, I think Deshkar did ring the changes in, quite unconventional, but at the end of the day, I think it yielded desired results. But I think a big mention or special mention of Harsha Mithumina for those 2 wonderful catches and the overall Hindu College Colombo bowling. Look at the highlights. Yep, that was a good stroke through the cover. This is post lunch. I think in this game, there were 2 key moments in my opinion. I think after that second wicket partnership, those 3 wickets of the left-hand batter Niranjan and those 2 or 3 wickets, I think Niranjan and then of course Subarnan and the 3rd wicket as well. I think, yeah, and those 3 wickets I thought really put Jaffna Hindu back on the back foot. That's one, and of course second, then once after the lunch, that's a wonderful delivery indeed. That was a hoik, really went after it. That was the lucky one. It's in the good one as well. It was in the block hole. Look at that catch, Loshan. That was a wonderful catch by Harsha Mithumina. Beautiful. That's a good one as well. That was an unfortunate one indeed, to be honest. That was unfortunate indeed. Hariharan has all the rights to be very unhappy about it.
நிச்சயமாக இதுதான் கடைபிடிக்கும். எனவே நாங்கள் இப்பொழுது 102 ஓட்டங்களுக்கு பிறகு இப்பொழுது இந்த கருத்தை கொடுக்கும் இன்னிங்ஸ் நாங்கள் மீண்டும்
and 2 for Yadav as well as and 3 for Deshkar as well. So that's 102 for the loss for all out. And then Jaffna, the Colombo Hindu College now with Midushigan and Yadav to take the first lethal wicket. Yadav, after bowling that good spell, and of course Midushigan, I believe, was the keeper, and he after spending almost like more than half a day on the field with the keeping pads on, and on this hot sunny weather, it's not an easy task to come and open the batting, but he's up there for the challenge. Yadav again, after the good bowling performance, he now has a role to play with the bat. Jaffna Hindu will be really looking forward to containing the Hindu College Colombo boys for less than 100, and then at least get a psychological advantage and possibly a small lead as well. But of course, Hindu College Colombo will be having other ideas, other plans. They would like to build a sizable lead today so that they can apply more pressure on the Hindu College Colombo boys, Jaffna Hindu College boys tomorrow. But having said that, the Jaffna Hindu does have a very good and very potent spin attack and a good fast bowling attack as well with Hariharan, a wonderful fast bowler. He can crank up the pace with his kiddie square arm action. We've seen him bowling this again. He's playing on his fourth or fifth year rather. He was playing in the 2023 episode over here as well, and then again in 2024-25 in Jaffna. He's been the nemesis of the Hindu College Colombo boys, and of course they have some very good spinners in Nitish, the right arm leggy, and of course Sudarshan Subarnan, a wonderful off spinner, played in the provincial circuit as well. And he's more known for his spin bowling capabilities than batting, but of course he's improved his batting as well. It seems that Subarnan is going to open the bowling very similar to the Colombo Hindu boys, opening with the spinner. Of course, Colombo Hindu started with Santosh and then gave it to Yadav, the off spinner. But this time, I think after seeing the turn, they've decided to Jaffna Hindu decided to start proceedings with Subarnan. But again, when you have a bowler like Hariharan who can really crank up the pace and bowl at a disconcerting line and length, not too sure whether it's again the right idea. Probably give that brand new cherry to your best possible fast bowler to really rattle the batter. But again, yes, the first ball being done, defended nicely on the offside. That I believe is Midushigan. Pushed nicely into the short third man region for a single. That's good running again. Played with soft hands. Pushed it into the short third man region for a single. Good to see the teachers and of course their families as well, along with the students, along with the old boys. It's a wonderful sight this time. I think having a very good crowd with a lot of energy. Colombo Hindu right on top right now. And Jaffna Hindu really fighting hard, would really want to fight hard and then make a good competition out of it. So it was Yadav who opened the account, and now it's Midushigan, the left-handed Midushigan. He has again showed some good performance in the past big matches, and he'll be hoping for one more over here today. That's swept. That's a paddle sweep down the leg side. That's 4 runs. Yep. Yes, indeed. That's a good start. That's a poor delivery by Subarnan, trying to come around the stumps, angled it in towards the pad. It was way down the leg side, and a wonderful paddle sweep. Yes, indeed. That was nicely played. And that was definitely played. But very nice indeed. Played it so late off the upper half of the bat, right behind the keeper's pads. That's 4 runs. Good start for Midushigan. He's normally a fairly aggressive batter. He would love that start. And of course, Subarnan, slightly off radar, pushing it slightly wider on the onside, too full as well. He just went for that paddle sweep and gets 4 runs. That was a loud shout. That's given out. That came in quite sharply. Midushigan, that's a big wicket indeed. Subarnan into the act very early. That came back very sharply indeed. Would like to see the replay again to see whether it's going down the leg side. pitched outside the off stump, came back in, quite sharp indeed. Would like to see the impact. The batter not too happy. Yep, that seems. He seemed to have got beaten for the pace. It was a sharp inducker. It just came in with the arm. Good bowling indeed. That is a big wicket. That was a very big wicket indeed. Midushigan, an informed batter, a very experienced batter, back in the hut, and a good start, a very, very good start. And you could see some worried faces in the dugout, or rather in the spectators. The new batter in is Tawakumar Santosh. I think he's playing his first big match, if I remember right. Sudarshan Subramanian into that. Yep, that's Tawakumar Santosh. Sorry, the previous boundary was a bye, was been declared as a bye, but it seemed to be off the bat. But anyway, it is what it is. 5 runs, 5 for 1. Jaffna Hindu getting back into the game, and Colombo Hindu would really look forward to putting on a good partnership. Santosh, the young Santosh, that's nicely played into the offside. Subramanian bowling with a bit of pace, though he's an off spinner. I think he bowls those fastish off breaks, has a few tricks up his sleeves. A very, very accomplished bowler, a very experienced one at it. I think that was not too sure whether that was going to hit the leg stump. Probably it's either going to hit the leg stump or going to miss it as well. That's probably would have been in the DRS era. That would have been a review. Yep, that's Hariharan, the vice captain. So the captain and the vice captain opening the bowling. Captain Subramanian started the bowling, and then of course now it's Hariharan. Hariharan is a very good, very accomplished right arm pacey with a very slingy action. That's what Hariharan can do. Hariharan has that capability. Brings that ball back in. He has a deadly yorker. That's bowled. The batter should have gone for a defensive stroke. He just went on for an expansive drive. Look at that. Yep. They missed that line completely, and that's bowled. Jaffna Hindu right back in the game. There we go. He wants the crowd to be silent. Yep, 2 wickets. Voice of Colombo Hindu. It's still up and running, but maybe a couple of more wickets. I think they will probably go down. 30 odd runs, yeah. It does. I think Jaffna again has started with the bang, 2 wickets in the first 2 overs. And Hariharan is a very, very deceptive bowler, very dangerous. And at times I feel that he's slightly underrated as well. He can swing the ball in with his action. He can be very sharp. He has a very good bouncer. He does have a deadly yorker as well. I've again seen him at close quarters for a couple of years. So he's that X-factor bowler whom you can sort of rely on. And him and Subarnan together, and along with Nitish, this bowling attack is going to be a very, very handful bowling attack to handle. So this is going... Absolutely, yes, and that's a poor stroke by Santosh as well. He was nowhere in position, and in the very first delivery, he's just facing up for Hariharan, a good established pacey, and he just don't want to go for a very expansive stroke. He was nowhere near that to drive it. He just swung through his bat at it, and that's his rest is history. 5 for 2, and into college Colombo is in trouble. Yep. Now the new batter in is Harsha Mithumina, the player who took those 2 fantastic catches, and again he's somebody who has done very well in the past, in the previous big matches as well. He's been he's been there for the last this must be his 4th big match, Battle of the Hindus. So he's a very experienced campaigner. He must be on his high with those 2 catches, but he's up against a red hot Hariharan. Yeah, Hariharan is that kind of a bowler, right? I mean, he's a wicket-taking bowler, so he's also going to give you those scoring options. This time slightly off radar, slightly wider, and that gave ample room for Harsha Mithumina to get a wonderful boundary. But he's that X-factor bowler. I mean, if I'm the Hindu College captain, I really wouldn't mind him giving a few boundaries away, provided he can get me a couple of more wickets. To be honest, I think just to see the Colombo Hindu boys going after the bowling, at least trying to place shots of Hariharan. I think if I'm Hariharan, I'll be very happy, because that will give me more chances as a wicket-taking bowler. Hariharan is a very potent in-swinger, and I think he can also bowl swing the other way as well, but predominantly an in-swing bowler, and he's very sharp off the wicket. He has a very good bouncer as well. We are yet to see that coming in though. I mean, that's a good leave, to be honest. You could see that, Hariharan, trying to bang it in a little bit. But again, I think right now, Hariharan is better off, if he can pitch it up, get the ball to swing, he can be more potent. He will be an absolutely potent weapon. He just have to sort of get his radar right, keep it up there and thereabout with his pace and swing. He can be a handful.
The last 2 deliveries he focused on fifth off stump only a bit wider. He will be more potent when he brings the ball more towards the stump, then he makes the batter play like the next one there. Harsha is made a forward defense.
Yep, Harsha Mithumina is a very experienced player, so he will be up. He knows how to handle this. He has faced Hariharan before. Now that's 10 for 2 and 1.5 overs. I mean, Jaffna Hindu was at a very similar stage where they were at 4 for 2, Colombo Hindu. Yeah, they were for Colombo Hindu was 5 for 2, and Jaffna Hindu was 4 for 2. So very similar situations. Now it all depends on how the next session pans out. I think the next couple of sessions will really determine the course of this game.
ක්‍රීඩා තරඟ ක්‍රිකට් පාපන්දු එල්ලේ රගර් සංගීත සංදර්ශන මංගල අවමංගල උත්සව ඇතුළු සියලුම උත්සව අවස්ථාවන් වගේම ආගමික වැඩසටහන් දේශපාලන රැස්වීම් ඇතුළු සියලුම අවස්ථාවන් ගුණාත්මක බවින් යුතුව Facebook සහ YouTube ඔස්සේ සජීවීව විකාශය කරවා ගැනීමට අපව අමතන්න සිලෝන් ඉවෙන්ට්ස් මාස්ටර් ලයිව් 077 203 71 67
The difference is that, the two Hindu college bowlers were fairly defensive, not defensive per se, fairly good defensive bowlers, but I think the Jaffna Hindu two bowlers, which is Suvarnan and and it's nicely played.
The ball is running towards the fence and it clears the fence.
That's a very good stroke indeed, very good stroke by Yadav.
He made sure he closed the face of the bat to keep the ball along the ground. At the pace of Suvarnan made sure the ball traveled all the way to the fence.
I mean, he really fetched it out from outside the off stump or from the off stump line and just paddled it around for a boundary. So as they say, you sweep on length. So possibly he employed that tactic. 4 runs nevertheless. So 14 for 2. Colombo Hindu taking a slightly different approach to Jaffna Hindu. As you quite rightly said, Jaffna Hindu took 90 minutes or more than 90 minutes to get the first boundary. But I think Colombo Hindu has already scored 3 boundaries within the first 3 overs. But at the end of the day, the boundary count doesn't matter. What really matters is the score you put on the board and the number of wickets as well. So 14 for loss of 2 wickets in 2.3 overs. Suvarnan on the attack.
Another FW shot and the finger goes out. Trying to sweep the game.
That was a poor stroke, to be honest. That's a poor stroke indeed. Again, trying to fetch it from outside the off stump and paddle it away. That was a risky one. The batter doesn't seem to be happy.
He moved more towards the off stump, exposing his leg stump when the ball hit the pad right in front. A very good decision on the ground.
That's a very good decision indeed. It was a poor stroke, to be honest. Suvarnan keeping it there and thereabouts on the offside, off stump. And he went for a sweep. Not too sure why you want to do that. And that's again the downfall. 14 for the loss of 3 wickets. Bit of indiscipline creeping in. Good persistent bowling by the Jaffna Hindu boys. Suvarnan into the act again. His second wicket. And Hariharan has already taken 1. So Jaffna Hindu boys, all boys, are really getting their mojo back. You could see them running in, supporting the teams. The new man in his service. 14 for the loss of 3 wickets. Sarvish is a relatively new player. Quite young indeed. Again, a loud shout. That's a loud shout. Possibly drifting down the leg side as well, but that was a loud shout indeed. That's the last wicket replay. Yep, that was on the off stump. And that's crashing into middle and off. Off, middle and off. And that's out as well. I'm not too sure why the batter was disgruntled about it. But that's out. That's a good decision by the umpire.
ඔබේ ආදරණීය තරු පෙළගැස්ම කීර්ති පැස්කුවෙන් පෙන් සමශනා සොසිල් ප්‍රනාම්දුවෙන් බෙහින්දු ආරියරත්න පැලන ඇන්ඩ්‍රියා සචී මතුලංගගේ සුපිරි සංගීත රටාවට එදා මෙදාතුර බයිල ඉතිහාසයේ අමතක නොවන ගීත රසක් දැන් එකම වේදිකාවක POTV නානිකාංක 100 හරහා Back to the Baila මතකයින් දවස මාර්තු 14 සවස 6:30ට
Very interesting stance from, I think, this Harsha Tumina. That's nicely played by Harsha Tumina. That's the way to play. You got to play straight. You got to play the ball on its merits. It's not again a one-day cricket. There's no urgency. There's a lot of time. There are this session plus 4 more sessions to play. There's plenty of time left in the game of cricket. There's no need to go after the bowling. You just have to stick there, put on a partnership, build on it, and then build on a lead. Focus on building on a lead. And Jaffna Hindu will be really happy to bundle them out for less than 100. 14 for the loss of 3 wickets, Colombo Hindu. Hariharan steaming in with a lot of gas. Hariharan is a very deceptive bowler. He's very pacey as well. He's actually quite quick off the wickets. He can be slinging. He can be very awkward, and he can swing the ball as well. It's a very good combination. And him and Subarnan together are really doing it for the Jaffna Hindu boys. Harsha Tumina, a senior campaigner. He's seen it through. He'll be really looking forward to getting a good score. But Jaffna Hindu really on top right now in terms of this particular innings. That's nicely played on the onside, a good single. It's a very quick single indeed. Good running between the wickets. They started off with the stroke, and that's what enabled for them to get that single. 15 for 3. You just got to keep the strike, keep rotating the strike, get those singles in, 3-4 runs and over, 2-3 runs and over. Not because of the run rate. It's just that you got to keep the momentum going. And all of a sudden you will see that you are about 50 for 3 or 60 for 3. And then that's where the pressure would start building on Jaffna Hindu. Right now Jaffna Hindu is right on top. 15 for 3 Colombo Hindu, and then of course Jaffna Hindu defending a target of 102 in the first innings. They're right on top, to be honest. Yep, that's going down the leg side. So it's more like a casual inquiry rather than an appeal for sure. I think what the Colombo Hindu should be doing, what Jaffna Hindu would be looking at is go after, get those wickets, bundle them out for a smaller total, and get a small first innings lead, which will give them a psychological advantage. But Colombo Hindu, what we really need to do is stay there, get those runs, graft it around. When the score moves on to 40, 50, 60, right, then Jaffna Hindu will start feeling the pressure because it's nearing the target, nearing the first innings score. They'll have to spread the field in. They don't want to give a bigger lead. Oh, that's a loose, airy, fairy stroke indeed, and yes, it's a wonderful delivery by Hariharan. That's the end of the over. Is that right? Not really. There's one more to go. Yeah, that's slightly airy, fairy. Good delivery again, going away, but more of an airy, fairy drive. I could sense a Yorker coming in, a full-length delivery. Yeah, he's going to go for a full-length delivery for sure. There we go. That's. Yep, that was slightly on the fuller. I think he was either trying to go on full length or attempted Yorker. Of course, just missed the mark and then played nicely through the mid-on and mid-wicket region for a couple of runs. 17 for the loss of 3 wickets. You could see Jaffna Hindu coaching staff, Alan Raj, will be really on his toes, trying to see as to how to defend the score. Guess we'll return after the commercial break.
Introducing Pure HD Plus, Sri Lanka's ultimate HD entertainment experience. Get ready to dive into the largest collection of local and international HD channels in true high-definition quality. Experience HD with Sri Lanka's premium TV package that offers a full lineup of over 150 channels featuring all your favorites. Enjoy all of this for Rs 3,125 per month.
That should have been caught, obviously, yes, that should have been caught, and we can see that's why the captain is not very happy with it. The fielder was slightly late to come up. It just went through his hands. Of course, it went fast. It just went through his hands. At this level, if you want to win those matches, you got to take those catches in. To be honest, Sarvesh is looking a little bit iffy, if I may use that term. He's not looking very confident. He's trying to do a few things here and there. He just have to put his head down, settle down, defend a few deliveries. Absolutely, yes. And that's again a good delivery. A loud appeal, to be honest. I mean, you could see the gestures. I thought the Jaffna Hindu boys really felt that that's out, but not really. They got to be careful with the appealing. I'd like to see the replay of that. That's nicely defended on the offside. Oh, that's poor running indeed. That's a chance of a run out. Nope, a better throw. There's poor calling indeed. There's yes, no. Look at that. There was yes, no, and then just goes on. A better throw, and the bowler was not at his right place as well. He should have been back behind the stumps. I'm not too sure what he was doing at the crease. He should have been behind the stumps to collect that ball and then to break the stumps. Bowler was just ball watching.
Pure HD Plus, Sri Lankaවේ එකම True HD නාලිකා අත්දැකීම. මෙතෙක් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ හඳුන්වා දුන් විශාලතම HD නාලිකා එකතුව ඇතුළත් අලුත්ම පැකේජය දැන් Pure TV වෙතින්. දෙස් විදෙස් HD නාලිකා 37ක් ඇතුළුව නාලිකා 150කටත් වඩා වැඩියෙන් අත්විඳින්න. මාසෙටම රුපියල් 3125ක් පමණයි.
There were two chances in that over, where one was a chance through the slips, and then of course the other one was a run out. Both going to begging. Colombo Hindu lucky to survive at. Look at. 23 for the loss of 3 wickets. It should have been 4. The run out was on as well as the catch at the slips. Yeah, a bit of an in-out field. You have somebody just right below right at the eye line. Oh, it almost popped to him. It really almost popped to him indeed. I think that field is just to unsettle the batter, just to cover his vision. See, only one slip. Now, again, I'm not too sure whether this is the right idea. If of course, Niranjan is an aggressive bowler, that's fine. But otherwise, you got to get your prime bowler in. Hariharan should have been there. He was bowling fairly well. He really should have been bowling. He's very deceptive. He was bowling all right. He took a wicket as well. So he should have been continued with at least for a couple of more overs. Jaffna Hindu should be really looking for wickets. Let's see what Niranjan can do though. Sarvesh is trying to look aggressive. He's trying to go after the bowling. So far, he's not been able to get good connection. He really has to sort of stay there, get some runs, stick around, give good support to Mutamina. But Jaffna Hindu would really love to see the back of Sarvesh. That's down the leg side, an easy single. Yeah, I mean, two things happening. That one, of course, when you don't throw to the hands, you're also wasting your new ball, and of course, the second one is like there's a chance of overthrows. But again, I'm not too sure whether it's a good idea to sort of take out Hariharan and then bring Niranjan in, because Hariharan, a couple of more overs to Hariharan would have been quite handy. It's nicely played, a drop and run. That's a good. The good running between the wicket between these two, except for that one yes no thing. Right? They've been calling out quite nicely. Again, if you really look at it, they just started the running. They started the run with the stroke, and that really paved the way. You can see Alan Raj quite animated, the head coach of Jaffna Hindu, former Jaffna Central College cricketer. That's nicely played on the onside. Again, a quick single. That's a risky one indeed. Nope. That should have been curtains. If he had collected it in a direct hit, it would have been curtains. But again, here also, if you look at it, there was nobody behind the stumps. Where's that bowler? Why is that bowler not coming up? I think this good old-fashioned approach of coming back into the stumps has gone out of fashion. The bowler should have come back in, and then it would have paved the way for the fielder to sort of throw it to his hands. Now the fielder was under pressure to throw directly to score a direct hit, and that's possibly where I think you find these misfields coming through. This is the second time. Yep, that's the Jaffna Hindu College coaching staff again. Of course, Alan Raj was there, and of course, Ranjit Kumar Newton. Again from Jaffna Central, now he's in the coaching staff of Jaffna Hindu. Ranjit Kumar Newton did play for Sri Lanka under 19 last year. A good left-arm fast bowler and a fairly aggressive left-handed batter as well. But now he's decided to stay back and do some coaching. That seems to be off the inside edge.
Fast towards an excellent stop. Excellent stop by the fielder there. Almost at the boundary line. Awarded runs. Yes.
Oh, that's off the inside edge. Yes, that's off the inside edge. In fact, I think the inside edge possibly saved him. I don't know. It was just heading toward the stumps. And that inside it possibly took it slightly wider. That's a lucky one. That's an absolutely lucky one indeed. Yeah, it's a French cut. Yeah, French cut of sorts. For those who are tuning in late, Jaffna Hindu batted first, won the toss, elected to bat first, and 102 all out. Rocked on the back. Yeah, I mean, I think probably that's again the pressure of throwing at it. So let's see how it goes. That's a good shot. That's a beautiful stroke. That is a very good shot indeed, but it's not a proper drive per se. It's more like I think it actually hit the inside half of the bat. If you see the replay again, but it actually split the field nicely for 4 runs. Yep. Again, it was slightly outside the off stump, and he was trying to play across. Yep, that's nicely defended. It's a loud appeal. It's a very loud appeal indeed. Was it an appeal for LBW or a catch? I suppose if it's LBW, it was going down the leg side. Yeah, then it was actually going down the leg side. I think. Now it's Hariharan back into the attack. Again, that 1 over experiment of Niranjan. And now again Hariharan back into the attack again. That actually confuses me. What's the idea behind it? Why do you want to bring in another bowler and again bring back your prime bowler? Maybe is it to give a rest to the prime bowler? I'm not too sure. If that is the case, then we'll question the fitness of your prime bowler. That's nicely bowled. Slightly shorter, but again hurried a bit. Batter Mithumina on the back foot, and no damage done. At times you feel that you'd like to get into the minds of these captains and then sort of try to understand the thinking process. But nevertheless, that's nicely played indeed through the covers. That was nicely played through the covers for a single. It was on the fuller length. And if you really look at it, the fuller length deliveries are actually troubling the Hindu College Colombo batters. And that's where I think is getting it deadly. But having said that, if Hariharan can bowl a little bit more straighter, that will make it even more interesting. This will be an interesting battle. Let's see how Sarvish is going to face Hariharan. Going to be an awkward line because a right arm slinger to a left hand batter. That's slightly down. That's down the leg side. I'd like to see him bowl a little bit more fuller. Really want to see Hariharan bowl more fuller right now, and then you can actually deploy these short of the length tactics towards the second half of the innings. Not right now. If he can bowl a lot more fuller and get more swing into it, I think he'll be quite dangerous. Again, yeah, I mean, possibly yes. That's what they'll be trying to do, because they probably seems to be a spin-dominated attack. So obviously, they would be looking at taking the sign off as soon as possible. Again, that particular drive also by Darvish, no feet movement at all. Yep, look at it. Look at that. There was absolutely no foot movement, just a shimmy, and then he's trying to drive it through. Lucky not to get an edge. Yeah, but at times I think we from the commentary, I feel that sometimes we from the combox could be a little bit more too harsh on these boys, because these boys have hardly had any experience in playing turf cricket. The Jaffna Hindu boys, they don't. I know they have side wickets they have side turf wickets, they have side nets, but not the center wicket. So they play in a very small matting wicket. They do practice in the turf side nets, yes, but you hardly. I mean, it's nothing like playing a game. So probably like you get only a handful of games, maybe one or two games in turf, and very similar to Hindu College Colombo as well. Though access to turf is available, it's not a very affordable proposition to to play each of your games in turf. It's very difficult, and it's very difficult to get turf experience. And not all the schools at the divisions they play do agree to play in turf. We'll talk about this after the commercial break.
ක්‍රීඩා තරඟ ක්‍රිකට් පාපන්දු එල්ලේ රගර් සංගීත සංදර්ශන මංගල අවමංගල උත්සව ඇතුළු සියලුම උත්සව අවස්ථාවන් වගේම ආගමික වැඩසටහන් දේශපාලන රැස්වීම් ඇතුළු සියලුම අවස්ථාවන් ගුණාත්මක බවින් යුතුව Facebook සහ YouTube ඔස්සේ සජීවීව විකාශය කරවා ගැනීමට අපව අමතන්න. සිලෝන් ඉවෙන්ට්ස් මාස්ටර් ලයිව් 077 2 71 67.
நாங்கள் அப்படி போடலையே.
முதல்ல 5 ஓவர்ஸ் பிறகு ஸ்பின்னர்ஸ் போட்டோம். யாதவ் யுவராஜ் 2.
ஓகே.
பிறகு 1 போட்டோம். நடுவில் 16வது ஓவர் ஒரு ஓவர் ஸ்பின் லெக் ஸ்பின்னர் வச்சு போட்டோம். ஓகே. மிச்சமெல்லாம் 18வது ஓவர் கூட ஃபுல்லா ஸ்பின்.
ஓகே, so that's interesting thought. Okay. அஞ்சாவது ஓவர் போறாங்க. That's again Subarnan to continue on this 5th over. That's slightly outside the off stump. Lunges forward, pushed into the short extra cover region. No run. I think Harsha Mithumina looking fairly solid. That's Sarvish. Sarvish has been a little bit susceptible, I would say. That's nicely played on the leg side. Soft hands into the short fine leg region, or short square leg region rather, single. And now it's going to be Harsha Mithumina.
Outside edge, and that brings the end of Harsha Mithumina's innings. Subarnan with his 3rd wicket in his 5th over.
Subarnan has been bowling very well indeed. He's been among the wickets. It's his 3rd wicket. Fired in outside the off stump. Harsha Mithumina just hang his bat to dry. Let's see what happens. Oh yeah, he just hang his bat in. He didn't do anything. He was just hanging his bat in, and it's a good catch with nice soft hands. And that's wicket number 4. Harsha Mithumina The set batter, the senior batter, that's gone. That's the wicket number 3 for Suvarnan and Colombo Hindu on the mat right now. 34 for the loss of 4 wickets. Let's see who the new man in. The new man in this particular pair has a lot to do. They really have to do a lot of damage control. They have to do a bit of rebuilding as well. 34 for the loss of 4 wickets. Your top 4 batters dismissed for a cheap score like 34. Chasing a first innings target of 102. The 102 seems to look like a mountain to climb now. Suvarnan has been bowling fairly well, bowling at a fairly good pace, and I think it's his pace and the bounce he's getting is what's making the difference. But that was again a poor stroke by Harsha Mithumin. He just hung his bat there, didn't do anything, didn't go for a cut, didn't go for a square drive. He just hung his bat there, not too sure. Maybe he was in 2 minds on what to do, and that really caused his downfall. Good bowling by Suvarnan again. 3-4. He's got his 3rd wicket. Now it's Abhishek, the new man in, young Abhishek. Another youngster coming into the team. Not much of experience, I suppose. Let's see what he can do at this big stage for the Jaffna, for the Colombo Hindu boys. That's nicely played again on the offside, pushed into the short mid-off region. No run. 35 for the loss of 4 wickets. We're in the 9th over of the innings. Sudarshan Suvarnan, 3 for 19 in his 5th over.
Another beautiful delivery, just passing the outside edge.
That's again a slider. It just went on with the arm, and that's the end of over number 9. At 35 for the loss of 4 wickets. Suvarnan, 3 for 19.
ඔබේ ආදරණීය තරු පෙළ ගැස්ම කීර්ති පැස්කුවෙන් පෙම් සහශනාල් සුසිල් ප්‍රනාන්දුවෙන් බෙහින්දු ආරියරත්න පැලනි ඇන්ඩ්‍රියා සචී මතුලන්ගේ සුපිරි සංගීත රටාවට එදා මෙදාතුර බයිල ඉතිහාසයේ අමතක නොවන ගීත රසක් දැන් එකම වේදිකාවක POTV නානිකාංක 100 හරහා Back to the Baila මතකයිනි දවස මාර්තු 14 සවස 6:30ට.
It's a total all over for Sampuran. So that I think, yeah, there's an interesting rule in the school cricket, which I think I was not aware of personally. So possibly that's one of the reasons as to why these interesting bowling changes did happen. Out of the first 18 overs, 12 overs has to be bowled by 12 overs of pace is mandatory. So you can only have 6 overs from the spinners. So I think Suvarnan has already bowled 5. So I presume in the next, this is the 10th over in progress, in the next 8 overs, probably we'll be seeing 7 overs of pace and 1 over of spin maximum. So that's an interesting rule just to encourage the school teams to sort of get the pacers on as much as possible with the new ball.
And I think Hariharan after 1 over, there's been a bowling change. The Rojan is back into the attack.
Yep.
From the commentary box end.
Yeah, it's again bit of changing which keeps on happening. So I suppose probably they are preserving Hariharan to bowl the next few overs as well, because maybe Suvarnan will bowl the 6th over from that side, and then it's going to be between Rojan and Hariharan, I suppose. That's nicely played, and again that's possibly the window which the Jaffna Colombo Hindu will be looking at, because if you really look at it, all the wickets to fall in this game so far has been taken by spinners except for one. Sorry, Hariharan took 1 wicket. Otherwise, the entire 14 wickets have fallen so far for the day. 13 for spinners and only 1 for the fast bowler.
An expansive drive, passing the fielder through the mid-wicket, crossing the fence for a boundary.
Sarvesh looking for runs. Went for that expansive drive through the mid-wicket region. off the inner half of the bat, but he was able to pierce that field, and that's nicely played again. 4 runs.
And over the course of the day, the outfield has turned very fast. The ball is skidding through the outfield.
There's a lot of value for his shots in this ground. You just have to pierce the field, and it's going to go through. I mean, that's again nicely played, beautifully, lovely stroke indeed. That's. So I think this is a ground which has everything for which is something for everyone. Like, you get spinners are getting something. There is the fast bowlers are getting something, and of course batters are getting their own dues as well. And even with a good outfield, so fantastic international venue.
Introducing Pure HD Plus, Sri Lanka's ultimate HD entertainment experience. Get ready to dive into the largest collection of local and international HD channels in true high-definition quality. Experience HD with Sri Lanka's premium TV package that offers a full lineup of over 150 channels featuring all your favorites. Enjoy all of this for Rs 3,125 per month.
Suvarnan into his 6th over, so that's possibly the 6 overs of spin in the first 18 overs. As per the rule which was just explained to me, within the first 18 overs in school cricket, you can only have maximum of 6 overs of spin. So you got to have 12 overs of pace. Let me put it that way. That's nicely played. Suvarnan will be really looking for a wicket over here. If he can end this 6 over in his 6 over spell with another wicket, he'll be the happiest man in this world. Service on 18, and Abhishek here to open his account. That's skied. Is it going to fall?
And it's running towards the fence, but stop.
Again, service. Again, it's a poor stroke indeed, miscued. Even the boundaries he got were all miscued stuff. This was again miscued. Again, trying to hoik against the spin, and Suvarnan bowls at a good clip as well. It just managed to parry it over the mid-off fielder for a couple of runs. .42 for the loss of 4 wickets. Colombo Hindu in 10.3 overs. That's nicely cut away. That was a good shot. That was a very good shot indeed. He got into position. Head was in the right position. Just rolled his wrists over to pierce that gap. That's 4 runs. That's nicely played. That's very nicely played. That's poor fielding, by the way. There's a bit of poor fielding indeed. But it's a good shot. That's 4 runs. Look at that. He just rocked back. Yep. He got it right. He just rolled his wrist over a little bit. Get that gap in. Bit of poor fielding. Supported by a bit of poor fielding, and that's 4 runs, 46 for the loss of 4 wickets. Yep, he just stepped in and then stepped back, had a good solid foundation, and just threw his bat at it. Beautifully played. That's nicely played as well. Good single, a late start. That is a late. Would like to see the replay again. That was again a late start by the batter. He didn't run with the ball. He didn't run with the stroke. He was just ambling around. Would like to see the replay if possible. We're seeing the Sati Kumaraswamy Stadium, Kumaraswamy stands, one of the former legends of Sri Lanka or Ceylon cricket. And of course, this is the very same ground, the world famous. I'm not too sure. How many people know about Mahadevan Sathasivam? Mahadevan Sathasivam is possibly, in many people's opinion, we'll come back to discuss about Mahadevan Sathasivam after the commercial break. talking about Mahadevan Sadasivam, I think a lot of people do believe it. In fact, I think if I remember right, even Sangakkara in his Colin Cowdrey speech in London, he did mention that possibly he was the best batter the Sri Lanka has ever seen, or the country has ever seen. And many people, some of the legends do compare him with even the great Sir Donald Bradman. And he has the unique, distinction of captaining 3 countries. He captained Sri Lanka, or Ceylon rather, and he did captain Singapore and Malaysia as well in those ICC tournaments. So that's a bit of history, and we have a Mahadevan Sadasivam stands as well in commemoration of him, in memory of him, and he was a member of the Tamil Union Cricket Club as well. Yeah, absolutely. Yes, I think you're right. This is the only venue which has hosted. You're right. This is the only venue in Asia where Sir Don Bradman has played, and also this venue has seen the likes of guys Sir Garfield Sobers, the West Indian fast bowling legends like Sir Wesley Hall, the 3Ws, right, and some of the Australian legends as well. Because this used to be a whistle-stop place where those days when they play the Ashes, either when Australia goes to England or England goes to Australia. Mostly when Australia goes to England, they go in ships, right? So they come and they take a little break in Sri Lanka, play a couple of matches. They play a couple of games, practice games and whatever and whatnot. So they play with the Ceylon team at that time, and then they go to the countries. Oh, that's. Yeah, I think that's because they're just sampling in. They thought like it's an easy single, but yeah, you're right. They got to crease it, or they got to plant the bat and then crease it, and then they got to be ready for the next run. Nirujan had been fairly economical, 2.4 overs, just 9 runs given away. He's going to do a fair bit of bowling. I think Nirujan has to go do a fair bit of bowling, I suppose, along with maybe Hariharan, and probably we'd like to see whether there are any other paces in the team for the next 6 overs. That's end of over number 12. So this is the last ball of the over number 12. That's nicely played on the onside. Beautifully played. It's a good drive, but a good fielding as well. It's a very good fielding indeed. We've seen some sloppy fielding, but that was a good piece of fielding. That's at the end of over number 12, 49 for the loss of 4 wickets. We'll come back after a short commercial break.
Introducing Pure HD Plus, Sri Lanka's ultimate HD entertainment experience. Get ready to dive into the largest collection of local and international HD channels in true high-definition quality. Experience HD with Sri Lanka's premium TV package that offers a full lineup of over 150 channels featuring all your favorites. Enjoy all of this for Rs 3,125 per month.
ක්‍රීඩා තරඟ ක්‍රිකට් පාපන්දු එල්ලේ රගර් සංගීත සංදර්ශන මංගල අවමංගල උත්සව ඇතුළු සියලුම උත්සව අවස්ථාවන් වගේම ආගමික වැඩසටහන් දේශපාලන රැස්වීම් ඇතුළු සියලුම අවස්ථාවන් ගුණාත්මක බවින් යුතුව Facebook සහ YouTube ඔස්සේ සජීවීව විකාශය කරවා ගැනීමට අපව අමතන්න. සිලෝන් ඉවෙන්ට්ස් මාස්ටර් ලයිව් 077 2 71 67.
At Avenia Pharma Private Limited, we believe that quality healthcare begins with trust. Established in 2007, Avenia Pharma has grown into one of Sri Lanka's most reliable names in pharmaceutical and surgical product distribution. Guided by the visionary leadership of our managing director, Mr. C. Sadananthan, the company began with a mission to raise the standards of medical supply across the nation. Over the years, that mission has shaped who we are. Avenia Pharma delivers a strong and diverse portfolio of high-quality pharmaceutical products, surgical implants, and medical devices, trusted by healthcare professionals across the country. Our continued commitment to quality, safety, and innovation has enabled us to build a solid reputation within the healthcare industry. Our team works tirelessly to ensure that every product meets global standards and contributes to better patient outcomes. For nearly 2 decades, our growth has been steady, consistent, and purpose-driven, backed by integrity, expertise, and a deep dedication to serving the medical community. Avenia Pharma, delivering excellence, elevating healthcare.
Star Gold introduces Fila Bites, available in blueberry, strawberry, chocolate, vanilla, and cheese from RJ Brothers.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise for
Hi, this is Landscapes. How can I help you? Hi, I'm planning to visit Sri Lanka soon and wanted to know what kind of packages you offer.
That's great to hear. We have several travel packages available. Let me tell you about a few of our most popular options. So, we have family escapes, friends escapes, couples escapes, and an adventure escapes, along with a few more options as well.
Okay, that sounds great. I think the Friends package would be the best.
So just a little bit about landscape.
Landscapes. Landscape.
Landscapes.
I've been to Sri Lanka maybe 4 or 5 times, but this trip has probably been the best.
100%.
Of all those trips I've.
In the 1980s, while the first world countries were enjoying new, fanciful devices like the Walkman and the VCR, the locals in Sri Lanka were still thrilled by the simple taking off and soaring of airplanes by their villages. On March 12, 1987, a popular and charismatic man named Vigneswaran established VMS Travel and Tours, soon to be one of the pioneers of the travel and tourism industry in Sri Lanka. VMS quickly began coming to the aid and service of anyone and everyone that needed travel arrangements, whether for business, for migration, or leisure. VMS Travel and Tours proudly continues its legacy with its new overseas location in Toronto, Canada.
Or you're a student on a budget, we have...
வீரகேசரி சாதனைகளுடன் நூற்றாண்டை நோக்கிய பயணம் தொன்றும் இன்றும் என்றும் நிலையாய் எம்மை தாங்கி உயர்வாய் மொழியாய் அறிவாய் அன்புடன் வழிநடத்தும் வாசகர்கள் விளம்பரதாரர்கள் பத்திரிகை முகவர்கள் எழுத்தாளர்கள் நலன் விரும்பிகள் சகலருக்கும் பேரன்பு கலந்த நன்றிகள்.
POHD Plus ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ එකම True HD නාලිකා අත්දැකීම. මෙතෙක් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ හඳුන්වා දුන් විශාලතම HD නාලිකා එකතුව ඇතුළත් අලුත්ම පැකේජය දැන් POTV වෙතින්. දෙස් විදෙස් HD නාලිකා 37ක් ඇතුළුව නාලිකා 150කටත් වඩා වැඩියෙන් අත්විඳින්න. මාසෙටම රුපියල් 3125ක් පමණයි.
ඔබේ ආන්දරණීය තරු පෙළ ගැස්ම කීර්ති පැස්කුවෙන් පින් සහශනා සුසිල් ප්‍රනාන්දෝ බෙහින්දු ආරියරත්න බැලන් ඇන්ඩ්‍රියා සචී මතුරංගගේ සුපිරි සංගීත රටාවට එදා මෙදාතුර බයිල ඉතිහාසයේ අමතක නොවන ගීත රසක් දැන් එකම වේදිකාවක POTV නාලිකාංක 100 හරහා Back to the Baila මතකයිනි දවස මාර්තු 14 සවස 6:30ට
சொல்லுவல மேல நிற்கணும் இல்லை ஒன்றும் வரல அது தட்ஸ் ஓகே இப்போ நான் மட்டும் தான் ஒருத்தரவே இல்லை சரி ஓகே ரைட் ஓகே ரைட் தேங்க்ஸ் We are back after the tea break. The session number 3 of the Battle of the Hindus between the Jaffna Hindu College and the Hindu College Colombo. Possibly in terms of distance, the longest. In terms of distance, the longest big match, I would say, in a sense where both schools are about 400 kilometers apart. But they made an effort. They make an effort to travel either way and make this match, make this game an absolute spectacle. This is the 15th episode of the Battle of the Hindus and the 75th year, and it's part of the 75th year, 75 years anniversary celebration of Hindu College Colombo. And so far they put on a good show. 102 Jaffna Hindu all out. 102 with a 5 for Yuvraj, the left arm spinner, and 3 wickets for the skipper Deshkar, Ramanathan Deshkar, and 2 for Yadav. And Colombo Hindu has been struggling at 35 for 4 now. They're trying to come out of it 50 for the loss of 4 wickets with Sarvish and Abhishek right at the middle. I think 14 overs completed, possibly another 4 more overs to go, so you probably see 4 more overs of medium pace or pace coming in. As per the rule, I'm told, as per the Sri Lanka school cricket rule, I'm told that out of the first 18 overs, you can only have 6 overs of spin. The rest of it has to be pace, medium pace. So Hariharan back into the attack after a good tea and maybe some snack as well. I'm sure like he must be rejuvenated, recharged, probably raring to go over the next couple of overs for sure. They would like to dislodge this pair. They would like to get a couple of wickets to get into the tail of Hindu College Colombo. Hariharan bowled fairly all right. Didn't bowl to his potential in my opinion. Has lost a little bit of steam, but he's still there and thereabouts, keeping it nice and tight. 4 overs, 10 for 1 wicket. And of course Sarvish scored a fair bit of runs, 27 if I remember right. But he's been living fairly dangerously, with a bit of few swishes here and there, and also some of the edges as well. But having said that, he survived, and he will be there. He'll be happy to take it forward. That's nicely played through the point region for a single. Score moves on to 51. Service on to 17, and Abhishek 2. 51 for the loss of 4 wickets. Hariharan steaming in from the Vanathamula end. Gathering a bit of steam. Nice lanky run up. Bit slow to start with, but gathers momentum as he approaches the umpire, as he approaches the crease, and lets it go. That was harmlessly done outside the off stump. I think, like, Colombo, the Hindu College Colombo boys would be looking for a few runs off these pace bowlers, because they know that, they know for a fact that, when the spinners come on, it will be a bit difficult to go after. So they would like to eke out a few more runs in the next few overs, so that they can get to about 70 for the loss of 4 wickets, and then they can build upon it. But let's see how it goes. That's again wide outside the leg stump, down the leg stump. It was a half-hearted attempt by the batter, by Abhishek. Was in two modes, whether to defend, whether to leave or to switch at it. Probably ended up doing neither, but lucky not to get a touch. So as I said before, this is not the only event which is happening as part of this whole program. That's again outside the off stump, left alone. Pretty watchful indeed. So today at 5 p.m. there is a debate contest. In Tamil we call it the Soladal between Hindu College Colombo and Jaffna Hindu College. That's again an annual event which happens along with the big match. That's at 5 p.m. at the Saraswati Hall at Bambalapitiya. Then, of course, on Sunday there is a soccer match between Jaffna Hindu and Colombo Hindu, and also there is an old boys game between there's a Jaffna Hindu versus Colombo Hindu old boys game which is happening on Sunday right at this venue. Again, fairly wide outside the off stump, is spraying it around. That's wide. That's a wide indeed. That's very, very, very wide. That's rightly called as wide as well. Hariharan wasting his energy, should be there, should be getting his radar right. He has the ability to get this breakthrough, but he just have to bowl straight. He got to get the batter to play at it. Right now the batters are quite happy to leave this ball alone and get some time at the wickets. That's nicely played. No, that's beaten outside the off stump. Slightly wider, but a little bit closer to the stumps. Goes for a bit of a push, but no damage. Oh yeah. That was a much better delivery indeed. Just pitched around the fourth stump line and moved away a little bit. The batter just going for a gentle push, but lucky not to get a touch. So there's a debate competition in the evening today, and there's a soccer match on Sunday evening as well. And of course there is a old boys versus present old boys match between the schools. So there are a lot of things are happening. Nirajan to continue from the commentary box end. That's nicely played down the leg side, and is that going to for the boundary? Yes, it is. That's 4 runs indeed. Very nicely played indeed. Sprayed down the leg side. Just a gentle push on the onside. Flicked it around to the square leg region for 4 runs. The service into the act. He's into his 30s. The score moves on to 55 for the loss of 4 wickets. And this is the period of play where the Colombo Hindu College Colombo boys would like to cash in. There's no spin for the next few overs, and they would like to cash in and get some runs and get some stability in. That's a much better line. Gentle medium pace from Niranjan. He batted well today. Got out to a brilliant catch by Harsha Mithumena. He batted well. He scored about 32 runs. It's fairly good. Sorry, he scored 14 runs and was fairly good as well. He stitched on a good partnership for the 3rd wicket. Again, outside the off stump, angling into the batter, gently pushed into the covers. No run. Service on 31. And Abhishek on 2. Niranjan hasn't been able to double the batters at all, but he's been there and thereabout, keeping it nice and tight, but never looked like taking a wicket. That's nicely bowled. That's a loud appeal, loud shout for LBW. There's more of it's an absolute plea indeed, very loud shout indeed. But I guess it was going down the leg side. Would be an interesting replay. I think I missed the replay. Would like to see that again. That was wide outside the off stump. Cut firmly, but not past the fielder. Very well fielded indeed. 56 for the loss of 4 wickets at the end of 16 overs. We'll be back after a commercial break. Again, Hariharan into the 17th over of the innings, into his 6th over. From the Manatha from the Manatha lane. Yep, that's nicely played into the offside. Caressed through the point region. Is that a single? Yes, it is. That's a single. The score, I suppose, it moves on to 57 for the loss of 4 wickets. Very nicely played indeed. It's a good looking stroke. Just pushed it towards the 3rd man region for a single. 57 for 2 of 16.2 overs. Sarvish on 31. Abhishek on 3. comes Hariharan again. That's down the leg side. And just beats the keeper as well. That's a single. Was there any glove on it or was it a bye? Nope. It seems that there is some bat on it. We are finding out, having some small technical challenges over here. But having said that, we'll sort this out. But 50th was also 4 wickets. Colombo Hindu off to a good start post tea. But it'll be interesting to see as to how they get on when the spin attack comes in after the next 9 deliveries. That's pulled, that's short, and pulled towards the mid-wicket region. Didn't connect it properly, but still 2 runs. Good aggressive intent by Abhishek. Short, but not pacey. The setup there, nicely pulled towards the mid-wicket region for a couple of runs. So the score moves on to the 60s, I believe. Yep, 60 for the loss of 4 wickets. Hindu College Colombo making a move on. I think that now the ball looks pretty sluggish as well. It's not offering anything to the paces, not getting enough pace, not getting too much of a bounce as well. It seems that batting is a bit too easy over there. That's a good pacey delivery. Just hit the deck hard, but outside the off stump. No damage done. It's an interesting day's cricket so far. Again, as I said before, Jaffna Hindu, for those tuning in late, Jaffna Hindu all out for 102. With Yuvraj, the left arm spinner, being the chief wrecker. And now the Colombo Hindu with 5 wickets, and then now Colombo Hindu 60 for 4. Subarnan snared 3 wickets right at the top, and of course Hariharan took 1 as well, but ever since then, after 4 for 35. Now these two put on about 25 runs, and they are taking the team to the safety. It's again wide outside the off stump. Hariharan not making the batters play. He's just wasting his energy, bowling it wide outside the off stump. Maybe, I don't know whether that's the plan to not to give too many runs from the fast bowlers. But to me, Hariharan is an attacking bowler. He should be bowling at the stumps. He should be bowling at the batters. He should be hurrying the batters. We'll talk about it a lot more when we come back after a commercial break.
ක්‍රීඩා තරඟ ක්‍රිකට් පාපන්දු එල්ලේ රගර් සංගීත සංදර්ශන මංගල අවමංගල උත්සව ඇතුළු සියලුම උත්සව අවස්ථාවන් වගේම ආගමික වැඩසටහන් දේශපාලන රැස්වීම් ඇතුළු සියලුම අවස්ථාවන් ගුණාත්මක බවින් යුතුව Facebook සහ YouTube ඔස්සේ සජීවීව විකාශය කරවා ගැනීමට අපව අමතන්න සිලොන් ඉවෙන්ට්ස් මාස්ටර් ලයිව් 077 2 71 67.
Niranjan back into the attack from the commentary box end, and of course the wicket being up, and Sarvish right ready to take charge. A good packed offside cordon. Good packed offside cordon, and they're still bowling that outside the off stump line. The intent, I suppose, is to frustrate the batters, not to give them runs. Is that the right strategy or not, right tactic or not? I think we'll have to wait and see. But I presume that's not a bad strategy for the bowler like Niranjan. But that's certainly not something good for a bowler like Hariharan. Hariharan should be attacking the stumps. This is a little too straighter. Driven towards the mid-off region or covers region. No run. That's a quiet inquiry for run out. But nothing happened, no damage done. You see Alan Raj, quite intense, really sort of looking at strategies, tactics. Probably will be thinking about what to do next. He'll be there, I'm sure he'll be there passing those messages to the boundary riders. to all those cricketers, all those batters, sorry, all those fielders. That's a wonderful catch indeed. Is that a good catch? Yep, that's a wonderful catch indeed. That was again a poor stroke. The strategy has really worked. Nirujan bowling wide outside the off stump, and it was a loose stroke from Sarvesh. Just looped in and a brilliant catch at the short cover region. That's an absolutely. Look at that. Oh, he just dropped it, and second attempt he took it very well. It's a very, very good catch indeed. Look at that celebration. Where did that come from? Is it Dwayne Bravo's? That was a very poor stroke indeed, but a very, very, very good catch. And I think it's a plan which has worked. I probably presume the plan was to sort of frustrate Sarvesh, and that's exactly what happened by bowling wide outside the off stump. And Sarvesh threw his wicket away. It was a good catch by Nitish. Nitish bowled Nirujan for 32. That is a big, big breakthrough for the Jaffna Hindu. They'll be really looking forward to pouncing on it. Now the spinners are going to come back, and that's where the game is going to get more and more interesting. The Colombo Hindu OBA, Suresh Nandagopal, giving a lot of advice to the coach Alan Raj from Jaffna Hindu coach. Sorry, the Jaffna Hindu OBA member, or Jaffna Hindu All Boys in Colombo, have been giving a lot of advices to the coach Alan Raj. The wicket for Nirujan for his persistent bowling wide outside the off stump, and I think really Sarvesh really threw it away. It was a poor stroke and slightly off the outside edge or top half of the bat. And good juggling catch by Nitish. Look at that. Yes, that was just there, and good field placement as well. That was just there, just popped out of the hand, and again took it on the rebound. And look at that nice little dance. That's straight away from the Caribbean. Let's see who the new batter in. Young Abhishek has been joined by Abhinesh. Yeah, that's interesting. So it's Abhinesh and Abhishek. Let's see what Abhinesh can do. Oh, that's nicely bowled. That was nicely bowled. No feet movement at all. Just went through the batter. Lucky not to get anything. Not to get an inside edge, nor not to hit the stumps as well. Let's look at the replay. Ooh, that was very, very close indeed. No feet movement, just switching the bat at it. That's dangerous signs. Abhinesh should do well to get his feet moving. And Nirujan would like to snare another wicket before this 18th over. In this 18th over, that's nicely played on the onside. Goes for a quick single. The non-striker was slightly late to start, but he managed to respond, and then no damage done. So single, 61 for the loss of 5 wickets. Abhinesh off the mark, and of course Abhishek on 5 in 25 deliveries. So Abhishek, the set batter, should really look forward to taking this team home. 61 for the loss of 5 wickets in 18 overs. There's still plenty of play available, game time available for today as well as tomorrow as well. This game is heading to a very, very close and tight finish indeed. Oh, that's nicely bowled again. Probably a hint of swing outside or cutter. Just beaten and all ends up. That's end of over number 18, 61 for the loss of 5 wickets. We'll go for a short commercial break and we'll be back with a bit of spin bowling, hopefully. Yep, as expected. The premier prime bowler of Jaffna Hindu, skipper Sudarshan Subarnan, back into the attack. Has already taken 3 wickets, 3 for 26 of 6 overs. And it will be an uphill task for the Colombo Hindu boys from now on, because Jaffna Hindu will certainly unleash Subarnan and also possibly Nitish as well, wily leg, right arm leggy, and probably a few more spin options. So that was a very timely breakthrough for the Jaffna Hindu boys. Got rid of Sarvish, and again it's poor game management by Sarvish. He knows that, look, it's only they were looking for a wicket. Oh, that's nicely bowled towards the off stump. Slightly hurried, quite pacey delivery, pushed it through. Abhinesh on the back foot, but slightly full on length, so he's got to be very careful when he goes onto the back foot. That's again, bit of pace as a... Look at that, it pitched on and then came on with the arm and shot through a little bit as well. So it's good bowling indeed, very good bowling by Subarnan. He's not going to give you any freebies. He's not going to let you off the hook as well. He's going to bowl you, come at you. He will come at you at pace. In terms of as a spinner, he'll come at you as pace, and he's that kind of a bowler, a Mahesh Deekshana type bowler. That's a single, and Abhinesh onto 6, 62 for the loss of 5 wickets, 63 for the loss of 5 wickets rather. 62 for the loss of 5 wickets. Abhinesh on 2 and Abhishek on 5. Subarnan bowling very well. 3 for 27 off 6.4 overs. Oh, that's a risky single indeed. A direct hit would have been gone. That's missed the stumps again. I really wish Subarnan had gone back to the stumps, but he didn't. But that was a very, very risky single. There was no single at all over there. Look at that. Oh, he would have been gone for all money. Good dive, good desperate dive, but probably would have gone also all money. That's 63 for 5, living dangerously. Colombo Hindu can feel the pressure. Now you can see a fielder right in front of the eye line. That's going to trouble the batter as well. The silly mid-off. We'll come back for further description at the end of this, after the commercial break.
ඔබේ ආදරණීය තරු පෙළ ගැස්ම කීර්ති පැස්කුවෙන් පෙන් සමශනා සොසිල් ප්‍රනාන්දුවෙන් බෙහින්දු ආරියරතු බැලන් ඇන්ඩ්‍රියා සචී මදුරංගගේ සුපිරි සංගීත රටාවට එදා මෙදා තුර බයිල ඉතිහාසයේ අමතක නොවන ගීත රසක් දැන් එකම වේදිකාවක POTV නානිකා අංක 100 හරහා Back to the Baila මතකයිනි දවස මාර්තු 14 සවස 6:30ට
Right. Interestingly, Niranjan gets another over. I suppose that's because of his good bowling in the last over. He got that wicket, so I think the skipper would want to give him one more over. Niranjan, that's again wide outside the off stump. He seems to be trying that outside the off stump line strategy, trying to frustrate the batter. But I suppose that worked with Sarvish, because Sarvish was anyway looking to go aggressive. He was, once you keep him tight, he's going to go after. He's going to try something silly, and just that's exactly what he did. And he got caught to a superb. He got caught by a superb catch. Once again, keeping that nice line length wide outside the off stump. Seems that the strategy is going to be like, get Niranjan to hold one end up as much as possible. Keep bowling wide outside the off stump. Build pressure, build those dot ball pressure. and then unleash Subarnan on the other side, and Subarnan is going to be right at the stumps. That's nicely played on the offside, a very packed offside code, and it's a very good field on the offside. And the good thing is that Niranjan is bowling to his field. There's not much on the left, on the leg side. We probably have 3, 5, 6, 7 on the off, and possibly 2 on the left, two on the leg side, a mid-on and a mid-wicket. But the rest of it are all outside the off stump. That was a little too straight for that field set. But that's a single, nicely played indeed. Jaffna Hindu piling on the pressure, trying to pile on the pressure. 64 for the loss of 5 wickets. Got into the dangerous looking service for 32. And now we have Abhinesh on 2 and Abhishek on 7. Again, just to repeat, this is a historic event, a 15th episode of the Battle of the Hindus, which started in 1981 and then revived much later. It was stopped during the war, due to the war and the domestic troubles we've had. And now ever since then, in total we've played 15 episodes, and sorry, this is the 15th episode which is going on. This is the 75th year anniversary of Hindu College Colombo as well. And for the last, in 2019 is where the decision was made to play at turf at the P.Sara stadium, the Colombo, in the Colombo legs. And as a result, these guys are getting a much needed exposure in bowling, in turf cricket, and playing at international venues. This is an historic venue where Sir Don Bradman has graced this place. We've heard from Arvind De Silva. He scored his last innings was a double century at the P.Sara Muthu Stadium. He scored a 148 against Pakistan. We've seen Gary Sobers, Sir Garfield Sobers playing over here. And now we see the two Hindu college youngsters playing together at the very same venue, which has been graced by lot of legends, many legends, including our own Muthaiya Muralidharan. And again, as Loshan said before in the morning, this is the same venue where currently the likes of Vijaykanth Vyaskant and Thisan Vidushan, the two young Tamil boys from Jaffna, playing over here as well, along with the other national caps like Tarindu Ratnayaka and a few others as well. That's nice. Goes for a square drive, but nope. Loud appeal for a caught behind. 64 for the loss of 5 wickets. Subarnan bowling it nice and straight, keeping it there and thereabouts, not offering any freebies at all. He's bowling very well. 3 for 28 of 7.3 overs. Look at that delivery. Oh, it actually deviated on the other side slightly. It just went away. Probably a little bit of a top spinner or leg spinner, whatever it is. It just really went away nicely indeed. That's again goes for another expansive stroke. Slightly flew outside the off stump. Abhishek trying too many things. They just have to put their head down, back for a period of time, get a few singles. They get the pressure out. I think that fielder right under the helmet is really troubling this batter. He's just trying to get rid of that fielder, and that's why he's trying to go for these expansive strokes. Good over so far by Subarnan, bowling to his field. It's nicely played on the onside. That's for a single. At the end of over number 21, the score moves on to 65 for the loss of 5 wickets, and we'll be back again after a commercial break.
POHD Plus, Sri Lankaවේ එකම True HD නාලිකා අත්දැකීම. මෙතෙක් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ හඳුන්වා දුන් විශාලතම HD නාලිකා එකතුව ඇතුළත් අලුත්ම පැකේජය දැන් POTV වෙතින්. දෙස් විදෙස් HD නාලිකා 37ක් ඇතුළුව නාලිකා 150කටත් වඩා වැඩියෙන් අත්විඳින්න. මාසෙටම රුපියල් 3125ක් පමණයි.
அது மாறிக்காது நல்லவா ஓகே சரி எனக்கு த்ரீ போப்பர் நான் தனியாக தனி கொஞ்சம் யாருக்கு கோ பேக் ஆல்ரெடி அந்த மைக்கில் அது ஒர்க் பண்ணுறது ஒரக்கல். ஒரக்கல் சொல்லி ஒரக்கல் ORACL. Oracle is probably the largest banking company in the world. Both are the largest or second largest. You can say Microsoft is the largest or second largest. Software engineering or something. I come from finance background, but I'm not saying software. That's nicely played on the onside. Oh, that's again. Good signal. Nitish into the attack. Good strike rotation by the batters. Trying to unsettle the bowler. 68 for the loss of 5 wickets. Hindu College, Colombo. Kanagaraj Nitish, a good leg spinner. He bowled very well in the last episode of this encounter in Jaffna. And he's into the attack now. A lot will be expected from him. Again, a bit of an in-out field. They're slightly wide outside the off-stump. Cut away nicely through the gap. That's 4 runs. That's an absolutely wonderful shot indeed. It was short and wide, and it was there to be cut, and the batter really pierced the field very nicely indeed. That's 4. 72 for the loss of 5 wickets. That's very good shot indeed. Very, very good shot in this stroke indeed. Just waited for the ball to come in. Sorry, waited for the ball to arrive and then cut it. Pierced that cap very nicely. That's 4 runs. 72 for the loss of 5 wickets. Abhinesh on 6 and Abhishek on 14. Nitish coming in for a bit of stick. 7 runs so far of this over, but he's a very, very good bowler, crafty operator. He bowls those good leg breaks, and he can be an absolute handful bowler. That's again way too short, but lucky not to be punished. It just hurried a little bit as well, but it was way too short indeed. So Nitish, I think, is struggling to find his rhythm, find his line and length. That's a good delivery. Very good delivery indeed. Very good delivery. Good over to good delivery to finish. Looped it in a little bit, slowed it down, and the batsman left it alone. We'll be back after a short commercial break. Now they're going to come in P.Sara and the Colombo into Jaffna into big match. Yeah. I saw that. Other good player. Very much thanks. That's Subarnan once again. 3 for 29. 72 for the loss of 5 wickets in 22 overs. Subarnan really pushing it faster, flatter. Would want to see him flight a couple of deliveries and see whether he can get more purchase out of the wickets, and probably like mix it up a little bit as well. Right now, I think he's just coming in and throwing it in. He is getting a bit of zip and purchase out of these wickets, but I think would like to see if he can flight the ball. What would happen? Good old days. Spinners are asked to flight, slow it down, get those drift and get those turn, whatever. Nowadays, people talk about arm speed, people talk about bowling speeds. I've heard V.S. Khan talking about like you got to bowl at 95 kilometers an hour and whatever are spinners, whereas good old days it should be 60, 70. So this is how the games have changed. I think the white ball has changed the mindsets, mentalities. But let's hope that the good old-fashioned leg spin bowling or off-spin bowling continues as well, because that's what gives you those wickets. And that's nicely played through the square leg region. That's going to be 2 runs. That's a good shot. Played with the spin. Got it into the gap, and 2 runs indeed. That's 74 for the loss of 5 wickets. Abhishek and Abhinesh. I think these two are batting sensibly so far. Subarnan on 3 for 31. Subarnan needs a bit more support from the other side. Oh, he went for a cute little stroke. Again, a commentator's curse. I just said they're batting sensibly, but that was something which is quite uncalled for. Oh yeah, that's not required at all. You really don't need to do that. You really don't need to do that as a batter. And the bowlers would love it. He just wanted to paddle it around. This is again the influence of white ball cricket. Probably you could have easily knocked it on for a single somewhere towards the square leg umpire region, rather than trying something cute which is of no use, to be honest. Because there's already a short fine leg fielder, and that shot is not going to yield any results. It's a high risk, low return kind of strategy. 74 for 5 at the end of over number 23. It's again outside the off stump. A good packed, close in cordon and the offside. Now it's Sudarshan Abhivarnan. So Nitish has been taken out, taken back, taken off, and now Abhivarnan coming into the game. I believe he's the younger brother of Subarnan. That's nicely played back to the bowler, but well fielded indeed. No damage done. Very attacking field on the offside, the close in cordon, a slip, a silly point and silly mid off. And a cover, extra cover and a mid off. And a point as well. That again goes for that cut. Goes for that cut outside the off stump. Too close to cut. And too risky as well. There are plenty of gaps on the onside with the ball coming in, angling in. The batter should do well to get it into the gaps on the onside. Because the bowler, though the field is on the offside, he's actually bowling a little bit too straighter. Whereas if the batter can just come back and then murder it into the onside, he can easily get one of those close-in fielders out. Again onto the offside, driven to the offside, but it's no damage done. Very good fielding in the covers. 74 for the loss of 5 wickets. Decent over so far by Abhivarnan. That shot wide into the extra cover region. Again, no run. So very packed outside the off-stump field. And a good over by Abhivarnan.
ක්‍රීඩා තරඟ ක්‍රිකට් පාපන්දු එල්ලේ රගර් සංගීත සංදර්ශන මංගල අවමංගල උත්සව ඇතුළු සියලුම උත්සව අවස්ථාවන් වගේම ආගමික වැඩසටහන් දේශපාලන රැස්වීම් ඇතුළු සියලුම අවස්ථාවන් ගුණාත්මක බවින් යුතුව Facebook සහ YouTube ඔස්සේ සජීවීව විකාශය කරවා ගැනීමට අපව අමතන්න. සිලෝන් ඉවෙන්ට්ස් මාස්ටර් ලයිව් 077 2 3 71 67.
Sri Lankan Airlines. And அது இப்போ 95 இருந்து நான் 2003 வரை வந்தேன். And the first job accounts Lanka. Subarnan ringing those bowling changes in, bringing Nanagaran Laksigan in. Let's see what Laksigan can offer. Left arm spin. It's an interesting choice. Again, good field setting, good field placement. I thought Colombo Hindu did miss a trick. They always had only either a silly point or a silly mid-on or a forward short leg. But you could see that, there are close-in fielders on both sides. A slip, a silly point, and a forward short leg. It looks like the forward short leg is slightly too straighter. Probably, if you want to get that bat pad, I think it should be coming a little bit round as well. Good attritional cricket so far. Jaffna Hindu being patient, waiting for the batters to make a mistake. And the batters are playing the lengths pretty well so far. The patience are being tested. That's again, it goes for that hike. That's 4. Is that right? That's a boundary indeed. That's a good shot. Planted his foot outside the off stump and played a good looking slog sweep into the mid-wicket region for 4. 78 for the loss of 5 wickets. There are plenty of gaps on the onside, and he just exploited that gap, played it very nicely indeed. And that's for the fairly safe shot as well. Abhishek on to 17 and Abhinesh on 6. That's nicely played. Looking for a quick single, but the keeper's across in a flash. Now that, if you look at that, that particular slog sweep or a stroke did take one of these close-in fielders away, and that's how you sort of get rid of those fielders. You play some smart cricket, and you get rid of those fielders. That doesn't mean that you got to go for ugly slogs, but you got to take those calculated risks. You got to play those shots, get those runs to get this field out.
ඔබේ ආදරණීය තරු පෙළගැස්ම කීර්ති පැස්කුවෙන් පෙම් සමශනා සුසිල් ප්‍රනාන්දු මෙහින්දු ආරියරත්න පැලනි ඇන්ඩ්‍රියා සචී මදුරම්ගේ සුපිරි සංගීත රටාවට එදා මෙදා තුර බයිල ඉතිහාසයේ අමතක නොවන ගීත රසක් දැන් එකම වේදිකාවක POTV නාලිකාංක 100 හරහා Back to the Baila මතකයිනි දවස මාර්තු 14 සවස 6:30ට
Young Abhinesh and Abhishek, I believe both of them are playing for the first time in this big match. It's nicely played. Sudarshan Subarnan into the attack, changing ends. Abhivarnan taken out of the attack, and Subarnan comes into the attack. 78 for the loss of 5 wickets. That's nicely played onto the onside. Was there a single? No. I think Subarnan is still trying to bowl a bit too fast. I would like to see him bowl a little bit slightly slow at times, and then get the ball to get a bit of rip into that. That's too short. Offering pace to the batter as well. Batter rocks back, cuts it. But straight to the point fielder. No run. The Hindu College Colombo bowlers did get a fair amount of turn, but I don't think Subarnan is getting that much of turn. That's because he's just pushing it through, and he's bowling those little flippers and cutters and so on and so forth. It'll be ideal if we can see a closer look at his action, but maybe later we can find that out. That's nicely bowled. You're slightly slower, but just a little bit too wider. If we can just bring that line a little too closer to the stumps, then that will be interesting. 78 for the loss of 5 wickets. That's nicely bowled again. Wide of the crease. Angled it in. Defended stoutly. 78 for 5 of 26 overs. Sudarshan Subarnan 3 for 31 of 10.
Introducing Pure HD Plus, Sri Lanka's ultimate HD entertainment experience. Get ready to dive into the largest collection of local and international HD channels in true high-definition quality. Experience HD with Sri Lanka's premium TV package that offers a full lineup of over 150 channels featuring all your favorites. Enjoy all of this for Rs 3,125 per month.
It's nicely played on the onside. Abhishek gets a single. The score moves on to 79 for the five wickets. Also another announcement to make, and possibly that's possibly another first. We are playing a one-day match. This is the first one-day match, a battle of the Hindus on Monday, 16th at the same venue. And every other big match, you'll see that they play a 2-day or 3-day game and another 1-day game. But we haven't been playing. But this time we've decided to make that start, and hence we have a 1-day match as well within the same teams. So please come over on Monday as well. I know Monday is a working day, but please do come over on Monday and support the boys. And this is the historic first 1-day game between the two schools. And that will be start of the series. And I mean, there's a good opportunity for you to be part of a start of a series. You can always probably go back and say, like, look, I was present in the first ever 1-day game played between the two schools. That's slashed away outside the off stump. That's 4 runs. That's 4 precious runs for the Hindu College Colombo boys. 83 for the loss of 5 wickets. Abhinesh throwing his batter through the kitchen sink. Possibly off the top edge. Let's look at it. Yep, it was off the top edge, just on all the slip fielder's head, and that's 4 runs indeed. 83 for the loss of 5 wickets. They say when you slash hard, so that the edges will go for boundaries. So there is a hard slash, and hence 4 runs. Now you see another close-in fielder getting off, and you can see a third man coming in. More of a short third man. That's nicely placed into the covers for a single. This is good smart batting indeed. 84 for the loss of 5 wickets. Abhishek and Abhinesh making a move on, putting up a little partnership. It's very important. Also, it's very important to remember that 102 is not the target. The target is to get a good lead so that they can put pressure on the Jaffna Hindu boys. Jaffna Hindu will really be fighting hard to get those 5 wickets within the next 18 runs, or at least within the next 25-30 runs, to keep the lead as minimal as possible. Sudarshan Abhivarnan. It's nicely played into the offside for no run. End of a good over. At the end of over number 27, it's 84 for the loss of 5 wickets. To give you a bit of stats, this is the 15th episode of the Battle of the Hindus, and so far I think Jaffna Hindu College has won 5 times. Jaffna Hindu College has won 4 times rather, and Colombo Hindu has had 3 wins so far. So rest of the games ended up in a draw. So Jaffna Hindu leads this encounter 4-3, and that's courtesy of those last 3 consecutive wins. They've been doing very well over the last few years in cricket as well as in academics and all other sports as well. And Jaffna Hindu, it's very nice to see the development of the school cricket. Jaffna Hindu was an absolute force to be reckoned with in the late 80s and 90s, where they had some brilliant teams. Some of those high quality teams. That's a big hoik onto the onside. That's going to be 4 as well. No, it's going to be cut off at the mid wicket region. That's 2 runs. Jaffna Hindu had some of the wonderful years in the 1980s and 90s. I think some of the names are like Gauri Shankar, Abhi, Broody, Sultan Prabhakar, I presume Sultan Tuna. You'll be listening to his commentaries as well. Then of course Narendran was there, Varadhan, some wonderful names. I'm really sorry if I had missed out some of the names. These are some of those icons whom we have sort of grown up together with, and looking up as well. So they've had some wonderful players, and after that they probably had a bit of a slump, and now it's very good to see they're coming up. They're doing very well in all age groups, under 13, 15, 17 and 19. Some of them are playing in the provincial leagues, and I think in under 13 or 15 they are the only team to play in Division 2, only Tamil speaking school to play in Division 2. So that's Division 2 or Division 1. That's something which I need to recheck, but yeah, they have been growing right throughout, and that's a good sign indeed. And again, Hindu College Colombo started cricket somewhere around 1978-79, and did play for a while, and then again after the 83 riots and possibly and beyond that, they stopped playing cricket, and then again cricket was restarted somewhere around mid to late 90s, and then ever since then I've been picking up ever so gradually. There was not much of cricketing culture. It was more of a soccer and hockey playing school. That's again lofted nicely over the head of Long On. Is that right? That's a chance? No. Yep, that's dropped. There's a good attempt. That was a very good attempt indeed, running back. He did dive. He did put in his dive, but I think it just popped out of it. Would like to see the replay again. Didn't middle it properly. It was from the bottom of the bat. Just went high up in the air. Oh, it just missed, just evading that fielder. It's a harsh thing to say that it's a drop chance. It's not really. It was a very good attempt, but a valiant attempt indeed. But that was not a chance. Laxigan, it is the bowler, and 90 for the loss of 5 wickets. So Jaffna Hindu had his glory days in the 80s and 90s, and now they're coming back to the same. That's a full toss. That was a slight misfield as well on the mid-wicket region. That's a single. 91 for 5, slowly and steadily getting towards the target, towards the first inning score of Jaffna Hindu. 11 runs setting apart. 91 for the loss of 5 wickets. Abhinesh and Abhishek batting very sensibly. They are attacking the loose balls, but they are also defending it very nicely as well. So good sensible batting by these 2 youngsters, and it would be interesting to see as to how they go from this point onwards. Jaffna Hindu Hindu College Colombo should be looking at least about 150-160 run target, 60 runs in the first innings, in order to put pressure, and the pressure can do a lot of things. That's nicely played again past the bowler. That's a single. I think the fielder seems to be in a bit of strife. Has he done his hemi? It seems to be a cramp, or possibly hamstring. Yep, that seems to be a cramp. Bit of back spasm maybe. Oh, he landed pretty awkwardly. On his knees and the back. And I really hope there's nothing serious about it. So physios are up, the support staff is there. Seems to be a bit of cramp, hopefully. That's the last thing which Jaffna Hindu wants to do. Jaffna Hindu doesn't want to see any of your primary players into the hut. They really would want everyone to be there on the field, support their team, to rally around and then make sure and bring this game back. 92 for the loss of 5 wickets. Abhishek and Abhinesh are doing fairly well. Jaffna Hindu trying their level best to come back into this game. Unfortunately, it was only Subarnan who bowled very well, took 3 wickets, and Hariharan was up and down, and the rest of the bowlers were not able to support. Of course, Nirujan was quite steady. He did price out that wicket as well, but other than that, none of the other bowlers did look threatening at all. A fair bit of assistance being given to the fielder concerned. Like to see as to who the fielder is. Probably we'll go for a commercial break if required, and then we'll come back. That's a scorecard. So far, Yadav, LBW bowls Subarnan for 5. Midhusigan, LBW bowls Subarnan for naught. Santosh bowled Hariharan for 1. And at that time, they were at a lot of strife. And then, of course, there was a bit of partnership going on, which went on with Harsha Muthumina and Sarvish. Muthumina caught Adityan, bowled Sudarshan Subarnan for 12 to break that partnership. And again, then later on, Sarvish and Abhishek put on a little partnership. And then Sarvish was dismissed as well. And now the two not-out batsmen are Abhinesh and Abhishek, with Sudarshan Subarnan 11 overs 1 made and 3 for 35 skipper, leading from the front. Hariharan 6 overs 1 for 16, could have been better. Nirujan was quite nice and tight, 7 overs 1 made and 1 for 16. Nitish just 1 for 7 runs. Abhivarnan 2 overs for 6, and Laksigan 1.3 overs for 8. So at the end of over number 28, in over number 28.3, at the 29th over, it's 92 for the loss of 5 wickets. That little break did get that wicket as well. That's a good delivery indeed. Laksigan getting rid of Abhishek. That's a good catch in the slips. Oh, that's a good catch indeed. Diving to his left. The batter was too late for that stroke. He just waited for the ball to come in, and then at the last minute just decided to put a jab as well. That's a big breakthrough. 92 for the loss of 5 wickets, for the loss of the 6th wicket. Again, a partnership which they were trying to develop, goes off. 22, Abhishek, a very well made 22 indeed. He was doing very well along with Abhinesh. But now Jaffna Hindu back again. That little break possibly it's a bit of a lapse in concentration, I would say. He just waited for the ball to come in, and this can just at the last minute jab the batter did, and that's a good catch indeed. But the slip fielder, I'd like to see as to who the catcher was, and would like to see another replay if possible. Abhinesh is joined by Akhilesh. Is that right? Let me check. Yep. Abhinesh joined by Akhilesh, again a young rookie, a new player. I think he's again playing his first big match. So Abhinesh, the senior batter right now, is giving a lot of advices to him, Akhilesh. Let's see how it goes. Laxigan with that big breakthrough. It's a good delivery indeed, but the batter just jabbed it. Look at that. That's nicely bowled. It's very nicely bowled indeed. Laxigan with his tails up. 1 for 8 in 1.5 overs. That's a good delivery indeed. Just turned a little bit. The batter was too late, I would say. Just waited on it and just tapped at it. That's nicely played. Pushed into the offside cordon for no run. Look at that. Look at that. He just waited at it and just hang the bat out there with no conviction at all. He just waited at it and just hang his bat there. He could have pushed at it a little bit, maybe played with the full face of the bat. He just, I don't think he read that turn as well. There's a bit of poor batsmanship and a good catch, good tumbling catch in the slips. Now we're seeing, yeah, that's Subarnan. Would like to get one more wicket, He would always say, like, look, try to get one more. And that will get them to keep Hindu College Colombo within 102. That's outside the off stump, a bit of a swish. Wide outside the off stump, pitched and turned away, and bit of a swish. I don't think he was in a position to play that stroke. He was just backing away and just put his bat at it. No run. And again a packed offside cordon. That's again a poor stroke indeed. A shot in anger. That's an absolutely poor stroke indeed. Your team is down at 6 wickets, 92 for 6. Like to get a lead. You got to bat more sensibly. Look at that. It was a wild swing. It was an absolutely wild swing indeed. Living dangerously. Abhinesh. That's the way to play. That's nicely played indeed. No run. Again, as I said before, there's a lot of time in this game. There's plenty of time. This match is going to get a result for sure. You just have to put your head down and build a partnership. A partnership of around 20-25 runs will be very handy in the current situation. 102 is the target of the first inning score of Jaffna Hindu. And if Colombo Hindu can get a lead of around 40 to 50, that will be quite handy. But Jaffna Hindu will be absolutely trying their best to... Oh, that's nicely bowled. That's nicely bowled again on the back foot. Just hurried through, kept a little low, I would say. Subarnan now going for that hunt. He was going for that kill. Very risky to go on the back foot to Subarnan. It's nicely played again. Very nicely played. You got to come forward, meet the ball with the full face of the bat, and negate any turn whichever was there, so that you can survive. That's again. Quite iffy, I would say. Quite iffy. Abhinesh looking a little uncomfortable after that wicket. He was quite sedate, quite sensible, but now is getting a bit agitated, I would say. 92 for 6. Just have to settle down for a few overs. Let the nerves settle in. Let your new batter settle down. And you can build on it. You're still only 6 wickets. There are 4 wickets in hand. You can build a good lead, a reasonable lead. But Jaffna Hindu really on for the kill. Look at the way they're attacking. I think that's a trick which Colombo Hindu sort of missed, where even when they took wickets, they were always having an in-out field. But look at the closing cordon. I would like to see one more fielder on the silly mid-on or a forward short leg. But that's not there right now. Now it's Laxigan, the wicket taker. That's nicely played onto the onside. Yep, that's released the nerves from Akhilesh. Gets a single. Get a single. Go to the other side. Get your senior partner on strike. Let him face bulk of the deliveries. Get a few runs, and then move forward. That's the way to go. That is a very good late cut indeed. Absolutely beautifully played. Wide outside the off stump. He just waited for it, and then played at the last moment just to get past the field, and that's 4 runs. Very nicely played indeed by Abhinesh. That's 4 runs here. Look at the speed at which the ball is travelling. That's nicely played indeed, and that's 4 runs. 199 for the loss of 3 wickets. Abhinesh on to 21, and Hindu College Colombo closing on that lead. That's 100 for the Hindu College Colombo boys. The misfield as well. Jaffna Hindu fielding has been slightly iffy. I thought Colombo Hindu fielded better. Jaffna Hindu has had a few misfields. Of course, they took a brilliant catch. But that's 101 for the loss of 6 wickets. Just 1 run of drift in getting a lead. Look at that nice looking scoreboard. Batsman number 7 and batsman number 8. Abhinesh on 23, playing a good hand. He, along with Abhishek, did bring a sense of calmness into this game. And now, of course, Abhinesh, along with Akhilesh, is trying to do the job, batting very sensibly. 101 for the loss of 6 wickets in 31 overs. They scored the runs at a fair clip in comparison to Jaffna Hindu. I think Jaffna Hindu probably didn't go anything beyond 2 runs and over, but Hindu College Colombo has gone at about more than 3 and over, which doesn't really matter. But having said that, they've been able to keep the scoreboard ticking. That's a good-looking stroke indeed. Lovely stroke indeed. Came down the track to Subarnan. Akhilesh taking the bull by its horn. Came down the track, went after that bowling. Like to see the replay again. 105 for the loss of 6 wickets. That's the lead for the Hindu College Colombo. Jaffna Hindu under a bit of pressure. Now, I think every single run they score will actually add to the pressure. Will really add to the pressure. That's again slightly down the track. That's again 4 more. That's 4 more. He bowled it nicely and nice and slow. It just came down the track. I'd like to see what happened. Was it off the bat? Yep. It's again a French cut. A boundary. He was beaten in the air, but a boundary. That's 109 for the loss of 6 wickets. Akhilesh trying to take the attack or take it on. Now it will add to the pressure. That's nicely bowled again. Fuller, sharper, faster, quicker. That's 4 byes. It was given as byes. Interesting. I thought there was an inside edge. 3 for 39. Now you could see the voices of Hindu College Colombo raising up. You could see the teachers, the parents cheering, and this is a lovely sight to behold. That's a good hit. That's a good hit. Up in the air. Oh, that's a brilliant catch. That's absolutely brilliant indeed. Very good catch. That is really nice indeed. Judged it to perfection. Put in that dive. Fantastic fielding. That was absolutely fantastic indeed. He came down the track. Wasn't able to connect it properly. Just miscued. Went up in the air. It was swirling. And the fielder from covers came in. And look at that catch. Look at that catch. Oh, that's wonderful. That's one of the better catches of the day. That is a wonderful catch. Brilliantly caught. 109 for the loss of 7 wickets. Jaffna Hindu would love to restrict his lead to as small as possible. 109 for the loss of 7 wickets. That's a wonderful catch indeed. Let me see as to who the catcher was. Akhilesh came in and possibly did the job, showed some intent, got the lead in. I think he was just trying to go after the bowling. He was trying to get a build on a lead with the pressure. But I think, yes, you're right. Absolutely. Possibly a rush of blood. And miscue, but that's a wonderful catch indeed. I'd like to see who the fielder was. Subarnan has taken 4 wickets. And he must be looking for another fifer. He's had the habit of getting fifers in big matches. And he'd be really looking forward to one more. Yep, that catch was taken by the young leg spinner Nitish. Wonderful, wonderful catch indeed. He just came running in. Of course, he also saw the mid-off fielder right in front of his eyes, but he managed to get over it, got hold of the delivery, got hold of the ball, and then dived to his left, right to get a wonderful, wonderful catch. Good acrobatic one indeed. And new batter in is Kodiswaran Yashurjan. Again, another young player. He didn't get to bowl, but he's coming into bat now at number 9. It's Yashurjan. Abhination 23. He's holding the innings together, and of course Yashurjan, Deshkar and the other batter have a job to do as well. But again, good comeback by the Jaffna Hindu. Ever since, whenever you see a partnership growing in, there is a break. There is a partnership breaker which comes in, and Jaffna Hindu never let Colombo Hindu to sort of get out of the way, get away from them. They've been, as I said before in the morning, it's always you got to stay in the game. And right now, even though they've considered a lead, they are in the game. Both the teams are in the game. You got to stay in the game, and anything can happen. Now it's again change of attack. That's 4, is it right? They've driven past the bowler for a single. Nirujan into the attack. 1 for 17. He's been bowling fairly nice and tight. He's into the attack now. 1 for 17 of 7.1 overs. That's a good fielding effort by Abhivarnan. 110 for 7. Yashurjan to face Nirujan. Nicely played, slightly fuller on the stumps. Very nicely played indeed. Into the offside cordon for no run. We probably got another hours, maybe about 45 minutes of play left, which is still a lot of time. If Colombo, Hindu College Colombo would be looking forward to batting the entire 45 minutes to get some runs. Another, if they can get another 30-35 runs. That's again a loud appeal for a caught behind. That's a loud appeal for a caught behind. Is it given out? Yes, it seems to be. Yashurjan. That's the delayed decision by the umpire. Look at that. Oh yeah, there was a deviation. There was a deviation. Nice little and good catch as well. 110 for the loss of 8 wickets. The lead isn't much. It's only an 8-run lead. And Hindu College Colombo will be looking for another 20-30 runs at least to build on some pressure. Jaffna Hindu right back in the game. They would like to wrap this up soon and see how things goes. Good smart captaincy by Subarnan. Bring in the change. The change brings a wicket as well. Nirujan into the act. Gets his second wicket. And a good catch by the keeper. It's not very easy to stand up to the medium pacey and take those catches. But it was nicely taken indeed. The skipper Ramanathan Deshkar. He has a responsibility on his head, on his shoulders. He's got to stay there. He's got to wither this attack and give some good support to Abhinesh, the senior partner. Though Deshkar is the captain in batting terms, I think Abhinesh is the senior partner. He spent a lot of time there, 44 deliveries for 24 runs, batted very well. So Deshkar will be looking forward to building up a partnership again. Another 15-20 run partnership would be absolutely handy. Again, Jaffna Hindu really would like to get rid of these last 2 wickets as soon as possible without much of a damage. That's 110 for the loss of 8 wickets. We are in the third session of day 1 with another 35 to 40 minutes of plays left. As I said before, we have a one-day match between the two schools on Monday. This is the Battle of the Hindus, the first ever one-day game to be played in the Battle of the Hindu series, and that's going to be played. Oh yeah, that was the straight delivery. I think he played on the wrong line and just pushed the bat and hit a little bit, and he just traced that edge, outside edge. Look at the color of that pad. I think the pad is badly worn down. I think it's one of those tired-looking pads. I presume that's one of maybe his favorite pad, and that's why he's wearing it. It's a very, very tired-looking pad. Possibly, like, it's going through the mill for over the last few years.
POHD Plus ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ එකම True HD නාලිකා අත්දැකීම. මෙතෙක් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ හඳුන්වා දුන් විශාලතම HD නාලිකා එකතුව ඇතුළත් අලුත්ම පැකේජය දැන් POTV වෙතින්. දෙස් විදෙස් HD නාලිකා 37ක් ඇතුළුව නාලිකා 150කටත් වඩා වැඩියෙන් අත්විඳින්න. මාසෙටම රුපියල් 3125ක් පමණයි.
Subarnan on the hunt for his 5 for 4 for 39 of so far. Bowled pretty well. From the front of the attack. Oh, that's going back. Hit back behind the bowlers. That's no run. It was a pretty aggressive hit indeed. Abhinesh again trying to go after. A bit of advice being given by the captain. Possibly asking him to calm down. You got to play time. You got to get more runs, as many runs as possible, but play time as well. There's a lot of time left in this game so far. That's a nice hit indeed. Is that? Yep, that's a lovely catch. That was a brilliant catch. I thought actually that ball has gone beyond the fielder, but that was brilliantly caught indeed. Again, an ill-advised stroke. I'm not too sure what the advice was given by the captain, but that was an ill-advised stroke indeed. It just went in. I thought it has gone beyond the fielder's hand, but it was a wonderful catch indeed. Look at that. Look at that running in. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's a beauty. That's an absolute blinder. That's fielder number 23. You beauty. Is that Nitish again? Not too sure. That was a wonderful, wonderful catch indeed. What a catch that was. 110 for the loss of 9 wickets. Like to see another replay if possible. Sudarshan Subban gets his 5 for 39 of 13.2 overs. The new man in is Yuvraj, the left arm spinner. He himself took a 5-for. Let's see what he can do with the bat. But that was an ill-advised stroke again. Poor batting. What a catch that was. That was an absolute blinder indeed. Brilliant catch indeed. Like to see that again. Oh yeah, came down the track. Tried to go after that. Oh, he was airborne. He was airborne in collecting that catch. That was a stunning catch indeed. Absolute stunner. Absolute stunner. That was quite an unwanted shot, but again, I should give it to the fielder. That catch was stunning indeed, absolutely stunning. Probably the best of the day. That's nicely bowled. 110 for the loss of 9 wickets. That was again brilliant. What a catch. Look at that leap. He just leapt. He was running behind. He's leapt and just... He was literally airborne when he took that catch. Brilliantly caught indeed. What a brilliant catch indeed. I mean, today we've seen some wonderful catches. I think probably we've seen about 3 from Hindu College Colombo and a couple of catches from Jaffna Hindu as well. They've been absolutely stunning. The fielding, the catching standards have been pretty good. Hardly any catches were dropped. Probably, I think there were about 1 or 2 drops, but half chances I would say. Other than that, the catching has been pretty good indeed. That catcher was Preethigan. That was a brilliant catch indeed. That was wonderful. Probably the best catch of the day. The catch of the day. Beautiful catch by Preethigan. Ran. Karan Yuvraj would like to get as much as possible, get a few runs, maybe 10, 15 runs, 15, 20 runs lead would still be handy. But Jaffna Hindu right back in this game. Literally nothing, just an 8 runs lead so far. Nothing separating both the teams. Good second innings performance is what is going to decide the this game. It's a loud shout, loud appeal. Nirjan keeping it nice and tight, not giving anything away, keeping it nice and tight outside the off-stump channel. And good keeping by the keeper. He's kept well so far. Hasn't had much of trouble in in standing up to the stumps. That's down the leg side and has worked nicely towards the square leg region for a single. And we are at the score of Nelson. 111, 101. 111, 111 for the loss of 9 wickets. I mean, at this point in time, we always miss umpire David Shepherd. He'll always stay on one leg. And that's called the Nelson. Typically, Nelson is a bad omen to the batters. Generally brings a wicket. So let's see whether it's going to be the same over here as well for the Hindu College Colombo boys. Jaffna Hindu will be really hoping for that. Alone for the loss of 9 wickets. Deshkar on 1, skipper Deshkar, he has a responsibility with the bat. And of course Yuvraj, the left armour, who took a fifer. He probably would like to score another 10-15 runs to give them a better chance in the second innings. That's the end of the over. At the end of over number 35, we're still at Nelson, 1-1-1 for the loss of 9 wickets. Hindu College Colombo lead by 9 runs. Off the outside edge. That's going to be 4. That's running to the boundary. Yes, indeed. That's 4 runs, 4 streaky runs, and that's again the Hindu Colombo boys would really welcome that. They don't mind as to how it comes. A dejected Subarnan can't do much. He can't really do much on that one. He's actually asking the fielder to move a little bit squarer. Yep, that's outside. That's an outside edge. But this is what we call it as an educated edge. That's 4 runs. Quite streaky, but runs nevertheless. 115 for the loss of 9 wickets. Deshkar on. $113 for the loss of 9 wickets in 35.4 overs. A lot of support for Hindu College Colombo, and I'm sure that there's enough support for Jaffna Hindu College as well. That came back in a little bit. Deshkar went on the back foot, was hurried, was able to manage. He was to negotiate properly. So that's Subarnan bowling very well. 5 for 49 or 14.5 overs. Okay, nicely played. Very watchful indeed, Deshkar. Showing his experience as a batter, as a. The very first test match was played in 1982 was England at the same venue, right? It was 1982 March, if I remember right. And England won that match by 7 wickets, if I remember right. Chris Tavares scored a good 70 in the second innings and took England to safety. And they won that match. I think the likes of Arjuna Ranatunga and all made their debut on this game, of course, and Arjuna became legendary captain and of course helped us win the World Cup in 1996. And he played as a schoolboy. When he played for Sri Lanka in 1982, he played as a schoolboy. He was a schoolboy, I think, in Anand. Dead bat being offered by Yuvraj. Faced 12 deliveries so far, in quite straight, non-challenging defending those deliveries from Nirujan. I would like to see Hariharan coming back in. He's the prime pacey, bowls with a bit of pace. Maybe with the spinner in and with the tail enders in, it'll not be bad. That's played beautifully through the mid-wicket region for 4 runs. That's a good shot indeed. Pitched outside the off stump, he fetched it from outside the off and then pierced that gap pretty nicely. Yuvraj showing that he's no mug with the bat. He was slightly cross-batted, but he connected well and got that gap. That's 4 runs. And this is exactly why I would like to see Hariharan coming in and honing on his yorkers and bouncers. These are the tail enders, and this is where you got to get your prime fast bowler in. And on the other side, Subarnan is there, so it should be Subarnan and Hariharan should be bowling over there. Jaffna Hindu College cannot take this easy. because every single run they give, that's something they have to sort of overhaul when they come back to bat. So the lead has grown up to 15. 15 is not a big lead, but they wouldn't want to have a bigger lead because it's a low-scoring game, and in a low-scoring game, a lead of 15, 20 runs can become very, very handy. And that's it. That's the end of the innings. Like to see that catch again. Subarnan takes his 6th wicket. And that's the end of Deshkar. 119 all out. That's a lead of 17 runs. Got hit there. Oh, that's a good catch again. That's another good catch. That's another good catch. This is number 13, landed on his knees. That I think is Hariharan, if I remember right. I could be wrong. Let me double check that. That's 20 wickets gone on day number 1. And possibly a few more. I mean, Hindu College Colombo will be looking forward for a few more. And I hope the fielder is okay as well. That's again a good catch. Very good catch indeed. The catching has been pretty good so far. 119 all out. Jaffna Hindu College Colombo with a lead of 17 runs. And we'll probably get a few more overs today. Let's see how the score goes. And the catcher was Hariharan. Yes, I'm right. Hariharan, the fast bowler, took a brilliant catch. Hariharan 1 for 16. Nirujan, I thought he bowled very well, quite smartly as well. 2 for 22. And Jnanagaran Laksigan 1 for 17. Of course, an over for Nitish and a couple of overs for Abhivarnan for 6 runs. 119 for all out. Jaffna Hindu batted first and were all out for 102. So the lead of 17. And I presume Jaffna Hindu will come back to bat for a few more overs. Teasing the batter. Yes, indeed, that's a good hit. That's another 4, another boundary. That's a good catch. That was a brilliant catch indeed by Preethigan. And that's a good catch indeed. Knees. I hope he's okay. I hope he didn't jam the knees. He didn't get the knees jarred. So the story here is that Jaffna Hindu batted first, 102 for all out, and then Hindu College Colombo 119 all out, a lead of 17 runs for Hindu College Colombo, and we will be back for the second innings in a short while. நல்ல கட் தான். இது on he left மேல பால் பிடிச்சிட்டு he landed and then dive. Yeah, very good. Yep, the Colombo Hindu boys back in the field, really looking forward to. They'll be really looking at taking a few wickets before the end of day's play. There's still, I think, 13 overs left on the day, so there's a fair amount of time for both the teams to make an impact. It's either 13 overs a day, so the end time should be around 5:40. I mean, 5:10 is the usual end time, but it can be extended for 30 minutes because the teams have to complete the 95 overs per day. So it can go up to a maximum of 5:40 and another 13 overs left. So depending on what comes first, the close of play will come in. So there's plenty of days. Cricket is still left. So Jaffna, both the teams will be looking to make an impact, and this particular period will determine who's going to go ahead in this game. Again, straight away, Hindu College Colombo starting with this left arm spin of Yuvraj. That's short but kept low. It's short but kept a little low. Yep. Oh yeah, it just kept a little low. It was is this pitch playing up a little bit? Not very sure as yet. It was short, just a little short, but kept low as well. A good start by Yuvraj. That's nicely played on the back foot into the point region for no run. The two openers of Jaffna Hindu will be really looking forward to closing the day without any damage at all. That's off the top edge, slightly full outside the leg stump, off the top edge, went for the stripe. Lucky indeed, and that's 2 runs. Jaffna Hindu opens the count. They have a deficit of 17. Adityan on 2 and Bhavanan yet to open his account. Adityan batted fairly well in the first innings. Bhavanan was... there's a change in the batting order. Earlier, first innings was opened by Anish. But now, of course, Bhavanan and Adityan coming in. So it was Anish and Bhavanan in the first innings, and now it's Adityan that's come in, who came in at 1 down. So let's see how it goes. I think they're looking for more experience now. Anish is being held back. It's not for 2. Hindu College Colombo would really look at getting a few wickets before they reach the target of 17. But Jaffna Hindu will be really looking forward to closing out the day without losing any wicket. That's nicely bowled indeed. A loud shout for LBW. It's a very loud and convincing shout indeed. But possibly off the bat or maybe drifting down the leg side. Let's see how it goes. Let's see the replay. Yeah, it's possibly down the leg side. Possibly going down the leg side, but very loud shout indeed. That's tossed wide outside the leg stump. Swept away it's on the full toss. Swept away for a single. That's again a bit of overthrow. That's poor fielding indeed. You got to be sharp. Again, one more overthrow. Is that right? No, lucky not to get another overthrow. That's 4 runs. 4 runs taken out from that lead. Bit of poor fielding and a bit of poor bowling as well. That was a juicy full toss on the leg side. It deserved a 4, but of course now with the overthrow they managed to get 2.
Pure HD Plus Sri Lankaවේ එකම True HD නාලිකා අත්දැකීම මෙතෙක් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ හඳුන්වා දුන් විශාලතම HD නාලිකා එකතුව ඇතුළත් අලුත්ම පැකේජය දැන් POTV වෙතින්. දෙස් විදෙස් HD නාලිකා 37ක් ඇතුළුව නාලිකා 150කටත් වඩා වැඩියෙන් අත්විඳින්න. මාසෙටම රුපියල් 3125ක් පමණයි.
Can come in, no? 4 for no loss. That's Yadav into the attack. Right arm off break. Took a couple of wickets in the first innings. Took a couple of wickets in the first innings. It was very nice, very good indeed in the first 3 overs. 3 overs, 3 maidens. And 2 for naught. It's nicely bowled. Keeping it nice and tight. Probably going to see a lot of spin today. Just see how it goes. Yadav keeping it nice and tight. With the style of bowling, with the new ball, he'll be getting a bit of purchase as well. If he can grip it a little bit, but Yuvraj's type of bowler, I think he needs the ball to be a little bit older. He just tosses it up a little bit, so that's where with the shine coming in, he loses control a little bit. But I think Yadav more flatter in trajectory. Good indeed, good delivery outside the off stumps, just a slightly short. Pushed into the covers for no run. Bhavanan, senior player indeed, yet to make an impact in this game, and he'll be really looking forward to get a good decent score to help his team win. Adityan on the other side batted fairly well in the first innings. He would like to again stitch another partnership to add to the pressure to the Colombo Hindu boys. That's nicely bowled again. Flatter trajectory. Keeping it nice and straight. Yadav continuing his maiden overs. So far 4 deliveries and 4 dot balls. That's nicely bowled. Wide outside the off stump. Slightly wider. You got to get the batter's play. You got to go after wickets. You got to get some wickets, early inroads. Jaffna Hindu would be very happy to play out the day, and then come back afresh tomorrow. Yadav, a crafty operator. And Bhavanan, a very experienced player coming round the stumps. Oh, that's beautifully bowled, but just bounced in front of these slips. That was a lovely delivery indeed. Came around the stumps, angled it across. That was just too short, just a little short indeed. Beautiful delivery. He came around the stumps to create that angle, angled across, and just went on with the arm. Just couldn't manage to get that healthy edge he was looking for.
ක්‍රීඩා තරඟ ක්‍රිකට් පාපන්දු එල්ලේ රගර් සංගීත සංදර්ශන මංගල අවමංගල උත්සව ඇතුළු සියලුම උත්සව අවස්ථාවන් වගේම ආගමික වැඩසටහන් දේශපාලන රැස්වීම් ඇතුළු සියලුම අවස්ථාවන් ගුණාත්මක බවින් යුතුව Facebook සහ YouTube ඔස්සේ සජීවීව විකාශය කරවා ගැනීමට අපව අමතන්න සිලොන්.
That's nicely bowled again. Yuvraj. Adityan, the beast spectacle Adityan looks like a mini version of Abrar Ahmed. Of course, Abrar Ahmed is a bowler, and Adityan is a batter. Let's see how he does today. That's nicely bowled, loopy delivery, played firmly towards the mid-on region. No run. I would have preferred to get Santosh in for a couple of overs because it looks slightly overcast. With the new ball and with his ability to swing, it would have been nice to get a few overs of Santosh to try and see what he can get and then bring the spinners on. But Hindu College Colombo thinks otherwise. Both the teams seems to be banking on the spinners more than what they should, in my opinion. Oh, that's nicely bowled. That's beautifully bowled indeed. Quite nice and nippy, keeping it nice and straight. You just have the habit of getting that odd loose ball, odd full toss. But if he can curb that, he'll be quite handful. He's taken 5 for he'll be looking for another one. He'll be looking for a 10-wicket bag. Adityan, been quite sedate indeed. He's been there and thereabouts. Oh, that's nicely bowled. That's a loud shout for LBW. That looked pretty close. But the umpire seems to have indicated that's going down the leg side. Let's see how that goes. That hitting on the inside edge. Ooh, was it off the bat? Yes, sorry. That seems to be off the bat. That's off the inside edge. Good decision by the umpire. Yeah, we used to criticize the umpires, but that must give it to the batter. Give it to the umpire this time. It was a very good decision indeed. A thick inside edge. Oh, that's a nothing delivery indeed. 2 overs, 3 overs gone, 4 without loss. It's a 13-run lead right now. Jaffna Hindu. Yep, most of the wickets were taken by the spinners except for 3, I suppose. Jaffna Hindu, Nirujan took a couple of wickets and Hariharan took 1. But other than that, 17 wickets have been taken by the spinners. Here comes Yadav. That's nicely bowled again. He's getting a bit of bite off the turf. Not much of turn. It just goes straight on, but he gets a little bit of kick out of it. Shoots in a little bit, and that's, if he can just bowl that stump to stump line, he can be quite handful. Bhavanan and Adityan really communicating with each other very nicely. Oh, that's well bowled, and it's a single. It's 5 without loss. Jaffna Hindu slowly but steadily eating into that lead of 17. The college Colombo really looking forward for a couple of wickets. That's something they'll be really hoping for from both Yuvraj and Yadav to get that breakthrough for them. That's a harmless delivery. Again around the stumps, trying to angle it across. He probably can come back over the stump and keep it there and thereabout in the stumps. Maybe get that mid wicket in. Yes, there's a mid wicket. Yeah, get that mid wicket in and bowl a little bit more straighter. It's allowed. That's a shout, a quiet inquiry, I would say, but no damage done. Trying to come around the stumps and then angling it across, possibly trying to bring back 1 in. And that's the end of over number 4. 5 without loss.
Introducing Pure HD Plus, Sri Lanka's ultimate HD entertainment experience. Get ready to dive into the largest collection of local and international HD channels in true high-definition quality. Experience HD with Sri Lanka's premium TV package that offers a full lineup of over 150 channels featuring all your favorites. Enjoy all of this for Rs 3,125 per month.
Yuvraj into the attack, back again from the commentary box end. That's a loud shout. That's out, that's given, that's it. That's a very good delivery indeed. Came on with the arm and missed that inside edge. Beaten on the inside edge, and that's out. Plum, LBW.
யாழ் இந்து கல்லூரியின் ஆசிரியர்களுடைய ஆட்டங்களை செய்து மைதானத்தை விட்டு அகற்றி விட்டார்.
He was playing for that for that turn on the left arm spin, but he actually came on with the arm and it just went in straight through.
பாவனன் ஆட்டமிழந்து வெளியேறாரு. யாழ் இந்து கல்லூரி மிக கவனமாக ஆட வேண்டும். ஏன்னா யுவராஜ் சிங்கோட பால் ஏதோ ஒரு வித்தியாசமான டர்னிங்ல போயிட்டு இருக்கு. அதுக்காக யாதவோட பால் வந்து பிச்சில் பட்டு ஒரு மேலே விழுந்தது. கிக் ஆன் அந்த பால் கிடைக்கிற மாதிரி இருக்கு. ரெண்டு பேருமே ரெண்டு ஸ்டைல்ல பால் வீசிட்டு இருக்காங்க. ஆகவே மிக நிதானமா யாழ் இந்து கல்லூரி அணி உட்படுத்தாங்கன்னா நல்லா இருக்கு.
Good to see the Hindu College all boys think tank like Chitparan, Virat, Poobalan and all on the screens discussing things. Maybe, I don't know, again strategies, not too sure about that. But that delivery was a good one. He was playing for the turn. It didn't turn, it just came in a little bit. It actually beat the inside edge by a mile, and that's plum. The new man in is Anish, who opened the batting in the first innings. Now he's forced to come, is coming at number 3. The experiment of pushing back Anish and then getting Adityan in. Of course, Adityan is still staying there, but Bhavanan has gone. So they lost the first wicket as earlier than this. It's again nicely played. Anish is again a good young prospect. I've seen him from under 13, 15 levels in 2023-24. He's a good head on his shoulders and a very young talent as well. He's going to go places in his cricketing career. That's a loopy full toss. Sorry, that's a loopy delivery. Trying to entice Anish to come down the track and go after it. Anish has been too sedate. But should realize that there's still 13 overs to go. You can't defend those 13 overs. You got to get some runs as well. You got to punish those loose deliveries. Oh, that's a nice delivery again. Not too sure what's that appeal or inquiry is for, but that's certainly like, miles away from the bat. Just came round the stumps, angled it across, and just it went on with the arm further down. And he's just tried to hang his bat away, but no damage done. It's nicely played on the onside. That's the. Yep, we still have one more ball to go. That's a wicket and 4 dot balls so far. Yuvraj bowling very well. That's it. That's bowled. That's bowled him. That's again an ill-advised slog sweep. That's bowled. That's quite. I think it's good to celebrate, but I don't think it's a nice thing to go and celebrate in front of the batter, like with all those gestures. And I think I hope that the kids will learn as they move on. You do celebrate, that's fine, absolutely fine, but don't be at the face of the other batter or the other team player. It's not a good thing to do, and these youngsters should be taught the right way. Yes, you can be aggressive, you can show your gestures, but not right in front of the face of the batter. Bit of juggling in the batting order, I suppose. Nirujan came down the order in the first innings, and now he's coming in as number 4. It's quite strange, in my opinion. Again, there's still a lot more overs to go. There's about at least another 8 overs, 7-8 overs. There's time till 5:40. Another 21 minutes of play. Possibly another 8 overs maximum. That's a loud shout. No. Not at all, not out. Says the umpire. Oh, that looked out. That really looked like grazed the batter's outside edge. Would like to see that replay again if possible. Maybe in slightly slow motion. That looked very, very, very close indeed. not really. It's actually even in the first inning, Nirujan came in as 2 down. He scored a good 14. And again, yeah, he's in the right position. He's not a night watchman. He batted very well, in fact. He put on a good partnership with Adityan. So they'll be hoping. I mean, he literally came in at the same stage. It was 5 for 2 in the first innings as well, Jaffna Hindu. And again, both Adityan and Nirujan, they really sort of put on a good, decent partnership to get the innings off the blocks. Again, similar situation where Bhavanan and Anish were dismissed very early. And it's the same thing right now as well. Started the innings with a deficit of 17, and now Jaffna Hindu College has lost their 2 wickets for 5 runs, and that's the end of today's play. Is that right? All right, so that's it. That's the end of today's play. To give a summary, Jaffna Hindu batted first, won the toss, selected to bat first, 102 all out. The top scorers being. So that's okay. That's the summary scorecard of Adityan and Jaffna Hindu College. Adityan not out on 4. Bhavanan 1. Anish out for naught. Nirujan not out naught. And 5 for 2 or 5.2 overs. With some good batting to come. It's going to be an interesting day's play tomorrow. The bowling: Yuvraj 3 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 2, and Yadav 2.2. Yeah, that's right. That's bad light stop play. Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, Yadav 2 for 4. Sorry, Yuvraj 2 for 4 of 2 overs, and then Yadav, the other bowler, yet to take a wicket. So at the end of again to summarize, 102 all out. Jaffna Hindu batting first, after winning the toss, and Hindu College Colombo 119 all out with a 17-run lead, and now Jaffna Hindu batting second, 5 for 2. At the end of day 1, and they're adrift by another 12 runs. So we'll say bye from here right now, and then we'll see you guys tomorrow morning at the same time, at the early morning. We'll start at about 9:30 in the morning. Thank you. Bad like that.